first time might have the first time jitters, but I hope that really they're gonna get over it very soon because it's gonna be a long 3 days, and this group stage, they need to make it quick.
Yeah, and not everyone can be like Bobby here, who obviously has no jitters of going from phone to the stage. Bobby, if you had to give some advice on to these players and these teams that are gonna be on the stage, what would you give to them?
I would just say take it one game at a time. I think especially in an event of this magnitude, you can get in your head and kind of get in your own way. I think the biggest thing for them is focusing on whatever it is that's the task at hand, and I think if they do that, they'll be able to perform at their best.
That's right, one step at a time, and then they can start moving towards that big prize pool of $1.7 million. And let's take a look at the breakdown of how that works thanks to HyperX. Now, this is a massive prize pool at $1.7 million, and notably, that's a lot of money at the top there,
Yeah, that's a lot of money. If you try to convert that into your own currency, because we already know that all these teams came from different countries, make it peso, make it rupee, euros, pounds, and yen. You already know at home that is a lot of cash. But obviously, looking down at the very bottom, 15,000 USD, all of these teams are actually coming home with a little bit of something, but obviously they want that 700,000 USD.
That's right, either the top team or second or third for some of the regions, and so making sure you come home with something is pretty good. Let's take a look at our 16 teams that qualified in the regions that they represent here. You've got the LATAM teams, the Indian teams, the one Japanese team, and we'll definitely dive into Scars in a little bit. The Garena teams, the Southeast Asian teams, Almighty from Indonesia, Smart Omega from the Philippines, Strut, Stamina, and Nova are European teams, and then NYSL Mayhem, Tribe Gaming, and the newly signed Luminosity from North America. We close it out with Q9 and Wolves. We take a look at all 16 teams here. Bobby, I'll start with you first. Which is the team that is your favorite here?
Obviously, I've spent a lot of time casting the North American region, and there is one team that is dominated both in North America and in the Western Championships last year. That's Tribe Gaming. It's really difficult to not pick them, at least to be a favorite for the top three. You look at the performance that they had last year, I would say across the board upgraded their roster. They're going to be really, really tough to beat. Beef Mommy, what you thinking?
Oh man, I'm gonna have to do a little bit of a no situation here. I have to choose their first opponent. Q9, they seem so solid this year because they've had a really good run 2021, but obviously they got sent down pretty early on. But hey, this year it looks like it's going to be a different deal. I'm so excited to see the first matchup. But honestly, for today, it's hard to tell because it's the first time that all of these teams are actually going up against each other in LAN. So I don't know, it's hard to tell.
Right, I'll throw in, you know, because I want to throw one in. Almighty, you saw it there in the lower third there. The team from Indonesia has shown like, hey, they can stick with it, and with some of the Chinese teams as well. All right, let's take a look at the tournament schedule because we've got a whole weekend ahead of us here in Raleigh. Today's action is the group stage. It's lots of matches going on at all times, and we'll be here with you through every single group stage match, a little bit of the quarters of the champs bracket. Then on Saturday, after a short break Friday, we've got the champs and elimination brackets where we will whittle down our teams that have won through the group stage to the final two, which we will see on Sunday, where they compete for nice little cash change, but more importantly, the title and the crown. So let's take a look at our group stages now. These are our groups. So our 4 groups of 4, and we have lots of groups that have different storylines throughout here. Bobby, pick one of them for me.
I think Group A is going to be the most exciting overall. I think every single one of those teams matches up decently against one another. And I think, especially with that being our first match of the day, I'm really excited to see the Kings of India go up against NYSL Mayhem. These are both very experienced teams. They've been in Stage 4 every single year that they've participated for the majority of the players on those rosters. So it's going to be a great way to kick off the tournament.
For me, I'm gonna have to go with Group C. We already know it's kind of heavy where we have Tribe Gaming going up first against Q9 Club. You already know these teams are gonna absolutely dominate. But again, there's a lot of interesting storylines here as well because of Scars. They had a 100% win rate, did not drop a single map in Stage 4, but they are definitely the question mark in this group. Can they perform as well as they did in their Stage 4 run? And also right below them, Influence Kemin actually was the LATAM representation for that 2020 run, but obviously roster change changes and all of that. Let's see if they're as strong as the first year of the COD champs.
That's right. A little bit of a legacy there through with Influence Kemen. But that's going to be a really fun one we see in our second set of matches of the day. Right off the top, Tribe and Q9. Like, these are tournament favorites. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Now, speaking of watching, be sure to tune in to the broadcast in-game throughout the week to earn free rewards just by watching. The longer you watch, the better the rewards. What's your favorite reward that you're going to earn this weekend?
You already know, Iskra's gonna be my girl. My favorite color is purple. You can see it on my shirt, you can see it on my hair. So I'm glad to see so many purple colors, not just in the kilo, but also in the characters that we have as well. How about you, Bobby? Like, you already know you're pretty excited for this.
I mean, I just already know as soon as I get home, first rank lobby I'm in, it's gonna be 10 extra skins running around everywhere. So I'm fully prepared for that.
All right, well, the graffiti everywhere. Hopefully they'll be able to splatter some
MVP
fun
चाहिए ये आप
within
भी.
by just
अरे आपने
simply
MVP नहीं खेला, लेकिन
watching.
अपना
There's
ट्रंस है
lots of
ना,
gameplay
ट्रंस है,
for you to
वेगास है.
see this tournament. We want
भाई
you to
आज जो
see
धुलाई
every
होगी ना,
single
मजा आएगा.
match possible. That's
मैं
why
हम के
we'll
साथ मैच
have
अपना पहला
4
देखते
streams
हैं.
of gameplay
और बताओ,
all
तुम लोग बताओ
day
कैसे हो सब
long.
लोग
You can
चैट
see
में.
your favorite team play no matter where they're at. Go to the COD Mobile Esports
make someone
YouTube
moderator
page
for healthy
and
and
you can find
positive chat.
Bravo, Charlie, and Delta
already
streams
moderators
with
है.
these 3 matches. So make sure that you pop open those extra tabs.
INCO Stalwart जो
and you
टीम
can
है
watch
अपनी
wherever you
Stalwart टीम तो है
want.
recently.
All right, next up, let's dive into
भाई इनका
group
कास्टिंग
stages,
देखो ना
right?
भाई मजा आ जाता
We
है.
talked about the group stages as a whole, but let's dive into a
Setup भी क्या
specific
class
group,
बना है.
and we'll start with Group B. Now, Bobby,
तो जल्दी है रे.
this
ऐसे
one
setup वेटअप
is
देख
a
के.
little bit different than I think some of the other groups because I think as
चालू
experts,
हुई
y'all
अपनी
decided
game.
this feels a little lopsided with the top and the bottom team.
ग्रिम को ले लो
Yeah,
तक
it
बहुत थोड़ा
definitely feels like- it feels
इंफॉर्मेशन
like a
मिलेगा.
predictable one.
अभी ग्रिम को
Obviously,
मैंने
we're at
बोला
stage
था
5, we're on
स्ट्रीम
land,
स्टार्ट होने से पहले,
all
बट ग्रिम
excuses are off the
एनालिसिस कर रहा है,
table right now,
मतलब
so
मैचेस देख
there
के
are
फिर
2
डेटा प्रोवाइड
teams,
करेगा
Strut
टीम
and
को.
Vitality,
तो वो
that
बेटा
I
है
think
अभी
coming
फिलहाल.
into this, not a
तो
ton of people
yes,
expect
उसको
a
उसका
lot
काम
out
करने
of,
दो.
but
He's doing
this
his
is a
job
completely new
एकदम perfect.
environment. That mentality on the stage is going to change for a lot of
मुझे
people.
बनाओ, मैं
And I
पारस
think
हूँ.
if they've got some really
Yes,
mentally
Brian,
tough
पारस,
players that can
बिल्कुल.
power through,
Increase your
they
voice.
might be able to come out on
Increase
top.
your
But
voice.
my favorite is
Just
coming
a
out of this one, definitely going to be Wolves and INCO.
Thoughts on B?
Yeah, definitely Wolves might have an advantage because they've been playing LAN for such a long time, the same
अरे
as
की गेमिंग
Q9, so
बहुत
they do
प्यार
have
bro.
quite the advantage when it comes to this setup.
भाई,
But also, negative for that
बहुत
one
time
also is
बाद
the fact that they've
मतलब
played a different rule
ऐसे
set. So
goosebumps
that's
आ रहे
probably
भाई.
one of the advantages that Strut might actually have. And also the addition of
मजा
one
आया.
player that is very strong. That's going to be Apher that might make the biggest difference.
Right. I have to push back a little bit, though. The player base in India and the fandom in India is huge. So Vitality have a huge, I think, weight on their shoulders to make sure that they can live up to how they play, though. So what do you think about Vitality here in this situation?
Well, again, India has been a really mixing pot of really good players that have been really performing. And they had their last matchup after Stage 4 where they actually beat Godlike. And it was really nice to see that Godlike finally had a little bit of competition against this team. So, again, they really deserve to be in this spot. And the fact that they have
हमारे प्लेयर्स
Sams
भी
in
ये
their
चीज बोलते
team,
हैं,
I
मतलब
feel like
3
it's going
साल
to
के
be a
बाद मतलब
definite
अच्छा
killer.
कंपटीशन मिल रहा
Yeah,
है
I feel like
वाइटलिटी से.
Sams is
बहुत
the
पैरिटी
game
में
changer for
वाइटलिटी,
them. He
मतलब
has stepped
मैं
up
भी
massively
एक्सपेक्ट कर
this
रहा हूँ
year.
भाई
The
कि अपनी दोनों की दोनों
performances
जो
that
इंडिया
he's
की
had
टीम्स
on
है
a
ना भाई फाड़ दे
consistent
भाई
basis.
ये टूर्नामेंट
I
में.
would say right now he's probably
मजा
the
आएगा.
best
दोनों
player in
मतलब
India. So for me,
मुझे
he's
लग रहा है
the
ना
player
कि
to
अपनी
watch
दोनों
for
टीम
All right, well,
ये
we'll
टूर्नामेंट
see
में देगी
how it
अच्छे से.
stacks up. As Group B, we're going to be keeping an eye on Vitality and Strut to see if they can get
क्योंकि
some of those
मैं
upsets. But
ये
this
जो
one
टीम है ना
feels
बहुत टाइम से
pretty
देख रहा हूँ इनको,
locked
मतलब
on
जब अपनी
in.
जो टीम है
Now,
गॉडलाइक की अभी
Group B
की
done and dusted.
बहुत
Let's
पहले से,
move
मतलब वो
on
पहले
over
आइडिया थे तब
to
से.
Group A.
तब
I
से उनको कोई
believe
competition नहीं
this
था,
is
तब
the
से.
one that you said was the most
लेकिन अभी
exciting
रिसेंटली बोला
group
कि
in the
यार
whole
घातक भाई
tournament.
मस्त खेल
Why
रहे
is
बंदे
that?
अभी.
I
मजा आ
think
रहा है.
just
और उसके वजह से ये लोग भी भाई 4
nobody
बजे तक ये
really
टूर्नामेंट
knows
से पहले
what
मैं
to
मजाक नहीं कर
expect
रहा
because you have
हूँ.
two
अपने
1
लोंडे
seeds, but they're not.
रात के 4 बजे
At
तक ग्राइंड
least as
करते
far as
थे.
what I've asked the
रात के
players
4 बजे
about,
तक
they're not really
दोपहर
considered to
उठेंगे
be the
10:30 11 बजे.
strongest 1 seeds in the tournament.
जो
And
नाश्ता
then
बिस्टा
you've
सब
got
खत्म,
a couple
फिर
of
से
2
1
and
बजे
3
से 1:30 बजे
seeds
से
from
मैचेस खेलना
regions
चालू.
like North
जो ग्राइंड
American
किया ना बंदों
Arena
ने.
that are considered to be a little bit
मजा
more
आ गया भाई,
experienced and have
मजा आ
better
गया.
competition. So there's no way of really knowing. The one thing I will say for Stamina Esports especially, they've got a lot of players that have been in stage 4
कैसा मैं
every
एकदम बढ़िया ब्रो.
single
तुम कैसे हो
year.
बताओ.
I think that
Increase your
that
voice. एक
amount of
second.
experience and that leadership is going to pay off big time.
Well, Beef Mommy, when we take a look at
अब
this
आ रहा है
bracket
ठीक से.
brought to you by
बताओ.
Republic of Gamers, do you feel like there's an upset?
बड़ा है bro, बड़ा है, बड़ा है.
How
अभी
would
बताओ,
you
आ रहा है
decide
ना?
it's an upset? Because as Bobby was saying, number ones are like still a little bit weaker region. Maybe we're still figuring that out.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams really need to find their footing and find that consistency. And so far, I think Stamina does have a little bit of an edge when it comes to that. But they're going up against Omega, and they qualified for 2020. They were able to get a lot of those points. But last year,
घातक भाऊ जॉनथन esports award winner पाहिजे होता बिल्कुल 100% यार मतलब अपनी obviously यही इच्छा थी कि मतलब जॉनी अपना esports award जीते और वो आराम से जीत सकता था पता है ये गेम का अपने गेम अगर सस्पेंड नहीं होती ना तो आराम से क्योंकि क्या होता है ना गेम का बहुत क्रेज है अपने मतलब कंट्री में तो वो गेम की एक ह्यूज ऑडियंस है 80-90% और जो अपन बोलते हैं ना क्रिएटर्स वगैरह ये जो अपने हैं सबके मतलब नॉट इवन बाकी टीम मतलब हमारे टीम के भी जो गेम का क्रेज है ना वो दिख जाता है जब बैन पहली बार भी बैन हुआ वो टाइम पे भी फॉलोअर्स घटे थे हमारे सबके पूरे इंडस्ट्री में जितनी भी कम्युनिटी है अपनी गेमिंग की इस बार भी वही चीज हुआ तो वो गेम का बहुत क्रेज है तो गेम होता जॉनी अपना 100% जीत जाता और उसके सस्पेंड होने के बाद फिर वो वाइल्ड कार्ड में भी आया लेट एंट्री हुई इसकी थोड़े वो छोटे मोटे फैक्टर्स थे बट यस अवार्ड भी मतलब डिजर्विंग बंदा है मतलब रिस्पेक्ट फॉर हिम एंड सोल के लिए भी रिस्पेक्ट भाई कंटेंट ग्रुप तो है
You said earlier that as the North American viewer,
I can be biased towards North America. That's different.
घटक भाव वालों के मेंबर्स को भी बोला गॉडलाइक के मेंबर्स को साथ में बैठ के वॉच पार्टी करो प्लीज यस साथ में बैठ के अभी आपको मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना अभी मैं करूंगा उसके बाद रिबेल आएगी अपने क्रिएटर्स आएंगे भाई मजा आएगा देखो अभी आपको आज तो फुल मजा आने वाला है
to take your mobile gaming experience to a new level. Its unrivaled performance puts it in a class.
Yes bro, yes सब आएंगे सब आएंगे.
Thank you so much ROG and look at that. Both hand models.
Bro मैंने already आवाज बढ़ाया कितना बढ़ा हुआ अभी?
Bobby giving a little finger dance.
Game sound low करो. Okay.
The ROG phone support call up.
अब ठीक है.
Guys, I'm feeling very excited here because we're right on the cusp of the World Championship. It's been such a long road here, and you know, I'm thinking of a team even like Wolves, right? Yes, they're the favorite, but the travel that has been involved, it definitely could take a toll on you.
Oh, most definitely, because I came from a very far off place too. A lot of these teams really traveled.
बंदे अपने chat में मजा है भाई. Savage लोग देख रहे हो.
Because we waited 3 years.
भाई full support येलो आर्ट स्पैम कर दो पहले तो. आज मजा आने वाला. भाई गेम चालू करो यार. क्या कर रहे हो तुम? अबे क्या कर रहा है यार तू? क्या नाम था उसका? क्या कर रहा है यार तू? चैट में नाम स्पैम करो कौन है वो? क्या कर रहा है तू?
They haven't gotten quite as much scrim time. Hopefully they got rested up.
मैच कब शुरू होगा घातक भाई? अभी यही लोग बताएंगे कब चालू होगा. टाइम तो हो गया है.
Squads that flights got delayed, whatever it is. I think you look at Godlike as well. It took them a while to get their visas.
लेट हर जगह पे होता है.
Hopefully those guys have been rested
सिर्फ
up.
अपने यहाँ नहीं.
A long day of Call of Duty Mobile ahead.
Yeah, well, we are going to get
फ्यूचर में Valo, Dota 2, Tekken, CS:GO लाइनअप चाहिए. ब्रो सारी जितनी भी गेम्स है ना सिर्फ इंडिया में मतलब लोगों का जो इंटरेस्ट है ऐसा नहीं कि हम इंटरेस्ट बढ़ाने के लिए भी काम करेंगे अभी. मतलब भाई गेम्स बहुत अच्छी है मतलब भाई CS:GO अपने इंडिया में क्रेज नहीं है कुछ रीजन चालू हो गया मैच. भैया कौन सा मैच?
was going to be a
Wolves?
Didn't expect too much out of Strut. Strut looking pretty good here.
Oh my goodness, this is what I was telling you guys. Strut, knowing very well that they got a key player on their team, and that's going to be Apher for them. But again, it's going to be really big points. 151 and 69. Wolves seems to be like they're struggling a little bit, but looks like they're gaining a lot of momentum here in P1.
I'm throwing all the predictions out there. Anything that I said.
Okay, अपना इसके बाद है शायद फिर मैच.
One seed coming out of China, who I feel like a lot of these players expect to be up at the top. One thing I will say about Wolves, they are a streaky team. So they beat Q9 4-0 in their finals for their stage 4, but then you hop over to CDFI, they pretty much got waxed going up against Q9 in that same matchup. So we'll see if they can pick things up, but definitely off to a slow start going up
चलो कोई सीन नहीं ये मैच देख ले जरा बंदे कैसे खेल रहे हैं.
Surely though, Wolves trying to gain a little bit more of an advantage here, but it's going to be a great setup so far coming in from Strut. They have 2 players and the rest of their team kind of going for the catch-up when it comes to the anchoring point. Gas station, 3 players already occupying that power position that you really want to get a hold of, and now so far looks like a good cleanup coming in from the side of Wolves.
right now it looks like Wolves is fighting
भाई ये
back.
मैच
That's
देख
what
के
you
ऐसा क्यों
expect
लग
to
रहा है अपने
see
बंदे
out of a
मारेंगे
team
मस्त
that's this
एकदम
experienced. And one other thing that we talked about is the factor of LAN experience. The China teams are the only ones that have consistently played on LAN. Obviously, you have Almighty and Omega who played in the one LAN tournament that we had in Garena, but a much different environment. So it looks like Wolves starting to
Bro, some
climb
players
back
cannot
into this
afford
one,
PC,
and
good PC
we
and
see
good
some
devices.
streaks
Yes,
start
bro.
to build right
Exactly.
here. This could
वही
snowball
चीज है ना.
very,
But
very
इंडिया में
quickly
बढ़ेगा
as
बहुत
that
जल्दी.
gap is
अभी PCs के
closing.
रेट्स भी कम हो रहे
It's
हैं.
not happening
मतलब
slowly.
ग्राफिक्स कार्ड जो पहले बहुत मतलब अभी भी महंगा ही ऑब्वियसली बट इतना महंगा नहीं कंपेयर टू पहले. अवेलेबल भी हो रहा है अभी इजीली.
Godlike Esports versus NYSL Mayhem, and now it's definitely going to
तो
be
PC के रेट्स जब इंडिया में कम हो जाएगा ना
challenge here for Wolves to
और थोड़ा
try and
फैसिलिटी
get
भी
a lot of
बढ़ानी
points
चाहिए
here
मतलब
down
PC के
in
लिए
P3.
मतलब
Looks like they'll strut.
मोर
Bring out the
एकेडमीज और
Annihilator for
कैफेज
Boot, 21
अच्छी
to
फैसिलिटी
Nate.
देंगे ना तो
Looking like they wanna
इंडिया
hold
वाले
this down.
PC गेमिंग
This
में भी
just
तोड़ेंगे.
shows you how strong the competition
तो लेंगे हम
is
लोग
in
लाइव
this
लेंगे जल्दी
tournament.
PC
The
के सारे.
fact that we've got a 3 seed taking it to a 1 seed this early on, great sign.
Initiative,
Razmo
okay.
absolutely mowed him down.
मैप
with
पे
the
जाएगा ना
advantage
लेकिन
right
फिर
there.
वो लेफ्ट में रखेंगे तो.
Big time coming in here over on P3, and right now he's got some
Map
strengths
दिखना
to
चाहिए
work with. Might be able to build toward that Pred as well, and looks like they're starting to take control of the game once again.
Yeah, Razmo's been leading the way for this squad in terms of kills, and I think one of the major reasons why this upset is
एक सेकंड ना
in
गाइस
place in the
मैं
first
ये
place.
चेक
Again,
करता हूँ अपने
almost
टीम का
50
मैच
points
मेरे
away
को गलती
from
से चालू हो
domination,
जाएगा
and
और मैं कुछ
our
और देख रहा
first
हूँ.
upset in our very first match.
So many points already that STRUT was able to just solidify in that particular hill. And not just that though, looking like they want to go in for that solid rotation going into P4 and Bakery. Only one player from Wolves actually only has that, so it's very possible that STRUT is going to easily go inside, especially knowing very well that they do have the util to go in there for the break.
You talked about one of the bigger factors for STRUT being the fact that Apher is going to play. He's not even here. You got your X Factor and he's not even in the lineup.
अपना मैच स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ है अभी तक.
Taking it to Wolves right now.
गाइस फुल पावर चैट में स्पैम करना है इंडिया पे आज. उनको बताओ ये मेन स्ट्रीम वालों को गॉडलाइक मैचेस सारे गॉडलाइक और वाइट रेड के मैचेस दिखने चाहिए मेन स्ट्रीम पे.
Obviously, a couple of those additional score streaks taken out of the equation. No Goliaths in the Stage 5 championships. It is all gun skill with a couple of exceptions right here. STRUT.
We want domination of godlike in Valo also. Yes, surely.
Man,
कुछ प्लान किए चीजें हम लोगों ने उस चीज के लिए.
Just alone, and you know it's really hard to spam that Annihilator, especially when you're greeted by 3 players of Wolves. 212 and 177, still very close when it comes to the points here. Wouldn't be too comfortable if I was STRUT. And now the rotation going to Grannies is going to be essential, and it looks like a full 60 going in from Wolves here in P4.
You can really see the gun skill shining from Wolves as they're trying to mount this comeback right now. And one thing I will say that the Chinese teams are really good about is the pre-fire around those crucial corners, especially when you're on land. That's going to be a huge advantage to get that extra little bit of edge in a gunfight. But it is STRUT. Early rotation here on P1. Wolves shut him down.
भाई ये बंदे ने क्या मारा है?
Goes big. He's able to find 2. Zai trades back. The MVP of the most recent China Masters season. He's going big, but Boot's got something to say. Right now, STRUT only 15 seconds away from closing out their map 1.
Boot's giving them the boot with the Annihilator. Really good timing over there. And not
भाई
just that,
खतरनाक टीम से
Razmo
बचा है.
41
गलत
has
मार
been
रहे
an
लोग.
absolute slayer, but Hisoka getting so many kills already, flushing down one of the players in Wolves. 17 seconds left on this hill. With how many seconds left? 5 points left for a STRUT win. Having a very early win here coming in from STRUT. Just impressing everyone, but the contest comes through, but it doesn't really matter. Our first win of the day, STRUT from EU gets that first dub.
Grizz is out of the way. I don't know.
नहीं हुआ ना भाई ये चाइना लोगों को दे दिया अभी पहले मैच में.
नंबर 3
ये ना नंबर 3 की टीम है. अरे अपनी टीम भी देगी देख सबको मजा आएगा. अपना ही है ना अभी मैच.
An intense matchup that we
ये इनका फर्स्ट राउंड हुआ है ना अभी फिलहाल.
late into the hard point game, Bobby, and that was so
अपना मैच
impressive
नहीं
to
अभी
see.
फिलहाल
That
चालू
STRUT was actually
क्यों
leading by
rate कर
a
रहे हैं?
huge margin, but for me, honestly, one of the plays that we really have to look at is
तो first अपनी थी ना?
43 with the SKS. So that's the reason why that we love to see this gun, especially in a map like
चलो
this,
भाई
where
अपना
you
मैच चालू होने वाला है.
really take that distance to your advantage.
Yeah, I mean, we
गतक
said
बहुत
earlier, we saw him try to
अभी पॉसिबल नहीं है
the
यार.
Annihilator. We're like,
अभी
"Whoa,
पॉसिबल
what
नहीं
is
है
it?"
bro.
Well, he's got
मन तो बहुत
44
करता है,
kills, been
but,
top of the charts. He's like, "Oh, I'll get that back
not
really
possible
easily.
अभी.
No problem, no problem." And we got, and as you said earlier, the
BGMI
gun skill
domination भी चाहिए, बस आ तो जाए यार.
coming
एक
out
बार
of the
गेम
end.
आ जाए ना फिर आएगा मजा.
It was there, it was impressive, but once the point was being taken by STRUT, it really felt like it was
देखो 5v5 गेम नहीं है.
difficult for Wolves to break.
जिसको ये गेम के बारे में पता नहीं है, इसमें राउंड्स होते हैं अलग अलग. कभी गेम प्लान का होता है, कभी मतलब लाइक तो मतलब गन गेम का होता है, अलग अलग टाइप के राउंड्स है. तो आपको मैं समझाऊंगा, जैसे मैच चालू हो जाएगी ना तो मैं बताऊंगा.
Requires a lot less teamwork, and that's been the biggest difficulty that I've seen for a lot of these teams is adjusting to that.
शुभम गौर, देखो बहुत सारे क्रिएटर्स आने वाले टाइम में हम लोग साइन करने वाले हैं. स्लोली काम चल रहा है वो सारी चीजों के, क्योंकि ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग अपनी जो गेमिंग है, मतलब अपनी जो गेमिंग इंडस्ट्री है, ठीक है, वो थोड़ी सी अभी क्या बोल सकते हैं उसको, जब बीजेएमआई सस्पेंशन के बाद थोड़ी स्लो हुई है. तो फास्ट डिसीजन कुछ ले नहीं सकते अभी फिलहाल, लेंगे लेकिन, बट यस ई स्पोर्ट्स की सारी टीम लेंगे. भाई तुम्हारे लक्ष्य जर्सी कैसे है? एकदम बढ़िया है, बिल्कुल एकदम मजे में.
And one of the beautiful things about having a LAN bringing East and West together to see these types of things. Yes, you can say S&D very great, but look how susceptible it is. That's China #1 against Europe #3, and still it was a massive lead when we started. Wolves found a way back in the middle, but then again, not used to it as much as an S&D, I'd say.
Yeah, you can't gun skill your way through a hard point, which is different from what most people think that hard point
Godlike
is.
किधर है?
But it's
Godlike
so teamwork oriented. Whenever you get to this level of the competition,
इनका second round चालू
it
है.
completely changes the way the game is played, and I think seeing that, I think Control is absolutely going to be the swing.
बेस्ट
vote
ऑफ
for
3
these
है शायद, या
a lot
बेस्ट
of
ऑफ 5
these
मेरे को चेक करना
matchups,
पड़ेगा, मैंने
because
चेक नहीं किया वो.
even though Control is not a game that's played in China for their championships, these teams have been scrimming it off stream for a long time. They've got a lot of experience, and they've impressed even against some of the best teams like Almighty.
Oh, definitely, and it just depends on
अपनी टीम
how
अभी
you're going to
देखो
start off the
दिखाता हूँ
matchup,
आपको.
because you
देखो
always
पीछे
want to
बैठी
be
देखो
starting off at
थर्ड
the
लाइन में.
defense, because you already know if it does reach a game number 5, you're also going to end up in the defense, because being in the attack is so difficult because you have to worry about your lives and also the objective at hand.
देखो पीछे बात कर रहे हैं.
Well, I love the fact that we kick things off with
Full motivated लग रहे बंदे भी अपने.
The upset's not done yet, and you could see on the face of the Wolves players earlier, they still seemed in control. You know, again, this is a team that was pushed. They did get #1 in China, one of the
न्यू
most
स्टेट टीम का
regions in
भाई
the
कौन से
world.
दुनिया में
There's
हो
going to
आप?
be some grit. There's going
कौन
to
सा
be
दुनिया में रह रहे हो?
closure as well. But we do want to celebrate how
ये क्या क्वेश्चन
that
पूछ लिया
was
भाई?
for STRUT based
गाइस
off
चैट में इसको बताओ जरा
expecting
न्यू
right off
स्टेट
the
टीम
bat.
कब लेनी है?
Oh yeah, you can see the joy on their faces. I think proving a lot of people, including myself, wrong. Obviously, like we said, the matchup's not over. They've still got a long way to go, but that's a phenomenal way to start your weekend. And that momentum
गाइस
can
मैं
carry
देखो
a
एक भी
lot of
ऐसे
weight as well.
जो भी चल रहा है ना उससे कुछ अपने को फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. अपने को अभी अपनी टीम यहाँ पे जो खेल रही है उनके ऊपर फोकस करना है और उनको सपोर्ट करना है फुल पावर, वाइटलिटी और गॉडलाइक अपनी दोनों टीम को.
So let's see what STRUT actually has to offer when it comes to that breakdown.
Right, and how much the carryover of just being up 1-0. There's something to be said about
टीम के साथ कौन गया है यूएसए? अभी क्रॉन्टन तो ऑन द वे ही है, वो भी पहुंच जाएगा जल्दी. बाकी पूरी टीम गई है. ग्रिम पाजी जाने वाले थे लेकिन कुछ रीजन की वजह से पाजी का वीजा नहीं लगा, बट ये पूरी टीम है अपनी वहाँ पे और अभी चेतन पहुंच जाएगा क्रॉन्टन.
Because I think one thing we saw a lot from the Chinese teams, especially in Wolves, there was just a lot of solo challs on a 3-player occupied objective.
Yep.
You're going to get torn apart every time. You might get one kill on the way in, but you're never going to be able to find a break that way.
Oh, one thing that I'm really impressed with China teams actually is the fact that they know their lineup so well, because they do have the trophy system banned back in their area, but hey, they know lineup so well, they can stop a plan, they know where all the players are going to be, so I'm going to be expecting a lot of kills coming in from the tacticals and the nades.
Last thing I wanted to bring up from that last match was the SKS. And compared to Stage 4, it felt like everyone's using the same gun. Here, SKS popping off like early on, and then, okay, cool. Like, how do we feel about the meta, the gun?
घातक भाऊ क्या हम गॉडलाइक की
I personally like the SKS.
ये गॉडलाइक की ये मैच की वीडियो डालनी है तो डाल सकते हो भाई, ये मतलब जो स्क्रीन चल रही है कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
Especially the North American region, they don't love it quite as much. They're not looking forward to it.
Go talk to Razmo.
Well, I was talking, like the Q9 guys were talking to the Tribe guys, and they were trying to agree on a GA where they just didn't use the SKS at all. but it's no question the best long-range gun in the game by a mile, and especially for the regions that really mastered it. I think you look at LATAM, that is one of their biggest strengths. Multiple SKS players on every single team. That's going to create a lot of issues for some of the more aggressive teams in that eastern region.
All right, well, we had ourselves a heck of an upset to kick things off, but to get into our alpha stream, let's send it on over to our casters, Shift and Proper.
My goodness, feels like we're just out here watching you guys have all the fun. We want to have some fun too. Yes, I'm Shift. This is Proper. How you doing, brother?
I'm great, man. It feels fantastic to be back on LAN COD Mobile. 3 years in the making. We are here in Raleigh. I am so excited for this weekend, man.
And hey, if that first map is any indication of what we're going to get maybe in this entire first slot, or maybe the entire tournament at large, we're in for 3 incredible days for the COD Mobile. I'm pumped about this opening matchup, though, because like the desk had already framed up so wonderfully, this Godlike team has a lot kind of riding on their shoulders. India, very proud region. And to be fair, the stage 4 championships for the
दूसरी टीम कौन सी है अपनी? वाइटलिटी है वो, बहुत तगड़ी टीम है. चलो, यस, अपने लौंडे आ गए.
Upset because as we kind of see on the other side of the stage, a lot of shaky things from stage 4 of NYSLM.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even just take that upset that we had, and to echo what Bobby said, I mean, all predictions are just basically almost out the window at this point. You know, we got through meta changes, events, time zone changes. So much has just completely fallen off the wayside that
ग्रिम मैचेस देखेंगे, थोड़ा सा एनालिसिस करेगा मैचेस के बारे में, तो वो अभी वो देखेगा अपने रूम में मैच देख रहा है.
Matchup just stylistically between both of these two teams.
भाई,
like they were talking about at the desk about vitality, Sam's was obviously a player that really stood out to us. You look through what we have kind of
best of 5
on this map set. This is what I was wondering about.
मजा आएगा.
All of the NA players have kind of said we don't like playing Hacienda. So the fact that it got through and we're seeing it for map number 1, there's an opportunity for Godlike to set the tone.
It could honestly be the difference maker in between how Scrims
Jai Mata Di.
NYSL Mayhem that they didn't want to get.
Ganpati Bappa Moria, bhai.
Godlike aren't necessarily feeling too nostalgic. They got rid of Raid. So yeah, Hacienda map 1 is going to be interesting, especially, I mean, for everything that we've already seen so far, even in that opening match.
Bro, Andaman se khelta hai tu game.
To play as well, keeping everybody at an arm's reach across from Lambo all the way across the water. It could be very, very potent.
Yeah, and just kind of looking at the overall series, I'm most curious about the 2 and the 5 here if we do see all 5 maps, because Search and Destroy was where
guys किसी को गालियां मत दो
chat में भाई तुम लोग चलो भाई अपनी मैच है. Their Search and Destroys through all of their regional qualifiers, so I anticipate that this India squad of Godlike Esports is going to have a lot of favor in map 2, map 5.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you and I, we were absolute pleasure to watch Godlike in their finals for their region of stage 4. And every single time that they were on for Search and Destroy, I just felt like that we were just finding another whether it was snipers, whether it was AR gun gameplay. There was just so much that you could just sit there and talk about, and they absolutely delivered. So it's do or don't, I suppose, for NYSL Mayhem. You got to be able to show up and show out whatever is possible on Search and Destroy, because you know Godlike are going to deliver the goods.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you didn't say do or die yet, because this could be a long group stage for one of these two teams. You don't want to fall down to the lower side of these GSL-style groups too soon, especially considering the weight of this Group A. And at the desk, again, they did a really nice job of framing it up.
Nervous feel हो रहा है. अरे nervous feel का है होगा भाई. मजा आएगा, अपने बंदे तोड़ेंगे भाई. भाई मेहनत तो की है भाई बंदों ने. बहुत मेहनत की है. क्योंकि अभी ये फर्स्ट टाइम खेलने जा रहे हैं ना वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, तो कुछ आइडिया नहीं है कैसे क्या रहने वाला है सीन, बट अभी यस अभी देखने में मजा आएगा. Let's go.
Little B, top left side, he has been the most electric player for NYSLM, if not maybe in North America over the course of the last couple of years.
Yeah, exactly. Has to deliver the goods here on LAN. Again, 3 years in the making. You really want to be able to show out. This is your statement match. You were able to scrim, get used to the phones backstage for this exact moment versus one of India's best teams in Godlike. And if you cannot perform here in your opening match and in a group with both Stamina and Omega, it might not look too good for you.
No, not at all. And I think the other thing about this, you know, we talk about NYSLM, you know, they've gone through so many roster changes now, it feels like, from last year to this year. Last year was disappointing, I think, in terms of their overall finish in the Western Finals. Yep. Stage 4 was worse. I mean, you talk about do or don't in the group. Is this kind of like a do or die for Mayhem if they don't show up for this event?
I think so. I mean, there's a lot of riding on their shoulders, right? You go back-to-back third places, especially after an unfortunate ending to their 2021 finals. And yeah, I mean, blow it up maybe. Try switching out some different parts of the puzzle, just whatever can work. Because as a former competitor myself, not even just in COD Mobile, but like in anywhere in general, you ride the bronze train for that long.
Yeah.
It really just it takes a toll on your mental.
कुछ टेक्निकल इशू लग रहा है जितना मुझे ये देख के लग रहा है ना सीन कुछ तो टेक्निकल इशू है
because they're also kind of in this period that we call, you know, hey, you've got a lot of weight with Vitality to kind of carry a very proud region into this World Championship. But there's also this sense of redemption for them because India at large last year in the Eastern Finals was kind of pushed.
ये जो बंदा बैठा था ना अभी ये बहुत गलत तरीके से बैठा था भाई बैक का प्रॉब्लम हो जाता है वैसे बैठ के
2021 finals for Godlike and like when you're thinking about it, even just coming to the event as a whole of two teams. Been talking to some of the players, the coaches, India is not exactly taken seriously.
Sure.
And so for Godlike to really come out and show out here in their opening match.
भाई मारो भाई इनको दिखाओ अपन क्या कर सकते हैं.
And I think just, you know, again, talking players to watch on the Godlike side, Burnz was just so damn good in stage 4, man. I think there's a lot of expectation that he could be that kind of catalyst to match up against the power that Little B brings on any map and mode combo. And I think that's the guy that you're hoping, if you're an India fan, continues to perform at a high level going into this matchup in particular.
Absolutely. I mean, if it's not going to be Burnz, you know, you can also lean on Trunks, but you're thinking about it, you're more or less talking about the front to back line pressure that Godlike does exhibit and exemplify when we were watching them in their regional finals. All of that needs to be the final.
अरे ब्रो कॉर्नर में अगर मैं रखूंगा ना तो मैप नहीं दिखता है मैं रखने को रख दूंगा कोई दिक्कत नहीं है पर फिर मैप नहीं दिखेगा जब मैच स्टार्ट हो जाएगी तब.
Teams that represent in the region are actually playing right now. You see Team Vitality is already locked in and ready to go. They are mid-map at the moment against INCO Stalwart, who has a lot of high expectation when it comes down to what Latin America will bring to the mix, Brazil in particular. That was a lot of the team from last year that was the biggest kind of Cinderella and upset kind of giver, if you want to call it that, and we jump right into the mix. Number one, we do find ourselves on slums. Pretty tight affair for now, but there is a little bit of an advantage.
चलो इनको स्टालवर्ड को सपोर्ट करते हैं. Let's go. अभी अपनी मैच चालू होने तक.
Going back over to our next rotation, the hills.
Yeah, I mean, just slightly pulling ahead. This could just be the.
अरे अपनी टीम की मैच है. वाइट रेडी की. नहीं. वाइट रेडी को सपोर्ट करते हैं. मारो.
It does start to happen. I mean, you ended up having the spawns if you are Vitality, and then INCO just completely rolled through the middle of the map and flip it out.
Yeah, it's one of those players, again, Bobby was talking about in the desk, SKS carriers that this Latin American region loves to pull. Keep your eye on Lucaszin. This kid is unbelievable.
इसका किल फ्लिप बहुत फास्ट लगता है ये गेम का.
Kills at the SKS, has his highest streak at the moment as well, and well, Vitality, it may have looked close as we jumped into it, but that significant advantage we saw coming through for INCO on the last hard point at Garage leads into the first about 30 seconds here on stage.
Sam's दे रहा है मार Sam's.
But there's more to do here. It's not just getting into the hill. They also need to flip the spawns around.
Yeah, you really desperately need to flip the spawns, and someone needs to desperately.
जोकोस और Sam's मस्त मारते हैं. जोकोस किधर गया अपना? जोकोस देगा अभी.
You just saw their scoreline, just somewhere near about 5 times positive, just things you absolutely don't like to see if you are a fan of Vitality, as you're starting to see them maneuver across the bottom side of the mini-map, and all of INCO are just set up. It's so well scouted. They're winning all the gunfights. They're fighting the trades. They're going to get themselves pretty comfortably set up for new.
Razmo holding over towards the barrel. The rest of INCO just kind of bottled up. Playing goalkeeper in the backside of soccer. Oh, well done to the Predator missile. Just as soon as the break was about to come through, gets called in. Noel's able to take down 2 with it, and all of a sudden INCO set up perfectly with a chance to read where this next hit from Vitality is coming from. Trades back and forth, but largely, is it good enough? The spawns are still in for INCO. Bolt will be out in the mix trying to clear out the rest of this rampaging Vitality team on the break attempt. But hey, how about this? Vitality is actually holding on pretty decently considering the break.
I mean, easier said than done trying to hold this from the front, Alan, especially as you were talking about spawns very much so into effect. Resource advantage very much so into effect. That Vitality spends so much time just trying to get Noel out of that cross angle.
एक काम करता हूँ कैमरा गन्स के ऊपर
inside the hard point, and now another avenue for success has just opened up for INCO as they're soaking up just so much time here.
Yeah, this is going to be a conceded amount of scrap time going the way of INCO, as they will get their lead to right around 90 points as we rotate over towards the trash hardpoint B3. Vitality is here first, but the requirement is you have to be able to hold this, and Jrozin really just breaks open the cemetery as an opportunity to try to get a setup going for an early break attempt. Hardpoint will open in the next 5 seconds, and then we'll likely see INCO try to make this play through garage that they're setting up for. They're looking for spawns here, not necessarily the hardpoint.
Yeah, I don't think that they were fully aware that random did spawn behind. They actually get a couple shots, whiz right past their head, and yet some immediate garage control coming through for INCO. It is desperation now coming through for Vitality. You have to hold inside the hardpoint. They know they're all essentially in the backside of the garage right now, but you just have to stay alive in the hill.
Well done. Gravity Vortex gun will kind of put a pause to this hit for INCO, but now that they've expired it, the hit is on the way. Chiezze inside. First
nice.
Sliding in, not going to be able to find too much. Trades going though, and the Purifier will be the next thing popped out. Dad able to kind of take down a couple in the hill, but not able to get in himself. Still waiting to find the next set of kills, and how about that for some patience?
Nice trade.
Back and forth, the kill feed goes. Spawns will flip once again, but it's
nice
a successful break.
Yeah, I mean, also just look at INCO's setup off of that break as well. They never gave up garage control. They really just leaned off of what Dad was putting down with the Purifier, just cooking it up quite nicely. A solid medium rare, I would say, as INCO completely break back inside the hard point. Rotation from 3 to 4 round, you know it's not a long one. And guess who's there? INCO is.
Yeah, this is looking really solid for INCO. Nearly 100 points to the good. Kills still looking okay for Vitality, but it's one of those moments that you start to
ये राउंड में कभी भी कमबैक हो सकता है, पता है, अगर कंटिन्यू मारते गए.
Hey, how about it? Opportunity to get in with numbers, but of course, naturally, we call it in, and Jrozin's able to single-handedly break back through into garage. Yes, INCO Gaming can win here, and I think they're starting to feel that. Couple operators trying to put this one over the finish line for a comfortable map 1 win, but the shutdowns are still pretty solid. Vitality, one last try to get in, and of course, it's Lucaszin with the SKS. An early double for him, really establishing some long-range dominance.
And Jogos was holding that back garage area for such a long time that they didn't end up reading where the spawns were coming from initially, coming across that north lane. So INCO will have reinforcements here, but it is currently Vitality with at least one player inside the hard point. Just no reinforcements, no help. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. INCO break again.
I don't know if they can get $2 right now out of the banks. Looking good. INCO very clean. And this is what we're, really looking forward to. I know that Beef Mommy in particular is very excited to see this Latin American region. In fact, I think she's even gone as far to say like this could be where a dark horse lies for the entire tournament. And well, I'll say that is a very clean map #1 for INCO. Just need to put some piggy toes on this statue for the final second. You expect it to be pretty clean, pretty comfortable. But Vitality just trying to extend along as possible. Just, get the fingers warmed up here. Not the greatest first map overall. And INCO's gonna let them know about it. Goodness, get loud on stage already.
Yeah. Hey, gotta show up. Match #1 on stream, on land. You gotta strike fear in the heart of your enemies, and comfortable, to say the least.
Yeah.
The way that INCO just worked, just completely manipulating every single fixture of slums was absolutely sublime. They were getting the closer spawns, they were getting themselves in a better position so that way they can get reinforcements out, and they were really playing Vitality like a fiddle. It almost felt like that Vitality had
guys, ये spam मत करो chat में.
Anybody from INCO was spawning at any given point in time.
Dude, look at
सिर्फ
41
Godlike OP और Vitality OP करना chat में. सबके सब. और येलो और spam कर दो, इंडिया का फ्लैग spam कर दो. ये बाकी के सारी चीजें spam मत करना. और प्लीज किसी दूसरी टीम को बारे में कुछ मत बोलना जो टीम यहाँ पे खेल नहीं रही है. भाई तगड़ा कंपटीशन है भाई, मजा आने वाला है. अगले की टीम का लैन का एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है, बट यस अभी ये पहली जो राउंड में उन लोगों को थोड़ा लॉस हुआ है ना, वो सेकंड राउंड में कमबैक करेंगे अभी बात करके. थोड़ा होता है, फर्स्ट टाइम खेल रहे हैं लैन पे जाके अपनी दोनों टीम्स इतने बड़े स्टेज पे. बट यस मारेंगे. आइडिया आता ना उनको भी कि कैसे खेल रहे सामने वाली टीम.
Specifically for this INCO squad, you want to be able to come out and make an absolute statement. If Lucaszin continues to play like that in an SKS meta, we're in for a treat.
Statement has been made. Tension-grabbing statements all over the place from Lucaszin. But you got to keep in mind, and you had brought this up, and we saw pieces of it. Strut Wolves. That was a surprising map #1.
Yes,
I'm kind of seeing it on the Delta stream. I think that Strut is falling right now in the search and destroy.
By finally.
Convincing at that. But our main focus is still to stick with this Godlike Esports and NYSL M matchup. That's a Group A opener. And like we just kind of framed up, if you're joining us here late, this Group A, it really feels like it's anyone's to take. And we're going to learn a lot about what this group's overall power is going to look like based on what these two teams bring out here in their first matchup.
Yeah, again, for Group A as a whole, I want to say that it's a toss-up, who's going to be able to really walk away with second place. This very much so could be the difference maker for either NYSL Mayhem on their redemption run from the end of the previous stage, or the same could be said for Godlike to really show the chops that they are bringing to LAN to represent their region as a whole. It almost didn't even make it here. It would be a Herculean effort, I would say the least, but still nonetheless, if you come out and completely
Maro guys, Maro!
your chances of making it out from the group stage become that much better.
Yeah, I'll say, just because it needs to be mentioned. Look, you know, everyone was talking about, you know, the
मस्त वाइब कर रहे मैच से पहले बढ़िया बढ़िया है मारो
through here in the last couple of hours, but dude, Godlike looks comfortable. They got pillows, they got fans up there. They probably feel like they're still playing at home as they are about to lock in. I mean, that is a setup right there. These guys look comfy.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I think I might have to take a page out of how they're set up on the desk. Like, when I get back home, if I don't have at least like 2 fans just blowing on my hands while I'm playing Call of Duty Mobile, then it might just be chalk.
I love it.
You got to feel whatever sort of comfort you possibly can, right? Because I mean, look, first time on LAN, 3 years in the making. You want to feel as comfortable as possible.
100%. Here we go. Group A matchup, NYSLM. Godlike, Hacienda Hardpoint. Again, just to re-mention it, North America has very vocally said how anti-Hacienda they've been, but with the Eastern region playing a lot of it, you kind of expect to see a multitude of Hacienda come through over the course of the weekend. We're getting it early. 11 opening points for Godlike. Not really anything to be sweating about, though, if you're NYSLM. We expect this first hard point to be pretty neutral and 50-50.
Yeah, it's all about just trying to break. If you are
nice, Burnz.
Godlike did start off on the favorite side. That's that P2 side. That's where probably we're going to see a lot of time being generated, but
भाई ये तो देर है भाई
just about means everything. Is trying to
यही चाहिए मार सालो
point as neutral as possible. We'll maintain the spawns ahead of noon.
Interesting little rotation here as we head down to the bottom left-hand side of your map, back over to Lambo for all of you Black Ops 4 enthusiasts.
Nice.
In the day.
Duel है देख.
So
और nice try.
as far as NYSLM trying to get over through the patio side of this Trunks.
Nice रे.
Lots of damage, but only comes away with 1. Nero still trying to threaten the front doors. The rest of the team, those on the backside. Godlike are not aware of this in any form. Neutrino tries to turn around to find the response, but it's too little, too late. And NYSLM will find a way to get in really quickly here as the second hard point opens up.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a fantastic time
nice.
to find for yourself now, isn't it? Because NYSL Mayhem now, which 15 seconds still alive on this hard point, they can essentially start to read and dissect this very one-dimensional hit that Godlike were starting to put together. But luckily enough, they can get players spawn all the way out on the northwest side of the minimap.
Drunks gonna have a few teammates spawn with him, and NYSLM recognizing that they're not in the favorite spot at the moment are trying to get over, but the smoke will allow Trunks to get in, but only takes down the first of what needed to be about 4. So NYSLM, good awareness, good response, and what's gonna feel like a near perfect hard point for them as they really kind of build an early cushion in this Hacienda hard point.
Yeah, that was just basically every single marble in the basket there for Godlike. Again, starting off with the favorite side of the map, maintaining hallway control, and they get broken up within the first 10 seconds of P2. Not what you want to see at all. Even Rebalo trying to make a very quick and annoying rotation. It comes up with absolutely nothing, but it allows space to get back here with the SKS. And this top position, end of this rotation, is very, very good.
A little bit early streaks called in just to secure this fence line. Trunks trying to get into 10, denied instantly, and that's why the SKS is going to be playing a lot. 2 taps all over the place out of it. As the hit from Godlike starts to get set up, all of it coming from the front side, except for one member trying to make their way around the back. NYSLM hard focused on fence line, and the spam is just so good. The bolt coming out for Yawn, and that is just ripping Godlike's break.
Streaks to be using as well. I mean, you're just building this lead so much faster than I'm sure Godlike are more than comfortable with as well. Hunter Killer Drone also being called in, get some space going forward. M16 in hand, won't be able to find anything besides some damage, but it's just about keeping the space for NYSL Mayhem.
Yeah, this is all
nice Neutrino.
Solid for NYSLM, but they are spending a lot
nice. हो रहा है
missiles in towards this hard
comeback हो रहा है
The last 15 seconds is actually looking pretty good for Godlike as they make the rotation over towards Spiral.
अरे नहीं
Denied instantly, and as we open up the rock hard point, NYSLM have all of the numbers around, blue arrows galore, and unfortunately for Godlike, not a lot of success on the rotation from scrap to new.
Yeah, I mean, Vegaz essentially just had a 1v4 right there, but again, NYSL Mayhem just always one step ahead of the gameplay is at an absolute high for NYSL Mayhem. Again, just keeping everybody zoned away, and Godlike need someone to desperately turn up right now to try to break inside this hard point.
Yeah, the specialist look that you see, there's a lot of advantages.
Nice learn, come back to ye, Maro.
These, and you'll come to know that we'll be looking a lot at the efficiency and effectiveness. Going to spend only finds 1. Is it enough to actually get some convincing control of the rock hard point? That was the real question, as Godlike will get the break, but they're unaware of where Mayhem are coming from. A full flood on the way. Just comes down to can they find the right pieces to deal with it. More operators in the mix for Godlike.
Nice. हो रहा है इधर से पॉइंट्स बढ़ेंगे अपने फटाफट. Nice. Hold करो.
Since Black Ops 4 and Hacienda, Trunks more than aware of that position. You needed this hard point, you needed that break, and now you finally get yourself past 20 points.
Nice.
We go back towards another set of hard points.
Not bad at all from Godlike. Key to get the
इसको भी ले, एक नंबर.
He's going to lock down Office. A key position now 1 as he takes his attention to the side door. Little B shut down 4 in a row for Trunks. Streaked out of his mind with operators also earned out. But it's going to be Rebalo who's able to take
Trunks
him
दे
down.
दिया था भाई.
Free at just the 6th that he was able to find.
अरे नहीं.
Now in towards Fountain, NYSLM. Good control. Take a look at the focus towards the high ground. This is picture perfect for NYSLM.
Yeah,
भाई वो
it's
सामने वाली.
almost what exactly went wrong when P1 was active in the first set of hard points.
Yeah.
Godlike were just keeping NYSL Mayhem at
Nice.
a reach and getting that hallway control continuously. But trades are still good for Godlike. They just have to maintain that hallway control and keep all of NYSL Mayhem off of the hard point itself. But 3 go down very quickly. NYSL Mayhem starting to assert control.
They'll be making the rotation over towards Art. Godlike still focused on the hard point. And it's Yawn who will try to contest. 1v1 with Trunks, wins it, no problem. 15 seconds of scrap time to fight for. But really, you take your attention once again on the minimap to the bottom left-hand side. How can you get in towards Garage? What routes are NYSLM going to take? Not spawning in, but actually, while the hard point's still open, keep an eye on that left side of the map because Godlike just had a couple of spawners on the right side, so all of a sudden, NYSLM, the game was starting to get a little bit close, but they're putting it out of reach once more. Good rotation on the way as Lambo will open up, and there are more numbers here for Mayhem than Godlike could really deal with at the moment.
Trunks just try to attempt to break the hard point.
भाई तगड़ा खेल रहे हैं सामने वाले भी.
Pulling out an operator as well, but because they stayed alive and maintained that space, they actually ensue a north to south spawn all the way on the left side of the map. Big fight inside the hard point itself. Space is trying to spam all the way through the Lambo. There are actually numbers here for Godlike to try to maintain control.
Every 1v1's a big one.
Nice.
Forward. Ah, the car wasn't blown up yet, so the playthrough elbow shut down by explosions.
Nice.
Oh, that's a big kill. Trying to keep this still a 50-50 battle. On the way forward comes Rebalo, and he's able to help out with space as NYSLM are keeping this scrappy, keeping it mixy. Not as convincing as you like from either team. But Godlike with the proximal spawns will get the reinforcements here sooner or less. Little B has something to say.
Nice.
A double on the interior, and with 13 seconds, looks like Godlike are going to concede this and rotate over to New.
Much better than what we saw on the first set of hard points. Just taking a look at some of the stats. I mean, Trunks has been really showing up. Burnz is not having a good time at all. Remember, he had a 1.62 KD at the end of his regional stage 4 finals. Little B on the opposite side, 27 and 16. It's a tail of the tape to see if Godlike can start getting a little bit more assistance for Trunks, who's doing a fantastic job at just poking and prodding and finding these nice little areas to try to get in the behind of NYSL Mayhem.
अरे
Really good
इसमें
focus
मर
from
गया
Mayhem on the
भाई.
break. First 10 seconds. Done and dusted here on the hard point, and it's all Mayhem on the interior. Neutrino trying to get something done with the Purifier. Spitting out ice this time, though, with it. He's able to get just a couple, and that's enough. And I like the play. Sit here in 10. Make sure no one comes from
अरे
Trust
ये
that
पूरा
you're
spam में जा रहा है भाई.
but maybe not the case at all. Nero space, locking things down through the stone wall. That's going to be enough for them to get a break attempt.
This is very, very difficult. I mean, if there's one consistency so far for Godlike, when they do have control of a hard point out, they always have one player that pushes up just a little bit too far forward, and then one player from NYSL Mayhem constantly spawn from behind. They set themselves up with a coordinated pinch, and the break continuously comes through. You can absolutely play this game if you're NYSL Mayhem. You just have to break. You can trade these 20 seconds as you have the leader's advantage.
Yeah, this is feeling like something major needs to occur right here, right now if you're
मारो
Godlike.
मारो मारो. Come back.
It's a hard point to do it. Two hard points in a row to do that. Going from Rock to New on first would be not exactly what you would expect to be the wealthiest of hill combos. But Godlike do open up the hard point to their name. Numbers starting to come through the hallways. What spawn situation as well. So a little bit of chaos just outside the hill itself. Mayhem able to utilize that as a chance to get in for a time. Space trying to lock things up with the SKS. A lot of opponents in front of him. He gets the
Nice learn.
Not interested. Let's wait for a little bit of help.
हो सकता है इधर से भी
Godlike
comeback कर
are on
सकते
the
हैं.
Learn was pushed all the way up, essentially inside of the office, just trying to maybe get behind enemy lines, but found themselves in a very, very tough corner. Gravity Vortex gun also being burned here for Burnz, just trying to get themselves some space. Will be successful. Now you just have to be able to hold these 25 seconds while also thinking about the rotation.
Yeah, we need to see Burnz pop up right here, right now. Tagged. Working with Trunks. Here comes NYSL.
अरे मारो. Burnz मार.
The break is coming heavy-handedly, and Burnz gets absolutely shut down. Mayhem off the break. 10 seconds of scrap time's not going to feel necessarily like a win condition, but for Godlike,
Nice.
liking the look of it, still full committing to make sure they get everyone in every second they possibly can through ult into new, and how about that? Vegaz able to light things up, and boy, what a time for it. Godlike still down big, but a chance to extend as now streaks and operators are earned once again.
Predator missile, not exactly what you wanted to see, but it also could have forced maybe a little bit of a damaging situation should you be able to get those two. Going back towards a third set of hard points. It is just about a 90-point deficit that Godlike have to claw their way back from. Casual as it may be, again, everything comes completely neutral. It's Godlike on the favorite side of the map. This time, though, when P1 becomes active, NYSL Mayhem, hot off the presses, get hallway control.
And it's just, this setup is so good for Mayhem. Continually putting a ton of focus up towards the top windows, lock down the lanes, then take your focus to the OBJ. And it's worked out. Continues to just flesh out in that lovely shade of blue. NYSLM looking good to possibly even put it away right here. And for Godlike, I think the only thing that needs to be said, I mean, just look at the tally. Burnz, we said he was the guy to watch out for. And I don't even know if he fully loaded in. 15 total kills. Getting outmatched by just about everybody on the lobby right now. Not great news for Godlike.
Little B is definitely feeling comfortable here.
Yeah. Bye. Come on,
250 scoreline has been reached. And NYSL Mayhem are
Chalo, best of 5. Come on!
On the unfavored side of the map, Alan, and they just ran away with it. It took them all of about 10 seconds when P2 became active to fully break it, and that snowball did not stop.
You know,
अगले राउंड में करेंगे अपने बंदे भाई बहुत अच्छे strategies खेले सामने वाली टीम भी.
How is it that the NA teams just have not preferred to play Hacienda, considering the fact that we saw it in 2019 during Black Ops 4? It was played almost probably more than any other hardpoint map during the Black Ops 4 year, and the setups were really easy to read in 5v5. Because all the other maps that are here
wait आपने अभी भी 4 मैप है.
Off of legacy maps that used before. Exactly. Not Hacienda. This is a 5v5 map, and I will say for NYSLM, it's early, but those are the adjustments and corrections that we need to see if they want to become possible.
Absolutely. It's the cohesion that really does it for me, Alan. Because you were even breaking it down while we were in that final P1 there, the third set of hard points. I mean, the way that you just got to see NYSL Mayhem manipulate the entirety of the upper hallways while also keeping a player down low, just making sure that you can get in the spiral staircase.
अपने बंदे देंगे ना, comeback आएगा, full power आएगा, रुको.
All these godlike players from behind. It's almost what you expect to happen here from NYSL Mayhem, absolutely slaying out of map 1.
Love to see it. Love to see it. And especially from that guy that's on the right side of your screen right now, a little B. Lot of just notoriety surrounds the name. What he's been able to do kind of as a star player over the course of the last handful of years. Finally getting a chance to do it in person, internationally, on land with, you know, let's be honest, I hear you, crowd. You guys have been loud for the NA squad so far, so you have to feel like if he's been able to hear that, it's only going to make him better and better as the tournament goes on.
It's all about the comfort, isn't it? I mean, we talked about it before we hopped into map number 1. NYSL Mayhem have gone through roster changes. They've gone through a clean house almost. They've done so many different directions that this is really it. And to be able to see such cohesion and comfort across those 5 players on a map, again, what they were telling us that was going to be a hard veto, I think you're going to start looking pretty good for that.
भाई वेगास ने लेकिन एक लाइन में 5 बंदे लेते हैं भाई क्या मारा था.
Now we take a look over towards map number 2. Search and destroy. This has to be where Godlike shows their overall prowess, because they were flawless in stage 4 in the India regional qualifiers. Didn't drop a single search and destroy map. And that's where we're looking at these guys to really have the opportunity to take this group, is off the 2 and the 5.
Yeah, अपना strong map है.
You know, in this very massive statement match in between these two teams, it's almost what is going to be expected. If you're unfamiliar with the two regions as a whole, you know, NYSL Mayhem, I would almost expect fully for them to come out, slay out in the respawns. But again, Godlike really made a name for themselves off of the objective game mode itself. They were Nesloing a lot of different teams throughout the entirety of their region, just being able to win the 2, 3, and 5. And that's mostly just off of, again, I hate to put a giant magnifying glass on the
Let's go.
Bounce back from that hard point to really show off those nice long range AR crosses. Their double sniper was also something that you could write home about as well. All those things need to be there here for map number 2, or it might just be chalk.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that, especially considering that that not only is Little B one of the better snipers in the North American region, but spaces SKS in search, sometimes turns into a scope. I mean, these guys are known to play a lot of long range in the search and destroy, looking to kind of pick apart their opponents before they make their actual XQs come through, whether that's on a defensive retake or obviously the big focus on what they do on the attacking side as we jump in towards map number 2. Again, multiple streams are going on at the moment, and as we look up, it looks like Smart Omega has taken map number 1 versus Stamina. That looked pretty close, if I'm not mistaken. Just kind of watching over our multi-feed. So again, we've got 4 different streams. You can find the Alpha stream right here. Bravo, Charlie, Delta also going on as we focus this first slot on Group A and Group B. I would say, again, this Group A is...
Let's go, boys! ये वाले round में निकल दो.
Maybe a little bit more lopsided in some people's minds when it comes to early predictions, but who knows how much the weight that early predictions carry considering what we've seen so far.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it was really tough. You know, it's funny that we were just sitting here just talking about it, that you know, there's so many different groups that could be the group of death, but honestly, it all could be up for grabs as we are setting ourselves up for map number 2. If you're just now joining us, 251-21, a Hacienda hardpoint, and you know, Godlike through all of their virtues and
Hacienda Godlike का है.
Best, but NYSL Mayhem we're just slaying out and
यहाँ
staying
पे
off
भी
as a map. I would again argue should be very, very comfortable for this Godlike Esports. We saw them play it tons in their Stage 4 finals.
Yeah, I was about to say, if I remember correctly, it was in almost every single series that they played, and more often than not, it was search and destroy.
Yep.
So, hey, we talked about it, we've set it up, but I think we could go ahead and just make the bold claim. This is a must-win map for Godlike at this point. It's your bread and butter. It has to be one of your main focused modes, and it's on one of your most comfortable maps. So, if we're going to get a true look at Godlike, and maybe we can use that as a way to umbrella statement the entire region of India, I think right now you have to see a convincing result from the side of Godlike, especially considering the fact that like we mentioned, like Mayhem was really sloppy in their search and destroy in Stage 4.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and if some narratives might hold true for us, Alan, I think that just might be it. But again, you know, it's going to be really tough to gauge. You know, even again talking to those players and some of the coaches last night after scrimming, there's a lot of things that you can't necessarily say that are too comfortable. It's a whole different game out here in Stage 5 for Worlds and Finals. And there's one thing that you definitely need to be a comfort factor. It is those core fundamentals and a very key moment here on Standoff Search.
Another update as far as what's going on the Charlie stream. Control has started on standoff between Wolves and STRUT. We saw that kind of on the desk first and foremost. STRUT with the surprising map number 1 win, but if I saw it correctly, I think Wolves was really convincing in the search and destroy. So a swing map right there on the Control. And they're playing that on Slums, as mentioned, which, again, I still like. It's just like the COD historian to me. It's like, it's weird to see Slums Control, but it's fun how it's played out if you're joining us for the first time here at COD Mobile.
Yeah, it's still having reminiscing vibes of, you know, casting Stage 4 and everything just amounting to a Slums Control. But can't necessarily be surprised. Wolves winning out the search and destroy the way that they do. It's just one of those things that, you know, as a region, search and destroy is their bread and butter.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. The fly-through comes in. Standoff, search and destroy on our alpha matchup. A key one, as we continue to mention, as far as, is there a favorite in this group? And maybe more than that, what is the bar going to be set to for both of these two squads? A lot on the line for an opening matchup, which feels weird to say, but we don't want to make it sound under-embellished because this is a key one. You do not want to go in these groups and lose 0-1 because then you're facing elimination immediately. So we'll see how things go. Here we are. It's going to be Godlike on the starting defense. And how about this for NYSLM? Quick hit through Hotel towards B. They're trying to isolate over Delhi, but Vegaz has gotten the read. He says, I'm not interested. Let me back up.
Pretty standardized setup when you're thinking defensively here for Godlike, making sure that you have back alley control, making sure that nobody can get behind enemy lines too easily as they're just keeping Learn over by the AS&D, making sure that nobody can get past statue.
And Neutrino from Tank, able to find the first blood by way of the sniper rifle. That's going to force NYSLM to reconsider, and they don't really have much information here at A. Nades are going to go. This is just to sit there and say, hey, look at us, we're coming towards A. But not the case, and Trunks starts to feel a little frisky, moving up close towards Fridge, trying to take away this back alley, and hey, how about it? This is good trust from Godlike to not sway their defense at all.
Keeping him honest. You don't know where that sniper might be anymore. Trunks trying to play in a 1-for-1 corner will lose the initial gunfight to Nero, and yeah, that's going to be the immediate callback. You saw Vegaz having to go all the way back past Grandma just to make sure that angle gets held. 50 seconds remaining in the round, and it looks like the bomb is starting to rotate past the bakery. Might be thinking about A, because I mean, hey, Space has been over here for a long time, hasn't seen a soul.
Still 42 seconds on the clock. Nero still considering Hotel. This is be a very dangerous cross because, like you mentioned, Vegaz sniping deep through his spawn. You also have help from Burnz and Neutrino on the cross. Meanwhile, the only defender at B, or pardon me, at A, is going to be number 3 and Learn. And he's going to have to find one if they do commit. But have they seen Nero? Is he going to get down this? He's going to plant this bomb for free. And Godlike, they have to be wondering, wait, how did that happen?
Timing of the cross. And now the ball is quite literally in NYSL Mayhem's court.
Yeah.
Look at the immediate rotation. 30 seconds on the clock, and the majority of Godlike are trying to rotate back behind Grandma's.
Yawn's just watching the jump. Just checking to see if anyone's going to cross through him. First shot tags. He gets the second, though. Nice quick scope comes out. Learn will fall. Long flank in the backside. Neutrino trying to force something, not going to get there either. And all of a sudden, Godlike have no room to work with at all. And that just comes down to the simple fact they didn't see the cross.
Yeah. That's quite literally all it is. You know, Trunks gets blooded, he gets traded outside of Delhi in that alley, and then it immediately just completely throws off the initial setup for Godlike, as you ended up having at least Vegaz just like rotate all the way towards the back, just trying to at least watch that very long cross in the back of Grandma's. And NYSL Mayhem just found quite literally the freest timing I'm pretty sure I have ever seen on the standoff search and destroy. They get the bomb down for free at B and then completely concede the space, and Godlike just couldn't deliver.
That's going to play mind games with Godlike's defense. I know it's 1 round in, you're probably saying, Shift, you're getting a little ahead of yourself. But
Shift, you're getting a little ahead of yourself.
I'm telling you, when you've got 2 sniper rifles watching the crosses over towards that B site, that's your entire defensive setup, and you still let the bomb get planted, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised to see someone get aggressive this round from the defense trying to get forward at B here just because of that misstep. And we'll have to see how about it? They're just going to dive right under the gas station and say, you can't plant for free here anymore. But the problem is that focus has allowed free vacancy at A. Bomb's already being planted.
1 round in, and NYSL Mayhem are already living rent-free in Godlike's head. Just completely.
और इसने wall through मार दिए बे.
They get the bomb down over at A.
Nice Trunks.
Hot on the flank. He's able to find first blood.
All about bunkering down now after NYSLM. No chance to get back over towards this bakery side. Trunks through the smoke. Trying to get around the back. Trades from the front side of this has allowed an opportunity for Trunks.
Nice
to get one before falling. 2v1 situation. It's just out of Rebalo. Stuck behind Tractor. Weakened up, and Burnz will get on the board, finish things off, and avoid the 1v2 to tie us up at 1.
It's exactly what you need to see coming out from Godlike, specifically in the retake. You don't want to play that very slow, methodical style. You already had Trunks just very, very quickly going past the gas station, and that sets up a nice coordinated pinch. You know at that point, if Trunks isn't being gunned, that all of NYSL Mayhem are just set up around the A bomb site, inside of Q. So you really lean on Trunks to be able to get that initial kill for the retake, and then everybody else pinches from behind. And quick trades are all you can really ask for Godlike as they tie things up one apiece.
Another small update, Wolves have taken the control map number 3 against Strut in convincing 3-0 fashion.
Knockout नहीं है guys, knockout नहीं है.
Find that on the Charlie stream. Delta's also going on right now. Smart Omega and Stamina going into map number 2. It's a firing range search and destroy. Smart Omega up 1-0 in that series. Lots of COD Mobile action, baby. I love these days. Group days are my favorite days because everywhere you look, you're watching gameplay. And getting in back into the search and destroy, trophy, smokes, nades. And getting in back into the search and destroy, trophy, smokes, nades. All over the top as Mayhem heavy-handedly burst their way in towards A. Neutrino, the only defensive effort. It's by way of scope deep, and well, he's not going to be able to do too much to deny this plan.
एक लिया है बंदे ने अपने.
That space was left behind to watch that.
दूसरा भी लिया, nice.
अबे नहीं. Because Trunks took a completely different route through the hotel. Bombs planted, but it might not matter when you have numbers.
Looking good. That's some G gameplay for Godlike. Definitely waking up. Nero stuck in cubby.
Nice, Vegaz.
Yeah, I love that from Godlike.
Nice.
I mean, you see what NYSLM is trying to do. Like, okay, if you're going to hit us on the flank, we're going to way overwhelm this A site and then push through it. But hey, for Godlike, defensive setup is working, and now all of a sudden you can start to kind of settle into the search a bit.
Yeah, I think it's very respectable what Godlike were able to suggest right there, especially coming from round number 2. When NYSL Mayhem quite literally did almost the same thing of what we just saw. But the retake that much better. Now things are changing again. Immediate hotel control. Burnz gets snuffed out. Big first blood.
This is a repeat of round 1's break off from NYSLM. Space just watches with an SKS over the A site. Everyone else full floods towards gas station, and Godlike's adjustment after round number 1 does get countered this time. Learn, that's an unfortunate timing on the stun. He had a free look at Yawn, but misses his chance, and we go 4v2. Big advantage for Mayhem as they rotate the bomb for a free A site.
2v4 for the retake. I love this call again. I mean, you have to be aware of it. NYSL Mayhem always worried about the flank. Gonna end up leaving Yawn behind, but if you're Learn and Vegaz, you really need to double up together. Learn's got 2 players in front of him to try to deal with.
First one nearly free, doesn't finish his boot though. Space stays alive, second challenge comes out, but it was not double chow. That leads to a free elimination for Godlike. Trying to get this back to a level 2v2. Tough gunfight here versus Yawn, who's just dancing with the devil up top. And you cannot sit here and wait for this gunfight to come your way if you're Godlike. You have to force something, and Vegaz is going to run right into Yawn. Pistol out, shut down. And in the same moment, Rebalo shut down Learn to the other side. NYSLM, big advantage, and conversations you could see very avidly starting to happen on screen for Godlike trying to fix things up.
You know, the immediate conversation shifts to if you take down Trunks, your flank is more or less going to be secured. Great post-flank setup there for NYSL Mayhem once they were able to get the bomb down over at A. It's that statue position, right?
Yeah.
If you're not getting flanked entirely, that head glitch is just absolutely gnarly to take back.
Once again, similar setup coming out of NYSLM. Godlike able to get in towards gas station. Did they see? Oh,
nice.
Trunks is kind of in a different position, holding his life a little bit more wisely this time. Help from Vegaz on the cross, but hey, a 1-for-1 trade would be fine for Trunks.
Nice Trunks!
If you can get a second and get away with your life, he's a magic man. He's out of there.
Yeah, these adaptations coming through from Trunks, just in an initial gameplay for their rollouts, round to round, has been an absolute thorn in the side.
और Trunks क्या खेला भाई?
Absolutely just lays him
भाई क्या खेला भाई Trunks?
Still 3v4 numbers advantage.
उसका heal हो गया लेकिन
favor
बंदा.
of the defense.
Keep in mind that Burnz is also pushed up this time around. Neutrino helped.
Nice Neutrino, chal.
Once again,
4v2.
Good on towards space. And yeah, you just don't predict Burnz.
Easy. Nice.
This is an aggressive game of Surge. Like, I know it feels a little labored at times, but both of these two teams are really slapping at one another right off the rip, and Burnz will even push it a step further. What a set of map control that is to respond for Godlike.
I think it's respectable for Godlike as well. You know, they're actually meeting the pace from NYSL Mayhem off of their very quick 2 hits over towards A. Trunks says, oh, I see what you're doing. Allow me to meet that pace, and so long as the information is coming through, it allows players like Burnz to then take a forward position over by the bakery. Big round coming through here for either of these 2 teams. It's a hotel rush for the B site.
Once again, Vegaz scouts things out, backs up. Trunks is there for the assistance.
Nice Trunks.
One more on the interior.
Nice.
Well played by Trunks as he continues to finesse this backside of B. Snipe connects onto Nero as well. Huge advantage, and we could be looking at a flawless round here. Well, okay, Little B still alive. Why would I say that?
निकाल लो भाई.
This would be a highlight reel and a half.
He's done it before.
I know. I wasn't going to say it because you've already spoken at least one thing into existence.
Dude, no.
Didn't want another one, but Little B is still searching. We'll take down Learn. 1v3.
I'm not going to lie to you. This feels almost exactly the same as what he did to Tribe last year. Just finds everybody in corners, quick scopes everyone. Still tons of time left.
Yeah.
Problem is, Godlike do know the bomb is down. This would be a little bit more hard-pressed than what we saw last year, but you're absolutely right. This is absolutely a highlight reel in the making.
All the timing. One player in top grandmas.
He's so sneaky.
I mean, they have no idea what
No
Woopiiee is,
clue.
dude. And you got to respect what's also coming through Burnz. Neutrino just doubling up together. You walked inside Trunks' deli. He is the deli man. We'll end up getting that final kill. And I mean, you got to feel like there's a certain level of sweat dripping down your neck when Little B's alive with a sniper rifle and 1v anything.
I'm not going to lie. I felt like for a second there we were seeing into the future. But not bad.
Cups of coffee. I'm not clairvoyant, though.
That's, I will say, you know, again, we'll swap the sides here 4-2. That's a great first half from Godlike. Just to not back down, keep playing your game. And that's what we need to see if Godlike are going to come out of here and continue to be dominant in the search and destroy.
It's, again, you know, one of those things that at least we were able to recognize just in their regional finals. So they do a great job of meeting pace on the search and destroy.
Agreed.
You know, they come out very honest, holding angles, playing truthfully. But whatever NYSL Mayhem are throwing, Godlike are answering.
Defensive setup for NYSLM now as we swap the sides over will be a 1-2 split, essentially. Rebalo's opening nade does connect. That is not great news for Godlike. And NYSLM are looking to maybe possibly get Nero into an advanced position here. You see the rotation starting to come out. Little B's watching the cross through mid, but Nero says no need. As Neutrino nearly gets a pick, but Nero escapes with his life, and we stay 5v4.
I was about to say, this was an egregious setup after losing first
gaya
blood.
apna.
The Burnz with the bomb itself is pushed all the way up to statue because Vegaz, well, he needs to be able to watch this cross somehow to be able to answer things back. The flank was also given up. See players 5 and 4 in blue. Neutrino Trunks just trying to work through the courtyard. We'll lose Neutrino along the way.
This is what NYSL do so well. They just pick apart at you. Burnz. Pretty much left in a rocket. Hard could help though.
चलो 2v4 कर दो भाई.
The bomb is not able to reflip, and it's just down to Vegaz. With his own maybe miracle working coming out 1v3. Not required, but would be nice to see if the hands stay hot here with scope.
Gotta prove it. Anything Little B can do, you can do better, right, Vegaz?
Yeah.
We got the bomb.
We'll find a Craig on the ground. It's going to be able to scoop up the bomb as well. But, I mean, you look at the setup. You got just Nero watching that long cross. Sniper bullet will also ring through standoff. Vegaz needs to try to plant this bomb and extend the round. We'll find the first. So swifts to the sniper and no chow.
It was a good prediction, though. Has the right feeling. Toggles, makes the sound cue come out. Little B's on the rotation through mid. But they're waiting, looking to possibly just pinch this up as soon as the bomb gets planted, which it does. 1v2. Which tool is best for the job if you're Vegaz? Little B, snipe over the top, misses. But the information is there. Now Nero on the mix. Vegaz, this is the second shot, and the pinch is successful. NYSLM success on the retake.
Maybe you are seeing into the future, especially being able to read that pinch effect. God, you're so smart and handsome. It's just one of those things, again, that, you know, for NYSL Mayhem, this is why they are very
match हो रहा है भाई.
guarded, especially as individuals and players. That's just what you're supposed to do. And a retake.
OT जाएगा, OT नहीं जाना चाहिए भाई. ये राउंड अपन ने अगर ढंग से मार लिया ना अच्छे इससे तो वो कॉन्फिडेंस रिबिल्ड हो जाता है फिर से. थोड़ा डिस्टेंस रख के मारना चाहिए.
10 kills for Trunks. He was great on the defensive side. Do you need him here on the offense? I think is the question. Bomb lingering through mid. Forward position on towards Street here for the side of Godlike. And there really isn't anyone to respond to this if you're NYSLM. They're kind of playing this map on the outsides. And yeah, how about the play? Trunks able to cut right down the middle. Looking for a second. It's Little B at range. And you got to be careful on how you take that 1v1. But Trunks just continues to be on the move. Finds Nero for free. But the problem with all this is, yeah, the kills are great, but your bomb carrier is dropped on the other side of the map.
Yeah. But now you're going to be able to do this.
और क्या कर रहे हो?
Outside of the house. So how about the
2v3 कर दिया बे.
4v3 in the bedroom. We'll be able to take down 8 flanking trucks now. Just one more player left alive. Neutrino.
1v2 Neutrino कर दे.
Got plenty of time to try to work the map.
Catches Yawn on the cross. Tough gunfight here. Backs away. Plenty of time if he wants to try to maybe work back through his spawn to get this bomb. But oh, look at NYSLM. They're like, nope. We'll make the proactive play. We'll keep you guessing. Big advantage for NYSLM on the defense. Can just wait for the bomb to be planted. And this is all about just killing the clock and staying together. Do not get picked apart one by one.
I feel like we've almost seen this before. A whole round to go. Neutrino's going to have some space. He's clearing cubes. Probably very confused. We'll see Yawn at range, but the gunfight will not be favorable. Back-to-back rounds of the defense. NYSL Mayhem tie things up for a piece.
4v4
yeah, we need to see something
Sorry
here
for
from Godlike. It's not to sit there and say that they have to adjust how they're setting up their offense. They're finding some pretty decent success. They just keep losing their bomb carrier too soon. So how are we coordinating these aggressive little hits coming out of Trunks with what bomb site we actually want to get to? NYSLM looking to get aggressive over through Hotel. Opening trade of SKS and Nades doesn't really give away too much information, but I mean, this position out of Rebalo and Nero is going to be difficult for Godlike to deal with outside of Brown. Or maybe not.
Nice Neutrino.
Trade will come through. And I like that from Neutrino. Good discipline. Will not push through over towards the B site because that's exactly where Nero was located at, but they will double up together. This is what you want to see coming through from Godlike. Get yourself in a tradable position.
Yeah, really good bait switches coming out. Just good help across the map for NYSLM. That's the bomb carrier down once again. 3v3 we go. And honestly, how do you even make the call here for Godlike? Trunks has no information on what's over towards Granny's. And well, as he does, yeah, the long position from Little B works out. Neutrino last one left. He's stuck in space, feeling good about the gunfight, but turned aside. Everything resets. Still 55 seconds on the clock.
1v3 with Little B still alive on the map. And you can just see how all of NYSL Mayhem are just coordinating around the bomb site itself. Space will get the final bullet required. Neutrino will go down 3 on the bounce for NYSL Mayhem for their defense.
Yeah, flawless so far in the defense. Okay, Godlike, what's the call? And honestly, I think you're at a point.
ट्रंक्स और वेगास ने पेड़ गए ना दोनों भाई बहुत गलत मारेंगे बस वो उन लोगों को मोटिवेट रहना चाहिए फुल पावर मार देंगे वो दोनों ही
Force the gunfight in one direction. Well, maybe not towards Little B's direction. On the cross, he's able to find one. Learn still in though. Rebalo
nice Learn!
Down by Learn. Over, but the trade does come through successfully. Numbers for the moment with Godlike, but Nero trying to cut things off in the middle of the map.
One HP वो.
On to Neutrino. Vegaz stuck in the back. Once again, the bomb is down in a
nice
very precarious position. And NYSL just down to Little B after the trades come out. 1v2 for him.
Trunks on 12 kills.
Yeah, he's carrying.
It's very individualistic though, our Godlike, but you have numbers 2v1. Who is it on the other side? It's Little B, very much so alive on the map. 2 weapons to work with as well. Bomb being planted over at A.
Little B will be at least be able to clear off the high ground. Oh, he takes Vegaz from statue. Just down to where is Trunks. Little B's got time to play with. Trunks with the SMG over the top. Jump peek not going to scout him out initially. And as we get closer and closer, smaller advantages for Trunks, but Little B able to see him. The slideshow comes out, but no.
Nice, nice.
Not this time. Trunks too clean with it. And we get tied up, not at a 5.
Must need it around right there. You needed to stop the bleeding if you are Godlike. And really, it's all off the back end of just one player just going absolutely rogue, just trying to get themselves further space over by the A bomb. They find 2.
Smoke out.
And Trunks on the opposite side is able to at least clean up yet another, keeping numbers intact. But for an offense, it's going to be more aggression this time, much more together.
Nice. Trade ले लिया.
Help out for the opening trade. Trunks.
3v3. Nice.
How does he keep getting into
2v2.
these positions?
भाई trade क्या trade game चल रहा है ये?
Swap over to him and he's already in the defensive spawn. But all things said and done in the very quick opening leads us to a very early 2v2. Nero, Rebalo working together has learned, heard, or seen this. Oh boy, that's clean. Easy first. Gets the idea. Nero does himself. Double for Learn as Godlike put themselves on towards map point. Remember, if you're not familiar with combo, it's to 7 and you have to win by 2. So overtime is still a possibility here for NYSL.
How important would it really be for Godlike just to be able to close it out 7-5 here? And they're going back to that opening round offensive setup. Again, you the bomb carrier of Learn all the way by their lonesome just outside of the bakery while the rest of their teammates are trying to clear ground.
Onus on towards Trunks again. Can he get forward? But you have to keep in mind that Little B has sniped from the defensive spot on this cross. You have to be very mindful of how far forward you're going to go. Patience echoes across standoff from both sides. I mean, no one wants to take a peek. Just spam shots and nades at the moment. But the onus is on towards Godlike, and they are going to try to get in towards the backside of Delhi. Neutrino watching the cross, seeing if he can force the defender to move. Flashes and nades are all fine, but NYSL are staying disciplined. In fact, they even kicked down a nade from Vegaz deep towards boxes. That is a late set nade to connect.
Yeah, it's a good resource to hold on to this late in the round. So now you will even have yourself a slight numbers advantage, and this is respectable coming through from NYSL Mayhem. They know that the retakes work quite well. Just got to make sure that they are more than aware where Trunks might be lurking at.
Have to make a move. If they force this towards B, I just don't know how you get the bomb down successfully. Look at the NYSL setup. They've got so many players that can watch this. Learn, praying, hoping. Anything, nothing for sale. That's going to be enough for them. Maybe they have to back away. I mean, Little B's in a great spot to read this.
Nice Trunks.
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 Little B again in the position to be able to get that trade. 3v4 and time will now be reset up towards 45 seconds. You asked how could they get the bomb down? Well, you got to get Little B out of the previous position.
And watch out for Neutrino on your map. Deep towards Bakery. Yeah, what a rotation that is with the scope. He can watch over the top of this bomb deep. It takes out a key component for NYSLM's retake. Rebalo working back alley. Yawn actually able to find a kill on the Learn. They're going to try to force out this position from Neutrino, and they actually have already done that. 18 seconds on the clock. Numbers advantage for Mayhem. But can they sniff out where the rest of Godlike are? SKS not going to land. Neutrino with the pistol gets it done. Trade there for Yawn. Can they force the OT? Trunks will drop. And enough time for the defuse. Overtime it is.
अरे ओटी पे गया रे बाबा.
When you're just watching all of that go down, I don't think that Trunks ended up seeing that one player ended up completely going underneath the half wall outside of Delhi. 2 ships in a night is the phrase, and that's exactly what ends up happening. Trunks went to go at least clear the bomb in the main alley. We will then go back over towards the defense here for Godlike, and again, it's just more aggression. Look at him go.
Well, this is a huge curveball. They hadn't even done this in their opening 6 rounds of defense, but at the same rate, NYSLM have gotten aggressive on towards A. Nero waiting for the call to get the plant off, and so it will be. But Burnz is already deep in towards the offensive spawn. Trunks scouted out mid-map, but that's all fine. Neutrino from the front, just waiting for a chance, trying to get spams through. Someone has to make a move here for Godlike, and they're waiting. They don't want Burnz to make the first move here. They want him to hit late. So it's going to be Trunks through Statue. Here comes the play. Little B shuts down the opener. Burnz reveals himself. Time ticking, 23 seconds. More trades across. Neutrino's time to get activated, as NYSLM have shut down the majority of the flank. Largely on Neutrino, pistol lands for the first. Does he get the second? Around the back, odds ring around the rosy. Oh my goodness.
Nice try.
That will fill the pocket full of posies.
Bring around the tractor.
Yeah, tractor.
Pocket full of hay.
Pocket full of motor oil.
Yeah. I don't know what sounds less comfortable, a pocket full of hay or a pocket full of oil. But yeah, I mean, the immediate A offense just working out quite nicely for NYSL Mayhem, and Godlike trying to at least find their strides. Now we're going back to a position where they're trying to at least answer back with a little bit more of a poke prod effect, but the loose Trunks along the way.
Gets the opening 2. Not great news for Godlike. 5v3 situation. Mayhem looking to take both OTs back to back and get into control quick up 2-0. Godlike just going to try to hope they can find a pick from somewhere. And I don't even know who you look at. I mean, Neutrino's, you think the best player to try to get a pick, but I mean, how often can you really reposition the sniper rifle against the hard scope of both Little B and Space at the same time?
I mean, Little B has 16 kills to their name through the search and destroy. The majority, if not all, have been by way of the boomstick. And again, when you can see NYSL Mayhem, they're playing that very annoying retake possibility. They have the numbers. Burnz needs to go big here.
He needs to get this double. No, nothing. Yawn shuts it down. Neutrino gets in, finds at least one trade. 2v4 now.
2v4.
Still plenty of time, 50 seconds. And with the double stack towards A, you have to kind of force this towards the B site, which is not going to feel comfortable. Neutrino, Vegaz trying to work together, and Neutrino's gotten into a position to at least take away some of this back alley. It's still not going to feel good, though.
No. Double snipers watching these long crosses. And the moment that Neutrino tries to make a play, because they have to, they will get sniped by Little B. 1v4. Good luck. Have fun, Vegaz. That'll do it. NYSL Mayhem. It was a 4-2.
भाई comeback कर दिया यार उन लोगों ने.
They win 2 rounds back to back.
Yep. Other update, by the way, as well. How about INCO gaining 3-0 in their opener versus Vitality? They 3-0'd the control. They 3-0'd the series. You have an overtime match on Delta right now with Stamina and Smart Omega. And Wolves, after their shaky start, are 20 points away from finishing off Strut in 3-1 form as they're continuing on Charlie in a Summit hardpoint. Action all over the place, but for Mayhem, look, I don't want to give them, you know, the weight of the world.
Boys, let's go. Still 3 maps to go. यहाँ से comeback करना है.
Yeah, so much better.
And maybe Bobby should be a little biased.
इंडिया में अपन ने किया है बहुत सारे comeback ऐसे. अभी अपने को इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे करने का है. चलो.
Because they were being dealt a very tough hand by name of Trunks, who even by through that
मैं एक second में toilet जाके.
Was already up to double-digit kills.
Yeah.
And was finding so much value in their isolated plays, but it's legitimately just that. Those isolated plays that just constantly put Trunks out on their own and left Burnz on the opposite side by themselves. And it was just too easy to be able to pick apart. And NYSL Mayhem just leaned back towards those fundamentals. You give up the space, you play for the retake, double snipers, standoff, baby. It works.
The one thing we always look for as well is kind of who's winning in like the mental chess that starts to come through. And as much as I can praise Godlike for not changing their ways quickly, I do have to still say the proactiveness of NYSLM kind of did win out the majority of those rounds. I mean, that defensive half was pretty much polished from start to finish for NYSLM. So 2-0 now in the series, and the road becomes very difficult to start to lead up the conversation of a Godlike reverse sweep. And a lot of it, I think, as much as I hate to say it, kind of resolves to the fact that we wanted to see Burnz be the pop-off star player for the squad. He was empty in the first hardpoint, and he was outshined by Trunks in the Surge. So, you know, you look back over this overall search and destroy, and you wonder, were there missed opportunities somewhere here for Godlike, who found so much success off of the unexpected player in Trunks, so to speak?
Yeah, I started hinting at it, especially for Godlike. You know, if Trunks is constantly being that guy to try to make these solo plays happen, someone needs to be on a quick rotation to come help them out, because if you just get that one extra trade, when Trunks finds that first blood, you constantly have numbers advantage. But the difference is that Godlike, at least they were able to adapt to the very aggressive offense of NYSL Mayhem when they were constantly hitting over towards A. But they never adjusted to how slow they played on their defense, just giving up all the space and just letting their double snipers go to work.
Yeah. It's one of the things, man. Everyone kind of came to know it through stage 4. And heck, we even kind of saw it last year with the different roster for NYSLM. A lot of reliance on what Little B can do with the scope. With Space now working with him, I mean, they are a deadly duo at range, and even though Neutrino was able to put together some sort of response, it was not nearly enough. So we step away from standoff and head on in towards Slums Control, firing range hardpoint, and then take off Surge. Those are the 3 maps that Godlike would have to take to get the reverse sweep. Proper, try to find some way to tell me how they do it.
I mean, you need Burnz. You just need Burnz to be able to have some productivity in these respawns. Without Burnz helping out what we at least got to see from Trunks throughout that map number 1, I just don't really feel like there's going to be a way for Godlike to comfortably work their way back into this series.
Okay. Okay. I mean, that's the key word there is comfortably.
Yeah.
But
they got pillows over there, so
I mean, they're looking pretty comfortable.
That's cozy.
But looks can only go so far.
Fair.
This stage is dope, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about it. I mean, like,
so cool.
There's so many different teams and just facing off against each other, not to mention just all the different languages that you're also hearing just throughout all the different communications. It's just really, really cool. You know, we waited 3 years for this exact event to come through, Alan, and oh man, let me tell you, this is just feeling very, very right for this momentous occasion.
So
let's go, learn.
Mentioned earlier, INCO 3-0s in their opening matchup. 3-1 for Wolves. Good bounce back after the shaky first map.
Yeah, it was a weird one.
Yeah, it really was. But hey, this is why we can't say that one instance of something is going to give us an indication of how the day is going to go. But coming up on the following up streams, you've got Luminosity and Nova setting up on Bravo, and then Team Almighty and Skade starting up on Charlie. Don't sleep on that Skade team. They're pretty solid.
I just feel like, you know, you can't sleep on any team. Because again, from what the VOD might suggest through all the different regional tournaments.
नहीं लेकिन अपने बंदों ने सेकंड राउंड में अच्छा खेला तो सही यार, बहुत मस्त खेले बंदे अपने। सेकंड राउंड में उन लोगों ने क्या मतलब मेरे को समझा नहीं, 4-2 था, वहाँ से थोड़ा क्या कुछ तो हुआ रहेगा, लेकिन मार तो रहे बंदे। ये कमबैक मैच है अपना, कमबैक मैप। चलो हैवन ले रहा है अभी, हैवन लकी अपने यहाँ से फुल पावर, इधर से 3 राउंड अपने बंदे जीतेंगे फुल पावर।
क्या स्कोर चल रहा है अभी?
अभी चल रहा है 2-0।
2-0।
अभी तेरे को हार्ड पोजीशन में रखे जा रहा हूँ मैं।
हेलो बॉयज, क्या चल रहा है? इनको कोई कंपटीशन नहीं है यार अभी, मुझे तो लगता है यार कमबैक होगा। 8-6 what? स्टैंड ऑफ तो अपना ही था। कमबैक इज नीडेड, कमबैक होगा गाइस। गॉडल आप लोगों को तो पता ही है, गॉडल मशहूर है कमबैक के लिए। सो आप लोगों को तो पता ही है गॉडल कमबैक के लिए मशहूर है। सो कमबैक तो होगा। हैवन ब्रिंग बैक गुड लक। श्योर श्योर आएगा, लक आएगा गाइस, टेंशन मत लो, लक आएगा।
How about this? You're looking down at our stats from stage 4. This is the first 2 maps. They didn't play them at all at the NA regionals. They didn't play a single Hacienda hard.
भाई आज लास्ट दिन है? नहीं, आज लास्ट दिन नहीं है। मुझे लगता है आज बाद में भी मैच होगा। I think 10 o'clock को भी शायद एक और मैच है।
One of the things we noted a lot last year during both the Western Eastern finals is that a lot of the time we saw just kind of like, all right, we're just going to go outgun you. That was like the only page in the playbook. But I will say for NYSLM,
क्या चल रहा है अभी?
looking like they're coming in prepped considering that we didn't see either of those two.
Guys, बताओ चैट में कौन मार रहा है?
handful of games throughout their groups because of their opening.
अपना ट्रंक्स मार रहा है क्या?
Versus Undreamed
क्योंकि
LGT. So
ट्रंक्स is like
that says something, maybe.
assaulter, pure assaulter एकदम।
I think it definitely does. Again, it's just very, very tough.
एग्रेसिव जाता है, मतलब मैंने जहाँ तक उसका गेम देखा है बहुत एग्रेसिव खेलता है ट्रंक्स। तो क्या कैसे खेल रहा है ट्रंक्स?
think that the entire conversation right now for NYSL Mayhem.
Trunks OP, yes, Trunks.
Differences of what they look like.
मैं एक्सपेक्ट करता हूँ ट्रंक्स को MVP बनने के लिए यार.
And how comfortable they look right now. But
You know, हर टीम में एक रहता है कोई शूटर, वैसे ट्रंक्स है.
Godlike, not just to completely flip the conversation, but I mean, there's been
देखो कैसे चिल कर रहे हैं.
opportunities for them to be able to walk away with rounds, to walk away with rotations back on that hacienda map number 1 that.
टॉप फ्रैग ट्रंक्स इज जॉनी. यस, मेरे को बहुत लोगों ने बोला है वैसे. जैसे जॉनी खेलता है एकदम एग्रेसिव और जैसे ऑन पॉइंट उसका एम है जॉनी का, वैसे ट्रंक्स का भी है. ट्रंक्स ही दे रहा है टपाटप. यस वो एक्सपेक्ट भी करते हैं यार ट्रंक्स से. ओके, सो स्टॉलवर्ट जीत गई वैटालिटी से.
Clean 3-0 for INCO Stalwart. I don't know, man.
So Vitality is in the lower bracket now.
I think we all kind of expected, just based on the results from stage 4, that these.
ट्रंक्स ही खेल रहा है अच्छा. ट्रंक्स खेलेगा यार, ट्रंक्स बहुत अच्छा खेलता है.
Picking a favorite?
मैंने खुद देखा है ट्रंक्स को सुबह 6 बजे तक ग्राइंड करते हुए. अकेले वो भी ग्राइंड कर रहा था एक टाइम पे. तो आई थिंक 1-1.5 महीने पहले की बात है, जब ये लोग एंड में तो टीम प्रैक्टिस सुबह 6 से 7 बजे तक चलती थी ये लोग की. बट पहले ये लोग जब भी इंडिविजुअल प्रैक्टिस करते थे तभी मुझे अभी भी याद है ट्रंक्स, मैं सुबह 6 बजे उठा था पानी पीने के लिए, तो CODM के रूम में गया और देखा ट्रंक्स अकेले सोलो ग्राइंड कर रहा है. मैं बोला ट्रंक्स क्या कर रहा है? बोला कुछ नहीं, डेथ मैच TDM जो बोलते हैं वो सब खेल रहा था वो. वाइटैलिटी इंडियन है ना? यस, वाइटैलिटी का रोस्टर इंडियन रोस्टर है और फ्रेंच है, फ्रांस के और
considered a search and destroy region. I think that it's going to be very tough. I think that INCO, as far as the respawns are concerned, with all of their SKS ability, I suppose, I think that that's going to be a certain wrench into the system for Wolves to deal with. But yeah, I think if it does come down to the game 5 and even that map number 2, will be quite telling to be able to see how those two regions.
है on by Godel का Valo lineup चाहिए. होगा guys, tension मत लो, जल्दी होगा.
Kind of like the Avengers, like yeah, you might have search and destroy, but we have a Lucaszin. He's so good, dude. Wow.
Where is Force?
We'll see that one later on today. We take a look over at again.
ये मैच जीतता ही होगा, जीतेंगे गाइस, टेंशन मत लो, जीतेंगे. गॉडल कमबैक करेगी. ब्लास्ट फाइनल्स नहीं देगा क्या? यार मैंने CS:GO को इतना फॉलो नहीं किया है. ओके, लेट्स गो गाइस. दूसरी टीम है अभी ये तो OMG वर्सेस STM, डेल्टा वर्सेस स्मार्ट.
Kendy by himself, 1v3. Tough situation, but at least he's got the bomb to work with.
Gonna start working their way down towards Banana. And Marvel's already here, just watching this in the window. SMG versus whatever's in the back pocket of Marvel, but actually gives it up. This timing might be quite favorable.
The cross is being watched though as well.
You are watching Delta stream. Okay, so it's Delta versus Smart. मुझे पता नहीं है कहाँ की टीम है वैसे, कौन से कंट्री की है, but let's hope.
But they're able to get into the mix just in the nick of time. Because I'll tell you, Marvel was given some space there.
Yeah, Marvel was really just playing with the food to be able to get that final elimination, huh? It's just, I was right there with you. I was like, Marvel, you gonna come back and shout through tires, or just really just waiting.
गॉडल को दिखाओ. गॉडल गाइस अभी मुझे लगता है थोड़ा ये कर रही है, ब्रेक है, तो मुझे लग रहा है गॉडल का मैच अभी आना ही चाहिए. तब तक उन लोग ने ये मैच लगाया है, which is good.
Triple sniper set up for stamina. Holy. Marvel, Naarkz, Drari, all long range. But how do you contest when someone just rushes on for an easy plant? That's the real situation.
So ये जो मोड है, ये सर्च एंड डिस्ट्रॉय वाला मोड है गाइस. इसमें जैसे कि आप CS:GO में देखते हो या Valorant में देखते हो, आपको स्पाइक प्लांट करना रहता है और उसको डिफेंड करना रहता है. फिर डिफेंडर वाले आते हैं डिफ्यूज करने. वैसा ही मोड है ये. सो दिस इज वेरी सिमिलर टू 5v5 PC गेम में जो रहता है. तो ये वैसा वाला मोड है.
Naarkz now with an SMG to work with. Back and forth. He's going to work right alongside Marvel. Naarkz is in. Not going to find rage initially, but the second.
ये हेडफोन के नीचे ईयरफोन्स क्यों पहनते हैं? हेडफोन्स के नीचे ईयरफोन्स पहनते हैं क्योंकि साउंड के लिए. सो हेडफोन्स इसलिए पहनते हैं क्योंकि बाहर का साउंड ना आए. सो नॉइस कैंसिलेशन हेडफोन्स रहते हैं. फिर उसके नीचे ईयरफोन्स पहनते हैं कि गेम का साउंड आए. क्योंकि आप जब भी ऐसे ओपन लैन मैचेस में खेलते हो ना, तो ऑडियंस रहती है, मीडिया वाले रहते हैं, कास्टर्स रहते हैं, तो वो लोग सब जो कम्युनिकेट करते हैं ना, वो सब सुनाई नहीं देना चाहिए ऑब्वियसली. बिकॉज अगर जो कोई कास्टर ने बोल दिया ये पोजीशन पे है और कोई प्लेयर ने सुन लिया, तो वैसा हो जाएगा ना, चीटिंग काइंड ऑफ. सो इसलिए वो लोग हेडफोन देखो, ये देखो हेडफोन पहना है इसने, इससे साउंड नहीं आ रहा है, इससे साउंड आ रहा है। जो ये ईयरफोन पहना है ना, उससे साउंड आ रहा है, और ये है ब्लॉक करने के लिए बाहर का साउंड, इसलिए पहनते हैं। कोई कोई टीम में तो कोई कोई लैंड मैचेस में तो 3-3 पहनते हैं, एक यहाँ भी पहनते हैं, वो माइक के लिए रहता है। सो माइक, हेडफोन और ईयरफोन, ऐसा 3 रहता है।
Rage already through, Marvel stuck, he's gotten very limited amounts of health. It's actually just the pistol of Drari actually works out for 2. Hello? Drari's able to get a double. That will put a little bit of a pause on what looked to be a free B site. And now all of a sudden Stamina are kind of here to watch the cross.
You don't know what's going to be looking through the middle of the
nice
map.
shot, nice shot.
Nice hold there. We'll be able to at least mark.
Guys, टेंशन मत लो, गॉडलाइक की भी स्ट्रीम आएगी। अभी थोड़ा सा वो लोग रेस्ट कर रहे हैं, रेस्ट। अरे हैवान, अपनी टीम का मैच हो गया। नहीं, 2 ही बेस्ट ऑफ 5 है, तो 2 मैप्स हुए हैं, मैच नहीं, मैच तो एक ही है। 2 मैप्स हुए हैं बेस्ट ऑफ 5 में, अभी तीसरा मैप होने वाला है।
This 1v3, no chance. Kendy holding the bomb site. Works out well. And I will say, I don't know about this triple sniper setup, man. I mean, I'm here for it.
डायरेक्ट हेडफोन्स क्यों नहीं यूज करते? बिकॉज यार कोई भी हेडफोन इतना पावरफुल नहीं रहता है अनटिल अनलेस वो हेलीकॉप्टर वाले हेडफोन्स रहते हैं। जैसे आप लोग देखते हो, जब भी कोई हेलीकॉप्टर ये करता है, चलाता है, तो वो लोग कौन से हेडफोन पहनते हैं जो बाहर का साउंड ये करने के लिए, बंद करने के लिए या कम करने के लिए, वो वाले हेडफोन्स। पर वो वाले हेडफोन्स टूर्नामेंट में ला नहीं सकते, बहुत महंगे हैं और मतलब नहीं बनता है गेस, और वैसे वाले हेडफोन्स यूज करने के लिए।
If you want to follow along with that matchup, you can do so by heading over to the Delta stream, but our focus goes right back over towards our main highlighted match, NYSL Mayhem. This is how they've gotten to their 2-0 status for now. Pretty comfortable on Hacienda. Really solid stuff that we saw from start.
यार मुझे ऐसा लगा था कि सर्च एंड डिस्ट्रॉय में गॉडलाइक जीत सकती है, क्योंकि सर्च एंड डिस्ट्रॉय बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है गॉडलाइक का, जहां तक मैंने उन लोग का टीम प्रैक्टिस देखा है। बट ठीक है, क्लोज हुआ। 8-6 इज नॉट, मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि यार वन साइड हो गया। 8-6 बहुत क्लोज है, तो चलता है। बट कोई बात नहीं गाइस, 2-0 है। दिस इज डू और डाई मैच, बेस्ट ऑफ 5 है, ये मैप जीतना ही पड़ेगा। और ये है कंट्रोल वाला मैप, सो आई थिंक चेक पोस्ट रहते हैं, उनको कंट्रोल करना रहता है, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग। मुझे इतना 0-2 गाइस, सैड मत हो यार, तुम लोगों को तो पता ही है गॉडलाइक का हिस्ट्री, गॉडलाइक का कमबैक का हिस्ट्री तो तुम लोग को पता ही है। एंड में आके कमबैक करती है गॉडलाइक, सो मुझे लगता है वो वन ऑफ द कमबैक्स ये भी हो सकता है अभी।
And here comes the push forward. Good kills for Godlike. They actually cleaned the middle.
Yes, nice.
That's very well done.
So Godlike को अच्छा स्टार्ट मिला है वैसे। अरे दोनों को मार दिया यार, वेगस और न्यूट्रिनो।
It was a really lopsided approach because it was kind of a hit towards B, but you've got Godlike members also threatening Garage. I mean, kind of need to pick a zone here, boys.
Yeah, Godlike, we're trying to.
If we lose here, then we eliminate. No. We don't get eliminated. We'll go into the lower brackets.
Zone attempt even before that first segment does come through. Very close to be able to get that next segment,
but lose के बारे में हम लोगों को सोचना ही नहीं है guys.
NYSL Mayhem just have every single angle covered. 27 seconds remaining.
Rebalo right back into the middle of the map.
यार ये तो यार गॉडलाइक का स्टार्ट अच्छा था, बट अभी थोड़ा वो लोग कोई बात नहीं। कहाँ है अपना शूटर? ट्रंक्स का है, ट्रंक्स को दिखाओ।
Focus towards the middle of the map. Learn once again another double. That
Burnz.
creates some opportunity for this hit from the front to have some good.
Nice.
Trades coming out. Clock will stop. But it's a 17v9 with 8 seconds on the clock. Even if you were able to secure this B zone, your ability to win this offense is going to be pretty hard pressed.
Yeah. Enemy taking B. Numbers not in your favor. Time not in your favor. And again, even when you did have 2 players inside the B zone,
nice Neutrino.
Collapsed on.
थोड़ा सा मिस। कोई बात नहीं। 3 का टारगेट है गाइस, एक वो लोग को मिल चुका है, अपने पास 2 चांसेस और है। रेड टीम पॉज मैच गाइस, ये टैक्टिकल है ये। क्या लगता है, क्या बात करते होंगे ये लोग? लर्न अपना जो IGL है, लर्न क्या बोलता रहेगा टीममेट्स को? Hey guys, ये करना ही पड़ेगा कमबैक। बहुत ही लाइटली खेल लिया अभी, दिखाना पड़ेगा कौन है हम लोग। हार गए? नहीं हारे नहीं है गाइस अभी तक। यावन भाई आप कौन सा गेम खेलते हो? मैं वैलोरेंट खेलता हूँ।
Saving those resources for when things get hairy, but the way that NYSL Mayhem have looked throughout the entirety of this series, even specifically in that map number 1.
गालियाबाजी फुल। नहीं यार ऐसा नहीं है, मतलब वर्ल्ड स्टेज पे खेल रहे भाई वो लोग, ऐसे थोड़ा बहुत गालियां दे सकते होंगे बट यार वो लोग ज्यादा गेम के बारे में बात करते रहेंगे। देख रहे हो क्या चेयर मिल रहा है?
All 4 matches are going on simultaneously on the same stage. Like, there is an opportunity where we could be hearing pop-offs in 7 different languages at the same time.
Well, that's got to just be overwhelming for some stage managers and referees.
Yeah, bless up, brothers.
Back and towards.
Chalo, let's go, guys.
Gonna be, you guessed it, Statue Brooks Control trying to immediately be consumed by NYSL Mayhem, but it's going to be trades across the board. Things go neutral, at least for the time being, but kills. So you do have some space. Yawn will be traded, so no garage immediately.
And Neutrino's got to stay alive. He's number 4 in yellow on the backside of this B site.
Neutrino mark, nice.
Oh, it's a big gunfight win. Pressured. He even finds a
big gunfight win.
A little bit mid-map, trying to keep this play alive, and he at least takes 2 with him. But is it enough? Answer quickly comes to us as Godlike re-swarms right back. Not just
nice Trunks, nice.
Through the B site. Goodness.
भाई ट्रंक्स तो मार रहा है ऑन अ 5 किल स्ट्रीक ट्रंक्स का। यार मार दिया, ये लिल भी ने मार दिया ट्रंक्स को।
Even though Mayhem are down in lives, they at least deal with what was very forward pressure from Godlike.
Yeah, and again, it's all really
nice Vegaz
has been having himself the best game out of everybody from Godlike up.
मारो यार, चलो अच्छा डबल किल लिया।
More or less the main defender down.
नाइस बैकअप यार बर्न्स, नाइस बैकअप। अच्छा ट्रेड किया वो बर्न्स ने, वेगस को अच्छा ट्रेड किया। अभी थोड़ा ट्रंक्स दिमाग से खेल रहा है, हाइड कर रहा है। ओह पीछे से मार दिया बे। ट्रंक्स सोलो मार रहा है? नहीं यार सोलो तो नहीं मार रहा है पर सपोर्ट मिल रहा है उसको टीम से, बट ट्रंक्स यार बहुत अच्छा खेलता है।
Looking towards what Godlike can do for the retake. Very slow and labored to get over towards this electronic shop. That's going to be the first ticks locked in without any contest. Second tick is going to come through for free as well. Rebalo is just putting on pressure by the Bull.
Oh भाई ये लोग तो spam मार रहे हैं।
They're just going to give up this B zone?
Yeah, don't give up Godlike.
The contestants learn. He needs to work his way in though. He doesn't have any help and they're going to give away a free 60 seconds as NYSL right back into the live.
Hey, you remember when I said that they had a 5-life lead and you just had to be able to play the trades? Yeah, now that just got diminished towards 2. Predator missiles also going to be called in by Yawn. It's going to keep players at a distance. We'll find Neutrino.
Oh, no.
Space is being found.
Rebalo trying to take down Learn. Nades to assist. But Yawn does find the elimination. 8v8, 45 seconds on the clock. Little B's created an opportunity to get to the front door of Garage. How has this happened? Godlike had every advantage you could possibly have wanted.
हाँ यार।
And now it's a 7v5. Kills keep going the way of NYSLM. Godlike feeling the pain over
भाई बस 5 लाइक्स बचे Godlike पे और सामने वाले पे 7। मारो यार Godlike, let's go. ट्रंक्स मार इसको। 2v6, 1v6 नहीं यार।
They will put together a flawless offense. What happened there?
It just mostly just comes down to poor positioning and awareness coming through from Godlike. Even when you started to see
पोजिशनिंग तो इतनी अच्छी नहीं थी बट यार अवेयरनेस का करना चाहिए था ये लोग को। थ्रो कर दिया यार, थ्रो नहीं, लास्ट में थोड़ा मोमेंटम ये हो गया यार ये लोग का, मतलब बहुत अच्छा जा रहे थे ये लोग बट लास्ट में थोड़ा सा मोमेंटम लूज हो गया।
Over by A, excuse me, and they just completely all go in for B. And as you were saying, Learn had to somehow get in towards the contest. Even when you had a 5-life lead, you could have at least tried to contest it, buy some time for your teammates to come back and help things out. What should have been a pretty clear-cut defensive round for Godlike. And now it gives NYSLM that match point.
It's almost a situation where I had to double-check to see if they were like waiting on their delegates to come out of the laundry because they were all huddled up waiting for the dryer today. It looked like.
चलो, let's go, guys.
Here we go.
किल फीड क्या कह रहा है? किल फीड कह रहा है कि ट्रंक्स 11 मारा है, लर्न ने 10 मारा है, न्यूट्रिनो और बर्न ने 5-5 और वेगस ने 9 मारा है। ठीक है कोई बात नहीं, होगा कमबैक होगा। ट्रंक्स मारेगा और मारेगा ट्रंक्स। सामने वाले में लिल भी बहुत मार रहा है यार, और ये यॉन ने 17 मार दिया है।
13-6 for Yawn will finally be traded out, but all of this immediate mid-map control for Little B just means that he can be everywhere that he needs to be once he gets the information from his teammates.
ये लोग को है ना जो मिड रीजन है ना मैप का, ये लोग को छोड़ना नहीं है गॉडलाइक को. मिड रीजन छोड़ दिया ना तो बहुत इजीली मर जाएंगे.
Able to take down a double, just shutting things from the front door here at blue. Neutrino hoping for some counter spam, but it's all positioning favored towards NYSLM. Need to see something.
यार 22-16 है.
Hero if you're Godlike. 25 seconds on the clock.
And that hero, who is that hero to save Godlike?
And it's looking pretty clean, pretty comfortable. Not any space at all to work with for Godlike, and you can feel it. Space gonna pull out the bolt, saying, "Let's do it. Let's put this one to bed. Let's get on to our winners qualifier match, please." Red missile behind it as well.
Nice try
right there, just all the resources, 7 seconds
यार
remaining, not a whole
ये वाला मैप तो थोड़ा सा गड़बड़ हो गया यार.
have the lives to be able to do it either. NYSL
हम लोग मार क्यों नहीं रहे? 19-7.
NYSL Mayhem will win their opening match comfortably, I would say, Alan, barring that necessary force of overtime in map number 2, 3-0.
Needed to see it if you're NYSL.
कोई बात नहीं यार, nice try.
Really kind of a lot of
कोई बात नहीं guys, हम लोग आउट नहीं हुए हैं. ये बात दिमाग में रखना, हम लोग आउट नहीं हुए हैं. अभी भी लोअर ब्रैकेट है. सो अभी हम लोग अपर ब्रैकेट में थे, फिर हम लोग गए हैं लोअर ब्रैकेट में. अब वहां से जीत के ऊपर वापस आ सकते हैं हम लोग.
So does that mean that India was going to be a region to deal with? It'd be kind of a threat? Or were we going to see NYSLM fix the problems that they
Nice try. Burn, Vegaz, Learn, Neutrino or Trunks.
Sure showed us at least.
Nice try. यार tough दिया.
For sure, this winners qualifier matchup is going to be the real look, I think, to see if they.
यार ये Mayhem टीम है कहाँ की? मंगोलियन है क्या?
I mean, hey, that's the first test, right? We were wondering what type of NYSL Mayhem we were going to get. Same could be said about Godlike, and NYSL Mayhem absolutely just lived up to their name.
Vegas मारा ये match.
Sheer chaos throughout the entirety of it. I mean, 19-8 for Yawn, 16-9 for Space. They were just everywhere, and it was mostly just all off of their opening breaks, just completely spacing out the map.
लोअर में स्टैमिना के साथ होगा शायद नंबर 1 इन #1 इन यूरोप. कोई बात नहीं गाइस, हम लोग के लॉन्डे यूरोपियन लोगों से बहुत स्क्रिम कर चुके हैं और हराते भी है यूरोपियंस को. So Europe is not a tension for us.
Is the same exact thing that I was talking about coming away from that P2 break initially in the first 10 seconds of Hacienda.
Mayhem Indian और गए हैं? सच्ची?
That's also great news as far as equal slaying presence. Where on the other side, we didn't see the Burnz that we had for stage 4. So before we kind of get done with the series, where do you kind of look at for Godlike to make themselves out of the lower round 1 matchup to have a chance at qualification?
Exclamation point regain, because that's quite literally
North American third best team is Mayhem. Oh. Okay. Oh sorry, Mayhem खाली नहीं है, NYSL Mayhem है. NYSL.
For your next match, because now it is quite literally do or die.
Yep, absolutely. We can say that now. Love that. Look back over the series layout though. Again, pretty much comfortable on the respawns for NYSLM. Hacienda, you know, it's one of those maps that you expect there to be a little bit of turmoil on rotation, but Mayhem were proactive throughout all of that, and that's great news because that was another part of their game in stage 4 that we were really kind of questioning. As you mentioned, the standoff was particularly close, and I will say for Godlike, if you're trying to get that
Hewan bro, इसका प्राइस पूल कितना है? यार इसका प्राइस पूल बहुत ज़्यादा है.
and that you were finding success with it, just a couple of things went wrong.
I think 2 million से भी ऊपर है.
Yep, it was quite literally all
$2 million हाँ, ऐसा रुपीस नहीं, $2 million.
Obviously, the sniper duel wasn't exactly something you want to write.
लोअर ब्रैकेट का मैच कब है? यार मुझे इतना पता नहीं है लोअर ब्रैकेट का मैच. पता नहीं आज होना चाहिए या तो कल. I have no idea, but कोई बात नहीं. लोअर ब्रैकेट का मैच होगा.
There's a lot of things to obviously work on in such a short time to be able to do it when it comes down to the respawns. You can't just hope that you're going to be able to win search and destroys because you have to somehow force a game 5 along the way, and it's probably going to have to either be the controller or map 4.
I like the call, but with that, our first kind of leg of this group stage comes to a bit of an end, just waiting on the results.
1.7 million. $1.7 million है?
Group B matchup. We take things back
अच्छा,
to the desk to
मुझे लगा 2 million रहेगा क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम थोड़ा ज़्यादा था, कम था सर. 1.5 million
to kick things off here
हाँ,
at the COD Mobile World Championship.
हाँ,
and let's start with the series that we just saw finish up here. Bobby Plays, Beef Mommy here. NYSL Mayhem, that has to feel so good because we were sitting in the back room, second map, and it's the same story over and over again. Nice lead. We win map 1, we get a little bit of break, but can we please close out a map? And we were thinking, oh, here it goes again, but they actually reversed it here and were able to close it out here, Bobby.
Yeah, especially on that flip over the defensive side, they looked way more confident than they did off the start right there. I think a big factor of that, Little B not really popping off in the early rounds. Once he gets going for them, he's definitely a big accelerator that can change the game, very similar to another player that we've seen in these stages in Woopiiee. Both of those players can have a huge impact, especially in the Search and Destroy.
Honestly, Little B is someone that is so scary, not only in S&D, but also in the respawns as well. As you can see on your screen right now, with Little B having that 25K in that hardpoint Hacienda, it is really reminiscent of someone like Heaven that can definitely rock the sniper, but also can slay out into the respawn. So again, really impressive 3-0, but for me, the S&D was so close. Godlike gave everything that they could to close out the match, but obviously came up short.
Yeah, here on Hacienda, multiple times did Mayhem just break through the defense of Godlike, specifically in Garage. I remember multiple times it just felt like maybe Godlike got there first, but then Mayhem...
Okay guys, update मिल चुका है.
This Search and Destroy where we're like, all right, man, you guys are up. Come on, let's close this one.
अपडेट मिल चुका है गाइस. सो बेसिकली जैसे मैंने आपको बोला, गॉडलाइक लोअर ब्रैकेट में है. सो हम लोग अभी भी कंपटीशन के बाहर नहीं हुए हैं ऑब्वियसली, बट अभी जो नेक्स्ट मैच होगा दूसरे टीम्स का होगा. सो बेसिकली 4 टीम्स रहती है एक ग्रुप में, तो हम लोग का मैच इसके साथ हो गया, मेहम के साथ. अभी और 2 टीम का मैच है, उनमें से जो हारेगा वो गॉडलाइक के सामने खेलेगा लोअर ब्रैकेट मैच. और गाइस मुझे नहीं लगता कि यार इतना हम लोग खराब खेले, बहुत ही अच्छा खेले गिवन द टाइम. प्रैक्टिस क्या है ना, आप लोगों को भी पता है कि हम लोग को वीजा कितना लेट मिला. हम लोग को बैंकॉक जाना पड़ा वीजा के लिए, फिर बैंकॉक से अमेरिका गए अपना, वहां पर फोटो शूट, मीडिया शूट, ये सब शूट होता है टूर्नामेंट के पहले, तो प्रैक्टिस का टाइम थोड़ा सा ये हो जाता है यार. और आप लोगों को पता ही है अपना थाईलैंड से अमेरिका जाने के लिए कितना टाइम लगता है, तो होता है यार कभी कभी. फर्स्ट गेम है, कोई बात नहीं. अभी जो नेक्स्ट गेम होगा मुझे लगता है वो इससे ज्यादा एक्साइटिंग होगा और टफ होगा. ये भी टफ ही था, जैसे कि मैंने आपको बोला था, ये हार्ड पॉइंट थोड़ा सा वीक है, बट उसके बाद जो सीक एंड डिस्ट्रॉय था, सर्च एंड डिस्ट्रॉय, वो सर्च एंड डिस्ट्रॉय हम लोग का स्ट्रॉन्ग था, उसमें हम लोग क्लोज भी गए. 8-6 स्कोर था उसका, तो ऊपर नीचे थोड़ा बहुत चलता है. फर्स्ट गेम इट्स ओके.
Everybody in NYSL had their operators ready to go. Godlike was using all of theirs for the entire.
यार मैं वैलोरेंट में इंटरनेशनल टूर्नामेंट होता है क्या? यस होता है, वैलोरेंट में इंटरनेशनल टूर्नामेंट होता है. जर्सी चेंज नहीं करनी चाहिए थी यार. कितनी अच्छी जर्सी लग रही है यार, रेड थीम कितना अच्छा लग रहा है. सो बेसिकली जो स्मार्ट और स्टैमिना ई स्पोर्ट्स में, स्मार्ट ओमेगा और स्टैमिना ई स्पोर्ट्स में जो हारेगा वो गॉडलाइक के सामने खेलेगा.
Oh, so it's really heartbreaking for me to see that Godlike and Vitality both from India just having a
हेवन भाई यार स्पैम मत कर भाई. हेवन भाई ओल्ड ऑप्टिक हेवन कब दिखेगा?
Really close games though for Smart
अभी देखते हैं कब दिखता है वो.
Which we still have to see later on, but again the second OT matchup that we saw in Search and Destroy, it came really close in firing range.
Yeah, exactly.
ये फर्स्ट मैप था गॉडलाइक का. यस ये फर्स्ट मैप नहीं, फर्स्ट मैच था. तो फर्स्ट मैप ऊपर नीचे चलता है यार. अभी सेट प्लेयर्स को सेट होने में थोड़ा टाइम तो दो, थोड़ा वो लोग को एटमॉस्फेयर फील करने दो, क्योंकि आप लोगों को भी पता है ये जो गॉडलाइक की सीओडीएम की टीम है वो फर्स्ट टाइम लैन खेलने गई है, वो भी इंटरनेशनल इतने बड़े स्टेज पे. सो थोड़ा तो होता ही है ना यार. मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि वो लोग थोड़ा प्रेशर फील कर रहे रहेंगे, बट आप कोई भी नए जगह पे जाते हो तो आप उसके सराउंडिंग्स को एडजस्ट करने के लिए थोड़ा तो टाइम लेते हो ना, तो वही थोड़ा टाइम चलता है, वो ले लिया कोई बात नहीं.
A lot of it just feels like getting outgunned and
वाइटैलिटी भी हार गई. यस वाइटैलिटी भी हार गई, बट हम लोग को अपना देखना है गाइस. कोई बात नहीं. नेक्स्ट गॉडलाइक, इतना तो पक्का है टफ होगा मैच. अभी मेरे को ये देखना पड़ेगा कि ये जो स्मार्ट और स्मार्ट ओमेगा और एक और टीम थी स्टैमिना ई स्पोर्ट्स, ये दोनों में से कौन सी टीम मतलब कैसा खेलती है. सो गाइस आप लोग भी देखो, क्योंकि ये लोग में से जो हारेगा ना वो गॉडलाइक के सामने आएगा.
They knew that they could slay out to Wolves, but obviously in that search and destroy, China teams again and again we keep saying they're so good at that S&D. The game mode that they really need to practice is that
गॉडलाइक की वैलोरेंट की लाइनअप है नहीं, अभी नहीं है. पहले थी गॉडलाइक की वैलोरेंट की लाइनअप, अभी नहीं है.
Everything really comes through. And for them to go up against Vitality, which is also shaking the beginning, they need to find a way to get that control game.
All right, well, that concludes Group A and B with Stamina and Omega still battling it out.
भाई वन साइडेड कैसे मार दिया यार, एक दो गेम जीत जाते तो अच्छा लगता यार। देखो आप लोग को ये समझना पड़ेगा कि जैसे इंडिया में नंबर 1 टीम अपना गॉडलाइक CODM को रिप्रेजेंट कर रही है, वैसे ही दूसरे कंट्री की, दूसरे रीजन की, अमेरिका की, यूरोप की, चाइना की, इंडोनेशिया, जो भी है, कितने सारी टीम्स है, वो लोग सब अपने अपने, कैसे बताओ, वो सब अपने अपने देश के धुरंधर है। तो यार टफ मैच तो होनी ही है, क्योंकि सब तो नहीं आ पा रहे हैं ना, जो फर्स्ट है वही आता है हर कंट्री से, तो यार टफ तो होना ही है। सो इट्स फाइन, पहला मैच हार गए, कोई बात नहीं, अभी एक और मैच है, उसमें भी बेस्ट ऑफ 5 होगा मेरे को यहाँ तक लगता है, लोअर ब्रैकेट। कितना प्राइस पूल है? चैट में बोल रहा था कोई, आई थिंक $1.7 मिलियन है प्राइस पूल। यान भाई आप कब कमबैक करोगे? मैं आपको स्टार्टिंग से फॉलो करता हूँ CS एंड वैलो में। थैंक यू सो मच यार। देखते हैं यार, कमबैक का अभी पता नहीं है, पर लेट्स सी, लेट्स होप फॉर द बेस्ट। लोअर ब्रैकेट कब है? अब वो टाइमिंग्स मुझे पता है नहीं, एक मिनट रुको। हम लोग कौन से ग्रुप में थे वैसे? ओके मुझे लगता है कौन सा है, मुझे इतना आइडिया नहीं है, मुझे लगता है ये है शायद। $14 CR INR। हाँ यस, 14 करोड़ गाइस। बट मुझे जहाँ तक लगता है यार, देखो आप ई स्पोर्ट्स खेलते हो, आप लोगों को तो पता है ई स्पोर्ट्स में वो ट्रॉफी इम्पॉर्टेंट होता है, ना कि प्राइस पूल। और प्लस आप अगर जो कंट्री को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हो तो यार कंट्री का नाम जुड़ गया वहाँ पर, तो फिर वो ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट रहता है। Coming up, Tribe versus Q9 Club. Oh. रुको मैं पूछता हूँ, क्या सीन क्या हुआ वो लोग का? किसको लगाओ? ट्रंक्स नहीं, ट्रंक्स नहीं, ट्रंक्स थोड़ा सा ये है। बर्न्स को कॉल करता हूँ। बज रहा है, रिंग बज रहा है। हाँ बर्न्स, क्या हुआ भाई? फर्स्ट मैप सेट है ना सब? तो अपना नेक्स्ट मैच में बस यही तो चाहिए बे। ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है, हाँ हाँ चलो। उसने बोला कोई टेंशन मत लो गाइस, सब चिल है। ऐसे कोई हम लोग टेस्ट कर रहे थे कि कैसे क्या चल रहा है, थोड़ा एडजस्ट होने में टाइम लगता है। कितने बजे मैच? मुझे नहीं पता यार कितने बजे मैच। अभी अभी बर्न्स से बात हुई मेरी। स्कैम दे रहा? नहीं यार, मैं क्यों स्कैम दूंगा यार, मुझे क्या मिलेगा तुम लोग को स्कैम देके? तुम लोग कॉल रिकॉर्डिंग समझाऊं क्या? बताओ कॉल रिकॉर्डिंग तुम लोग को बता नहीं सकता, रिकॉर्ड नहीं होता है मेरे कॉल्स। बट फिर भी बर्न्स ने बोला गाइस भरोसा रखो कमबैक होगा। बर्न्स ने बोला कमबैक होगा तो होगा। "12 PM we have Gordon matches." 12 PM? हाँ क्या? कोई बात नहीं। और बताओ आप लोग सो गाइस अभी मुझे लगता है मेरे जाने का टाइम आ गया है. थोड़ा जाता हूँ मैं. आप लोग भी थोड़ा चिल करो. स्ट्रीम से जाना मत कहीं पर, क्योंकि यही चैनल पे होने वाला है गॉडलाइक का मैच. सो लेट्स होप फॉर द बेस्ट. एंड जैसे ही मैच चालू हो जाएगा, मैं या कोई भी आपको देखने को मिल जाएगा. -50 मत करना चैट में, मैंने सच में कॉल किया है. सो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर हैविंग मी. और लेट्स होप यार, आई मीन फिंगर्स क्रॉस्ड कि गॉडलाइक कम बैक हो जाएगा. दिल से गॉडलाइक स्पैम कर दो गाइस चैट में. चलो थोड़ा सा वेबकैम मैं ऑफ करता हूँ. बट स्ट्रीम ऑफ नहीं होगा गाइस, स्ट्रीम चलते रहेगा. और हम लोग में से कोई भी आके आपको ये दे देगा, बातचीत करने के लिए आ जाएगा. वामोस अर्जेंटीना यार.
On the desk now, it's Shift and Proper coming on in, guys. Well done with your cast on the day. How's it feel to get like the dust off at a world championship, man?
It kind of feels like all the players are getting the dust off right now too. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, we've done this in a studio before, but first time with an audience. I mean, hey, NYSL's got a little bit of a fan base going on today. I like it.
Absolutely popping off for them as well. You can hear NYSLM, you can hear the fan base. It just feels really, really nice. It feels normal to have it being done here.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I love the fact, again, we're in person, you can feel the energy, you can feel the vibes, and also, you know, you got to roll with the punches every now and then. Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't, but it feels like everyone's here to play. Now let's get ourselves into the group stages one more time as we take a look at Group A and B. Smart Omega and Stamina still doing battling it out there for supremacy in Group A, but I heard their thoughts before. What are your thoughts here, Groups A and B results?
I think for the most part, we got what was expected in Group B. I think we got proved a point by NYSLM, kind of already establishing some groundwork for improvement. But I will say, the region that none of us are really talking about is Europe, and the fact that they're keeping that series close with Smart Omega is great news for the Stamina fans.
Yeah, we were hearing them pop off just behind us before we actually came back live for the desk. I think it is quite telling to be able to see that Europe is in fact keeping themselves very much so alive in a very contested group.
Well, we've got two more groups to do battle here, Group C and D, and let's dive into Group C by taking a look at the group stage bracket presented by Republic of Gamers. Scars and Influence Kemen on one side of the matchup, but you know, again, these matchups are random, and it's Tribe and Q9 Club going head to head in what we all think are the two top teams in the world.
Yeah, the astonishment in your voice is well merited. These two teams very well could be the grand finals matchup for all we know. I mean, I think just based on expectations, there's a lot of excitement about both of these two teams individually. And hey, we don't have to wait very long to watch them play, which is great news.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be one of those things specifically because we do have Tribe and Q9. I believe that you even said it as well, Degon, is that this very much so could be a grand final in the making, considering the simple fact that Tribe, obviously #1 coming out from North America, can't be slept on whatsoever. Q9 got something to prove for themselves here on the international stage.
Right, Wolves taking the #1 seed from them, but Q9 still regarded as one of the best in the world. And also tells you, luck of the draw sometimes. Scars and Influence coming, feeling pretty good. Now, of course, none of this would be possible without our friends over at ROG. And so we wanted to thank them and tell you a little bit about the phone. The upgraded Game Cool 6 cooling system on the ROG Phone 6 has an optimized thermal design that cools the CPU not only from the internal structure design, but also from the external gadget. The new Aero Active Cooler 6, which incorporates an AI-powered active cooling system. Get the thumbs up there, right from Proper. Thank you very much to our friends over at ROG. Now let's dive back into the Group C and talk about these teams. Let's start with Tribe. Now, resetting the stage for those that don't know, Tribe, obviously synonymous with mobile gaming excellence, but specifically here in COD Mobile, best of the West.
Without question, and the most undoubtable team out of the Western Hemisphere, or maybe just regionally overall over the course of every year we've seen out of COD Mobile. And the cool thing about this Tribe team is even though it's largely an unchanged roster, a lot of excitement about Chiezze. The rookie that's up, just turned 18, can compete, and he looked really good in Stage 4.
Casual 1.82 coming out of Stage 4. I mean, you look at the pedigree for this Tribe roster as a whole. First in Western Finals, first in Stage 3, first in Stage 4. They have a somewhat of a target on their back. I know that there's a majority of teams back there that just want to see how they do stand up against this #1 team out of North America.
And again, this is a mixture of new players and vets that have returned from last year's West Championship. What is that combination got to be like? Like, what are you expecting from someone who's been there before and now the young gun that's being shepherded in?
Confidence. That's the one word that you have to assume is going to be the case. And I will say, talking with these Tribe guys, they will let you know how confident they're feeling when they're on stage. So that's another part of it. You know, is that kind of NA wildness going to maybe overwhelm just the mental game coming into this? Because if they can beat you in mental warfare, believe me you when I tell you that they're going to also dominate you on the gameplay as well.
I think it's also really nice as well for Chiezze to be able to be surrounded by all these veterans as well. You know, Call of Duty's history has always been it kind of made in the notion that these young rookies that can come out and absolutely slay feel that much more comfortable when they have a veteran voice behind them targeting where they should be on the map.
Yeah, and so far in groups A and B, it felt like the Western teams were the ones that had not only the pop-offs on stage, but the pop-off squads here. So shout out to the Stamina squad as well that are making noise throughout. Asian teams haven't quite done that as much yet. Now, let's take a look at the flip side, their opponent in Q9 Club from the East, from China. Again, one of the biggest, strongest regions in COD Mobile, in gaming in general. But what should we expect from them as we look at this matchup head-to-head?
I think the biggest thing is, you know, they came up short in their region, which feels bad. But at the same point, even during the Fall Invitational just a couple of weeks ago, it wasn't as convincing as I think a lot of people would have expected from this Q9 team. And maybe some of that, like Bobby and Aliana were saying, is because of the difference in maps, the difference in modes. But now those excuses aren't there anymore. And you have a chance to steal that spotlight that Proper was talking about by taking down the #1 team in a lot of people's minds right here in your opening matchup.
Yeah, and again, coming from the region that they do, especially in Q9, I will say this much, that the Search and Destroy will have a magnifying glass over top of it. You got to be able to have that map #2 to be able to force the hand. But Q9 is actually one of those teams, funny enough, that I was talking about when I was just casting with you, Alan, is that they aren't feeling too hot right now on the patch. They were specifically saying that the chemistry is not there. You have to wipe that slate clean, especially when you're coming for the king.
When you look at this roster here, again, guys that have been there before in terms of high pressure situations and finding success, but you wonder what the travel was like. You saw Wolves, they got sprung upon there early on in their matchup against Strut. Will the same thing happen with what we imagine is a much tougher opponent in Tribe?
You have to assume that there's going to be a little bit of that kind of wake-up period, just because of the fact that the travel was so extraneous on how long they were going. I mean, even the fact that there was, I'm sure, plenty of stress leading up to the event, like were they even going to be able to get the visas to be here? So the fact that now you're here, I think the biggest thing is you have to settle in, and you cannot allow this Tribe team to take things over from the word go. You have to come out, play your game, trust that your prep is good, and even though you have fallen short in the past, you still are one of the best teams as expected to be here at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I love that phrase again, just to play your own game, to meet the pace of Tribe and respond accordingly. That Q9 cannot afford to lose that mental warfare that you were talking about, Alan, especially with this roster sticking together what they were doing, especially through what tournaments that they played in such recent time.
You know, they're, again, Q9 looking to grab the spotlight and show that they are #1, and they've got to do it through the best in the West. Tribe still has a lot to prove. Again, big legacy to stand up to across all mobile games, and also their own bar that they've set over the last year, 2 years of COD Mobile. So here we go. This is going to be their first step to do it. Now, we're still waiting for some of the players on the stage to get ready for our alpha, so we'll be hopping into one of the other games very shortly. So in the meantime, I wanted to get your thoughts in terms of this stage and in terms of the stage nerves for everyone. Not only are you playing right now, but you know that you're being surrounded by other matches that are happening. You got to be able to block that out.
Yes, you do, because let's be honest, it's going to get pretty noisy up there as we get deeper through these groups. I mean, these opening rounds may be a little bit more tame, but you expect that when the qualifiers start to happen for these groups, you're going to start to hear some shouting coming through, and you need to be able to control that energy and not get out of hand.
Well, pretty difficult to do shouting when you hear both English squads coming out right now, which is actually what we're going to hop to in game right now. I believe it's Luminosity from North America up against Nova in Europe. So that's going to be one where teams are popping off. They're popping off in English, but these two squads going head to head.
Yeah, I think that it's one of those things that we were going to be talking about extensively when it comes down to Luminosity and anybody else really coming out from Europe. Both of these two teams really trying to put themselves on the map and make their region feel very respected.
Yeah, as you can see there on the bottom, if you wanted to follow along in this matchup, this will be on the Bravo stream once we get our Tribe and Q9 matchup set up. But it's a 3-0 lead so far, specifically on this map, and a 1-0 series lead right now for the North American kit.
And this is great news for Luminosity, who are also dealing with a little bit of a last-second roster addition of Jesus Saves, who has been one of the, I would say, most fun players to watch in the North American region. So to see him kind of joining the squad, finding early success, great news.
Jesus Saves having the highest KDA in North America from stage 4. And then obviously filling in pretty well here for Luminosity, as they are looking pretty good here against Nova. Another one of those squads with great mobile, mobile esports pedigree, and trying to live up to that. But we're seeing the different strengths from the different regions play out early on. Obviously, India not where they wanted to be. North America surprising others. And then Europe. Europe's one of those in the middle where we weren't sure what to expect. Strut still taking Omega a little bit there. Nova struggling right now against Luminosity. And then Strut, finishing in that, surprise win earlier on. Where do we think Europe's going to finish up?
It's funny that you do mention that, because it's one of those things that we all ended up talking about, that when you think about the strongest regions out there, Europe is not one of them. So Europe coming into an international event, and you have been able to have at least a comfortable stage 4 against your own region, I honestly think that Europe are going to be able to stand up quite well. I mean, even against like the Chinese teams that we were just seeing, even in those earlier rounds, they didn't look half bad.
Yeah, the worry was that they would get kind of blown away in a game like that. But that's not what happened.
Not at all. I think that's great news that you come out, you're fighting. Problem is, there's not much of a lifeline out here. So as much as we could sit there and, blow some sunshine towards their direction, you still have to get through these well-rehearsed international squads. And even though the map 1 win like from Strut, surprise, we didn't really expect them to do too much when it came to playing up against those powerhouses.
Right.
That's cool, great, but in the end, you still have to be able to finish out these series and actually do something to tell us that, yes, Europe is a major contender at this tournament.
So speaking of surprises, right, just like Strut was able to pull one out there, I think the other one that we're all waiting to see, which is coming up very, very soon, is Scars from Japan.
Yeah.
Where will Japan sit in this region as well, or in this regional conversation as well? Because for every other team, you get to say, okay, we have regional strength and individual strength. Scars being the only team from Japan, you got to figure out where you sit in all of that, and they got a fruitful draw not to go up against Tribe or Q9. They go up against Influence Kevin to start things off.
But you still have that looming in the distance, right? You're probably going to have to face either Tribe or Q9 maybe once, if not twice, throughout the entirety of just the group stage alone. And not to mention the pressure, coming back to land and representing your entire region as the only team. I mean, they got to show up and absolutely slay out.
The biggest thing is it a big fish in a small pond? Like, it's cool, I think, to have, the whole country's behind you.
Right.
But we didn't really see much competition in Japan. I mean, Scars was flawless. No one really even touched them. I mean, the whole broadcast was over in 2 hours, it felt like. It was over as soon as it started. And that has to be something that we really evaluate for this Scars team is, are they really, really solid? And is that region just kind of a little lopsided? Or is this just one big fish that kind of has, its own thing going for it in its own region?
Right, and that's part of the difficulty. If you drop down to the elimination bracket, it's do or die time, and you have to tell yourself, you have to be forgiving to yourself. Be like, all right, we just played up against the best team in the world. That's what we got to tell ourselves, and now we're going to bounce back right here, especially because we found regional success, and we know that we're a great team from all of the tests that we've had. How can we test outside of what we know? And so hopefully Scars will be able to do that, or Influence Kevin, whoever comes out on the bottom side.
Yeah, Yeah, and it's that phrase, you're living rent-free in my head right now, brother, is you have to come in and play your own game. You know, what was your strengths coming out from your region as a whole? We talked about that with Godlike when Alan and I were casting.
Yeah.
It was the search and destroy, and they did look very good on that. Obviously, respawns were not necessarily there. But for Scars, you have to just be able to come in and just lean on the strengths, lean on your vetoes, and whatever is comfortable for you to be able to take as many maps as possible.
Well, what happens when you start losing, too? Like, you don't expect them to win every map here. You're going to be playing up against some good teams. So if you do find yourself behind, how do you play recovery after that?
Yeah, well, they'll have to figure that one out when they find themselves behind. Right now, falling a little bit behind with all 4 games getting set up. So we're going to take a short 5-minute break. When we come back, we'll hop into groups C and D for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. I'm joined by the one and only Beef Mommy, and we are heading into what I would say is the most highly anticipated match of the day. The Kings of the West, Tribe Gaming, going up against Q9, who has been very dominant recently. Beef Mommy, how you feeling?
Man, we just saw the most anticipated group of the day, which is Group A, and now we're heading off into what is the question mark. Who is going to win between the Reds today, Q9 or Tribe? But obviously there's going to be a lot more matches up next, so I'm really excited. If you guys just came into the stream right now, we already saw a bunch of 3-0s at exception of one, which is a Charlie stream, Strut versus like another team that was really good, actually. I'm really surprised with Wolves. Yes, they lost that hard point, but again, all 3-0s across the board. But now let's see if it's going to be the same thing here. Q9 and Tribe, what are your thoughts?
I mean, both regions off the start, what we've seen from them look very strong. We saw NYSL from that North American region, 3rd seed, still got the 3-0. Wolves, a little bit of a slow start, but they bounced back, and even in their second hardpoint matchup, they were still able to get the win pretty easily. So heading into this one, I think it's going to be a battle of the modes. I think it's all going to come down to control. That's my expectation, because we've talked about that being the swing mode for basically the entirety of the event. And I think with how dominant Tribe is in hardpoint, how dominant Q9 is in Search and Destroy, I'm really hoping we get a Game 5 out of it.
You are absolutely right. Control will definitely be that swing mode. We already know that Tribe very good at the hardpoint games, and for Q9, Search and Destroy is definitely their favorite. But for me, firing range being the map choice, I feel like that's going to be really interesting for Tribe to actually go and win. But I'm really hoping that they did have a really good run, because they did go up against the Luminosity, won that 7-4. So that was the last time they actually played in firing range S&D. But for the side of Q9, well, they feel like they need to kind of step it up in this particular matchup, because they haven't really played it too much. The last time they did, it was up against the Wolves, which they did win.
Yeah, this is a bunch of really interesting map picks, because I know that not a lot of players love raid hardpoint. I know that North America doesn't like Hacienda, and we're playing that for Control as well. But I think Tribe taking a little bit of an advantage for themselves. We got a Slum, Search, and Destroy. I think if it does go to a Game 5, that tends to be the one map where teams that are not as Search and Destroy dominant can seem to find the edge. So I think heading into this one, obviously got to give the edge to Tribe. Their #1 go-to game mode has always been hardpoint. Their gun skill, their teamwork, just phenomenal across the board. And it looks like we are ready to hop into the action.
Let's see how we're going to do it. Q9, Island, D-Chen, Oling, Tang, Dam. And for Tribe, we have Jess, Bolu, Tectonic, Vague, and Marshy. Let's see who's going to start things up. Jez getting that beautiful kill. Let's see if he can finally get one more. Oling's going to be in a little bit of a pickle up here in top laundry. Going to be proning just a tiny bit, slowing things down, but Tribe still has a solid hold here in P1.
And we saw the Tribe and Q9 guys talking yesterday about whether they were just going to agree to GA the SKS. Does look like they have done exactly that. So lots of trigs in play for Q9. A little bit of a slow start, but the kills starting to come through. They're able to find the break right here, and some solid map control up by top laundry for Uling. He's able to find 4 early kills, and I've heard a lot of players from a lot of different regions talk about his dominance and how difficult he is to kill. We'll see what type of impact he has for Q9 today.
Oling already having 4 to his name. The next person up to him is actually going to be Jez having that 5. So I feel like it's going to be them, the MVPs for sure. Oling being one of the best China teams, China players here. And now as we slow things down yet again, they're going to be trying to go in for that anchor point, where player #1 is Jez trying to anchor that point up against Oling. Speaking up, but Oling wins that gunfight.
That's an absolutely massive gunfight. Locks in the spawns right there. They're able to break the hard point immediately. Players still spawning across the map for both teams right now. And it looks like Tribe's going to be able to hit the flank. Might be able to anchor spawns right here if they can win a couple of gunfights. That's going to be the opener, and that is huge. Q9 players spawning all the way across the map. And now an opportunity for Tribe to potentially get 30 more points. A little bit of a slow start for Island, but he's able to bounce back and able to occupy the hard point. So even with limited resources right here, they're still locking in the hard point time. Tribe not really capitalizing on what they've got right now, but they break back in and definitely got the setup to get the rest of those 20 seconds. Everybody on Q9 very happy to set up on the inside of that money hill.
Very early rotation coming in from Q9. That was planned to be player number 3 and 1. That is Oling and Dam trying to go in there very early in the rotation and just give up with the scrap points. And that allows Tribe to get them a little bit of a lead. And now let's see what we can do to find going for the pick. But then one by one, they drop like flies. And Q9, 2 only inside of the hard point. As we see the rest of Tribe's actually going to be funneling it through into the backside.
And right now the spawns are still pretty good for Q9. You got the reinforcements coming from Driveway, so they're still chilling. Tribe, main goal right here is probably just to contest as much as they want. No, they don't want to contest. They want the hard point for themselves. They're going to be able to break in right there. And now Marshy on that back doorway, the Purifier, he's going to be able to find one, and looks like he's working on some streaks as well. A couple more should be able to lock in the Pred missile, especially come that basketball court hard point. He can get some big value out of that. But Tribe, as expected, the dominant hardpoint team, and no surprise, 2020 MVP for North America, Tectonic. 11 kills on the board already. He has definitely turned out to be a huge leader for this team, and he is popping off the start.
That was a good break coming in from Tribe, and Q9 kind of, let it go because they went in for the early rotation, planning to get that full 60, but unfortunately for them, couldn't sustain very well. Same case goes over here. Early rotation coming into basketball, and as they're trying to get a hold of the spawns, not really quite winning the gunfights, as we see player number 2 up in Spiral. That's going to be Bolu getting a lot of these kills as well, and not just that, secures it just for a moment. But player number 1 coming in from Q9, that is Dam, tries to flush out all the players, but we can see over here, spawn control for Tribe.
And the thing about raid hardpoint, especially when it comes to basketball, there is no spawn control. You just try to stay in the right spot and hope nobody spawns on top of you, but it looks like they're going to be able to do exactly that, forcing Q9 to spawn out toward that pool side. It looks like they will continue to do so as right now Tribe contend to just continue flooding on in. They're going to spawn a little bit higher up. Player spawns directly in front. D-Chen, unfortunate timing for him, and it continues to go the way of Tribe. Marshy doing everything he can to stay alive. Q9 able to break in at least for the time being. But with only 15 seconds left to be gained right here, you gotta focus on that rotation up to P5.
Scrap points not being taken right now by Q9, but as I said that, player number 3, that's going to be Oling, tries to get whatever scraps they have because it's 58 and 129. The points are going so far away. And now finding the rotation also very early from Q9. That's one thing I must commend them is that the early rotation, but Jez having the Pred stops the push.
There's just so much gun skill on this Tribe Gaming team. You look across the board. The only player not above 10's Marshy, and he's the OBJ man. He does the dirty work for the squad. Uling doing everything he can to snake his way in. Jez finally gonna get dropped right there, but the rookie having his way in this matchup. 18 kills on the board already. And Q9 really struggling to keep up. It just doesn't really seem like the teamwork's there. A lot of individual shells, and they're getting absolutely picked apart. Bolu gonna pick up the scrap time here as well. And it may very well be a full 60 for Tribe. I take that back. Instant break for Q9. But they've got a lot of work to do if they're going to have a chance of getting back into this one.
Tribe gives away this particular hard point and moves on to the next. The setup very clean as they take out all the players all around P1. They have control of top laundry. I mean, that is a really good setup, especially player number 1 off in driveway. That's going to be really big. But good for him that Tang actually finally gets a really important kill. But 9 to his name, it seems like gun skills, Q9 struggling up against Tribe.
Yeah, and to be honest, this is not surprising. This is a Tribe Gaming team that has been known for their gun skill basically as long as they've existed. Tectonic, an absolute beam right there. Opposition has zero chance. Uling from the top side can be able to find a kill. But as long as Tribe has those top laundry spawns, there's not a whole lot Q9 can do. We got one player on the flank, and just like that, the spawns are going to go ahead and flip. An opportunity, and if you're Q9, you can go 40-20 right here, but you don't have enough time to continue going 40-20 splits. You've got to get some full 60s, and it's going to take some big sprees. Tang's on a 4 right now. He's trying to get 5. He does exactly that. Staying alive, and he's almost on a Pred missile. They're going to close that gap a little bit, cross the 100-point line, and it seems like the momentum's starting to swing a little bit. We'll see what Tribe can do to counter.
But it's all right. It's okay because Q9's going to get in any other way. As we can see here, finally the rotation comes through into Kitchen. Both of them still not having a solid hold here in Kitchen so far. And now we actually saw 100 points in between them, but now the gap slowly closes and still a lifeline coming from Q9 if they get a solid hold here.
Right now, Tang's just hoping nobody comes through that doorway. Purifier still in hand, got a little bit more to use, and he's going to find one on the backside, but Tribe still controlling those spawns, and as long as that's happening, there's no real hope for Q9 finding a break right here. They've got to find a flank. Dam's going to be able to find one, and oh my gosh, does he get obliterated by the claw right there. Jez doing everything he can to defend on the inside, and he is tearing them apart, and there's the reinforcements for Tribe. That's that teamwork, the cohesion on point, the communication is there. They're still on the inside of the hard point and only 40 points away from closing out map 1.
This is something similar that we saw in that first respawn, where we saw a very early rotation coming in from Q9 here in Garage, and now no contest whatsoever. Scrap points going to the favor of Tribe, where you should not be doing that in the first place. And now for Tribe, they did such an amazing job at the break a while ago, and now let's see if they can finally take it. But maybe they can as Tan gets 2. That's going to be really big for them. And now for Tribe, they only have one operator to try and go and fill it.
Yeah, right now the operator availability is very, very low. This is what we typically consider to be a money hill, but Q9 was not really able to get a whole lot of time despite their early rotation the first time around, and just like that, Tribe's gonna break on in. Ooling, the only one there to defend, he gets shut down. And if I had to guess, that might be the end of map 1. Tribe, so clean on the breaks. The holds have been untouchable. Tang's got a freaking EMP system, but this late in the game is not going to be able to do anything. And you can see the importance that the teamwork playing for Tribe Gaming right now. A dominant map 1.
2 points left. Contest for just about half a second. There you go, Tribe Gaming. A very convincing first win here in Hardpoint Raid. And this is what we expected in the first place. What a beautiful win, and the breaks are just so clean, Bobby. Yeah. Every single lane they covered, especially in Garage, where it's supposed to be the hardest to go and break, they cover all 3 entrances.
Yeah, it wasn't close. Tribe was in control the entire time. There were some points it looked like Q9 might be able to flip the momentum a little bit, but there was not a single negative player on Tribe Gaming in that matchup, and that tells a big portion of the story. Bolu, Tectonic, Marshy doing the dirty work. I mean, if you look across the board, there's no one absolute OBJ player. That's the beauty of their play style. Everybody has that ability to stay alive on the inside of the hard point and be where their team needs them to be. So Veg and Jez going to be at the top of the scoreboard, but everybody, huge contributions.
Honestly, for me, one of the biggest reasons why Tribe actually won, I mean, yes, they are really good at the gun skills, but you're taking a look at why. It's because they have better gun composition. They have different SMGs. They got the Krig 6, they have the CBR. But for Q9, they all ran 4 people, Krig 6, and 1 CBR. Maybe that is the biggest difference as to why Tribe kept on winning those close range engagements.
Now, coming into this, I did expect Tribe to win map 1. We talked about they're a hard point team, Q9's an S&D team. Now, if we see Tribe take the S&D, then Q9 starts to get really, really worried, because not only does that mean you got to win 2 straight respawns, but if Tribe's got the ability to beat Q9 in S&D, then I think they can beat just about anybody. So I'm not expecting Q9 to lay down right here. I think they're definitely going to step their game up. It should be a very, very interesting firing range, especially with the sniper dominance that we've seen for a lot of these Chinese players.
I think the question is it going to be as close as we think it is, or is it going to be really far away, kind of like what we saw in that hard point matchup? So really excited to see it, because as we keep hyping up, Q9 really good at S&D, really, I don't know, disciplined when it comes to the gameplay. And for sure, they're one of the teams like, okay, we're going to be losing that hard point. But we already saw that a while ago from Wolves, where they did lose that up against Strut. Now let's see if it's going to be the same story here, where the Chinese team struggling at the hard point, but great at the S&Ds.
Yeah, the one thing that I would say characterizes the Chinese search and destroy is aggression. You will never see people fly across the map with as much confidence as these guys do. It'll be interesting to see the clash of the play styles, because North America has definitely been known to have a much more passive play style, and obviously that helped them to excel on that map 1. But when it comes to the search and destroy, especially if you're confident heading into it, that can play a huge role, and if you can catch the opposing team off guard, get you out to a big lead early on.
Let's see. offensive, defensive side. We already saw some of the teams kind of just struggling when it comes to the offense. We saw that a while ago in Godlike versus Mayhem, where they just struggled for the offense. But coming in for Q9 though, especially in their last tournament, that's going to be CDFI, where they had a flawless run in Search and Destroy, almost at least. They had one a little mashup against Almighty. But taking a look at what we have for a team like Tribe, where they're definitely a little bit up and down when it comes to their S&D matches, but a very well-balanced team. I mean, I cannot complain at all when it comes to this team, because they deliver every single time on every single game mode.
Absolutely. Looking at some of our other matchups right now, we've got other North American teams in action. Luminosity, the number 2 team coming out of North America. They currently sit up 2-0 over Nova, with an opportunity right here as they take the first round of the control as well. You guys can check that out on the other streams. We also have Scars and Influence Kemin going at it right now. With Scars in the lead early on, that was a team that had a very big question mark coming into this, because nobody really knows what to expect out of them, but looks like they're delivering. We'll see if Q9 can do just that heading into this second map. Definitely a big proving point, and we'll see if that confidence pays off, but forgetting to pick up the bomb off the start, not a great start.
You know what, we're not going to talk about that. We didn't see that one at all, but again, very passive. This is very surprising to me, because like what we said before is that Q9, they're usually very aggressive off the rip, and now, let's see it. But then gun carrier, that's going to be really hard as Bay gets that first blood, as Dam goes down. Not just that, the bomb is going to be going down as well, and now 1v1s are happening all across the board, and Marshy wins one of them.
That's a huge trade right there. Island's going to drop as well. Bolu pulling out the snipe, and I mean, off the start, Tribe not losing any confidence after that map number 1. We did see a fairly aggressive push into some unusual angles, and to be honest, from what I've seen of the Chinese teams, they don't play a ton of firing range search and destroy, and it's showing right now. Bolu with the nade, Pegg with another. Round number 1 looking a little bit lopsided right there.
God nades all across the board. We saw Bolu cooking out that beautiful nade, and that was just fantastic timing on his end. Really good confidence for this team, but Q9 still not over. It's only round number 1, so there's still a lot to show for. As we slow things down yet again, it's really uncharacteristic of Q9 to be so passive off of the really good start.
Yeah, I mean, they had solid map control. We had Island pushed all the way up into trailer, and to be honest, the weirdest thing is that Tribe didn't have anybody in trailer, but they were able to bait them into that aggression and catching them off guard, because naturally Q9's going to expect somebody to be there. Chiezze is going to do exactly that. He finds one before getting traded out, and that's where you see that aggression come to play, but Bolu counters once again. Sniper in hand. He's got 3 on the board already. Uling going to be forced to unshell, and we haven't really seen the snipes have much of an impact for Q9 so far. Obviously, Uling going to be another one of those players that got to watch. Tang going to play the backside of the bomb site. Bolu not able to find the timing over top of the bomb head glitch, and now it's a little bit of a waiting game, but Uling going to get dropped right there. It's all down to Tang, and he's just hoping the timing goes his way, but you can hear the footsteps on the inside of trailer. Going to be able to find one, but can't get the turn onto Veg, and back-to-back rounds for Tribe Gaming off the start.
That was beautiful. That was a really good take, especially being very passive, knowing very well that you mentioned it before, that we already know that Tribe is going to be passive off the start, and now for Q9, it's just they're falling apart. Like what you said, there is no sniper presence whatsoever here, but as we said that, it has to be Uling stepping it up when it comes to the snipes, and not just that, the information for them.
Well, right here, Chiezze is going to get way pushed up on the inside of trailer, and more than likely, I didn't see anybody getting information. This could cause huge issues for Q9. He said, I'm going to push all the way over the wood. Veg's going to find 2 with the Krieg in hand, and Q9 is absolutely scrambling right here, trying to stay alive, but they've only got 1 player left in Tang. They are getting completely fried by this Tribe Gaming roster, and Tang right now with an impossible task, especially with the confidence that Tribe has played with so far. You feel like the odds of a 1v4 pretty astronomically low.
This is a lopsided 3 rounds so far, and we did not expect this at all, but Tang is going to be bunched up in the corner. He's going to be pinched right now, 2 players on each side. Now what can you do? I mean, all you need to do is challenge, check your corners right, but then it's going to be very hard, as we like to see that Tribe has this passive nature I like this discipline coming in from this team because they're not pushing whatsoever. They don't have to. They're at the defense. They're just waiting for the plant.
Yeah, right now he's just playing the waiting game. There's 2 players waiting for him on this bomb site. Veg probably heard the slide right here. He's gonna see the feet. Ooh. Able to take down 1. Smoke gonna go down. I don't think he realizes that Tectonic's on the backside. He definitely does not, and he's gonna get pinched right here. There's no real chance. I don't know how Tech hasn't taken him down yet, but it's only a matter of time, it seems, at this point. They're closing in from the backside. Tech's gonna pick up the kill right there. And now 3-0. I was hoping for a 5-game series, but with the way this one's gone so far, it doesn't feel like the odds are super high.
The timing of that, when he barely saw Marshy, didn't see him, unfortunately. He could have won that gunfight easily, rated down to a 2v1, but again, it's just really hard in that high-pressure situation that Q9 is really put in right now. 3-0. Here at round number 4. Let's see what difference they can go and do. Again, forgetting to get the bomb. It looks like they don't want to pick it up at all. We've seen this already before, where they just trying to go in guns out.
Yeah, I just don't know what's happening. I mean, and they're getting gunned by SMG's cross map when they've got snipers. It looks like they're not agreeing to the GA anymore because D-Chen's going to pull out the SKS as well. They're pulling out everything they possibly can to try to get the win right here, but talked a lot about their aggression in S&D. Tribe is matching them, if not exceeding them in that category right now. And man, oh man, these Q9 players struggling to find kills.
Speaking of struggling, Dam and Island having 0 kills, and we're already here at round number 4, just struggling to get that. And Oling with the 2, very unlike him. And now if you look at the other side, Vig having that 6, that was just great. Jazz gets 1 more. Plan is gonna be going down, but Dam, signs of life for him and his team. 2v1 situation where he's in a really good spot to try and spot 2 of those players. Information gets 1. Knows very well this is the next one's over there. Marshy goes down. 1v1 situation. There you go. Doesn't win it. Just wins those. And now another round going in for Tribe Gaming.
Huge opportunity to swing the momentum right there. And once again, Tribe shuts it down. Jez clutching up in the 1v1 to end that one out. And man, oh man. 7-0 in S&D over Q9 would be like one of the most shocking things that we see this weekend. So I anticipate at some point, maybe it'll be when we flip sides, whatever it is. At some point, Q9's got to bounce back, surely, right?
Oh, Dam's just like, he's just standing over there. He reconnected. I feel like there's some issues when it comes to the connection of some of these players, but Tang punches him out, knocks him out, and Bolu goes down. And now they're spread out all across the map, all of these players, and now it's going to be a 1v1 situation for all across the bombs. But then here we go. It's going to be a 3v2 favoring Q9.
It looks like maybe Q9 has flipped a switch right here. The bomb's down over on the A site. D-Chen looking to pinch right here. He's going to have a Jez to deal with. That's big information. That's a free kill, and now all down to Tectonic. We've seen him do some crazy things, but trying to 1v3 with this little time to work with just doesn't seem super doable. So he's going to be able to find 1 onto D-Chen right there. Pushes down. He's got time to work with, but that's 2 nasty head glitches that he's got to deal with right there. Damn, shuts him down. 7-0 no longer in play, and some signs of life out of Q9.
That was a good round from Q9. What they did was they isolated the players of Tribe and did multiple 1v1s all across the map, and maybe that's something that they need to utilize because so far they've been met with such great force, brute force coming in from Tribe Gaming. And not just that, it's the matter of fact that the snipers of Tribe is just a little bit too overwhelming, and the nades, the god nades, the amount of nades that we saw today from Tribe, definitely really impressive to shut down Q9.
Well, Q9 gonna switch things up, go for a B push right here. You still got a Tectonic in the backside they got to deal with, but that's just a trophy. Tech's gonna drop right there, and now the aggression starting to pay off. Tribe not sure how to counter right here. We see the Q9 man advantage go through, but D-Chen's gonna drop, and it's gonna be a 3v3 with the bomb down right here. Uling finally finds a big snipe on the Marshy right there, but just like that, Bolu fires back. 2v2, 30 seconds remaining. That trophy gonna disappear. Jez trying to get some information with the nade, but he doesn't read Uling around the corner, and now it's down to a 1v1. Bolu versus Uling. A huge swing round potentially right there. Bolu hoping to bait him in, but he's not gonna peek around quite yet. Uling playing the waiting game. Will the timing go his way? It definitely does. Bolu goes big for Tribe Gaming. And the ball back in their court. 5-1 is the lead.
Bolu was such a key player in that matchup, and he almost got away with one more kill a while ago. But hey, Tang actually almost got that kill off of him as well, but the timing, obviously with COD timing, he was right in the back. And then when they went in there for the take, he had the boxing gloves out, but then obviously wasn't able to pull out his gun on time. And now we get to see it. Another take coming in from Tribe as we see finally the switcheroo.
Bolu is no stranger to these big moments. The winningest player in probably in COD Mobile history. If you look at overall tournament titles, he goes big for his team. And off the start, Q9 going to find the advantage again. Uling's able to drop Bolu, and that's a huge factor to take out of the equation. Now Marshy and Tectonic going to be left all alone right here. And they're kind of isolated in the back of the map. They have no information right now. Tech going to make an audio cue, and you'd have to guess Island's probably going to be able to sniff him out right here. He's going to find one on Marshy, and just like that, 1v4 once again. Tectonic, he's a great player, but to try to 1v4 in this situation, not going to seem super doable. And Tang drops things down right there. Q9 still alive, but once again, a lot of work to do.
Looks like the defense is working out for them just a little bit. Looking like they're more of a defensive team this time around. And now for Tribe. Needs to find a way to answer back, and now it looks like aggression going into Alpha as well as they stack it. But for Q9, they're actually going to be flowing through into mid, all the way into trailer.
This is very unusual. Tribe sends everybody A, Q9 sends nobody. Multiple players flood through mid right there. And if we can take a look at the minimap, it might give us a little bit of a better idea. A couple players set up for the flank. Couple making their way on into trailer, and just like that, Uling finds the opener onto Marshy. Set up on the inside, gonna be able to find one. Uling finds Veg right there. The angles are too clean, and right now Tribe's got no map control. Dam's gonna find another one right there. Tribe struggling to find these Q9 players. D-Chen and Dam shut it down, and definitely looking like the defensive side is the one to be favored in this matchup.
What a round for both of these teams. Tribe went in there very aggressively going into Alpha, not clearing out any other space but that site. And now for Q9, was able to spread all of their players out, having sites in American, mid, and also in Bathroom, where they won a lot of their gunfights. And now looking like it's going to be a similar situation here.
You can start to hear the confidence building for those Q9 players. They're very content to send nobody on over to A. Not only does that mean they don't have to give up lives, but it baits out so much utility out of Tribe as well. And you got to think whenever it comes to the retake, that puts them in such a rough spot. Obviously, the trophy's down, but Q9's ready for it. They're just content to go for the 5-man retake every single time. They feel that good about their map control, and right now, get Tribe pushed a little bit further back. They got players on the inside of Bathrooms, and Marshy's going to find a big opener. Tech drops another there as well. They got to apply all this pressure from the backside toward American, and Veg peeking over top. He doesn't miss a bullet. Uling, the last one left. He's going to miss a couple shots, does manage to connect, but a 1v5 up against 19 seconds on the clock just doesn't seem to be in the cards for him. Tribe wins another round. They are 1 round away from closing out this second map.
1 round away from making it a 2-0, and that was a beautiful response from a flank from Q9. Now for Tribe, that is going to be a really good start because it was looking kind of shaky when it comes to the attacking side, but they finally knew that Q9's probably going to give it away for a retake. And now that's going to be really big for Tribe, and now closing it out is probably going to be very difficult, but for a team like Tribe, it's going to be easy.
Feel like Q9 got a little bit predictable. Tribe knows you're going to give them a completely free A bomb site. You know, to leave players back there on the flank to at least maintain some semblance of map control. And now Q9's going to have to reevaluate if they want to continue to give up that A site for free. Doesn't really seem like a viable option with the way that Tribe was able to play that one. And we do see some more players going on over toward that A site. Actually a pretty heavy defense, and Tribe knows it's going to happen. They're like, all right, we'll bait out an aggressive defense out of you, but Uling's going to find the opener onto Marshy.
Look at this aggression coming in from Q9, but there's going to be a lot of trays coming through as a 3v3 situation is going to ensue here in Alpha. And now the one player coming in from Q9, that's going to be Island in Bravo, finally goes in for the reposition. And that allows Tribe to go in there for that A site. But that's going to be good because they need to slow things down just a little bit because they got a little bit too aggressive into the first start of this round. Now 2 players wanting to go in for the flank. That's going to be Oling, and player number 5, it's Island.
Uling gets the information right there, but the bomb's down. He's in a rough spot. Vegaz, he just says, I want to shell. Uling makes him pay right there. The remaining Tribe players get shut down basically simultaneously, and a very quick retake for the Q9 players. That information from the inside of trailer playing a crucial role, and right now, Tribe's got the opportunity to close it out, but it's just tough to read. Very good adjustments out of Q9 to counter over there on the A site. We'll see if they can continue to do that.
That was such a good readjustment coming in from Q9, being so aggressive after being so passive in the last 2 rounds before that. And now, being passive for both of these teams, but that also allows Q9 to go into jungle, giving that information. Jazz gets one, Tan goes down, but Island gets in for the trade. And now it's just Q9 all across the board. 2v4 situation. They're gonna be backed up, but again, player number 3, that's Tectonic, it's gonna be slowing things down as the reconnect finally needs to get through, but we are gonna stop things over here. We're gonna restart it really quick. We're gonna stop this matchup as we see kind of a little bit of a trouble when it comes to the phones right now, but you know, we're just gonna wait for it. But how about for you, Bobby? What do you think is happening when it comes to Q9? Because I feel like in the last 3 rounds that we saw, 2 of them, they're being played very passively, which should not have happened in the second time around. Went very aggressive the 3rd time. I feel like they should have been doing that the entire time.
I think it's a big game of chess because there's no one approach that has worked every time for either of these teams. They've thrown different looks. We've seen the aggression over on the A side. We haven't seen a ton of B looks, but that's mainly because the B looks have gotten shut down immediately. So I think if you're Tribe, you do try to slow things down. I feel like there's a pretty easy opportunity to bait Q9 in. It's just about playing the proper positions in order to actually be able to make it happen. So we'll see if maybe they can bounce back. And right now it looks like we might be hopping back into the matchup. Not 100% positive. Looking at our other matchups that are happening right now, Influence Kemen is absolutely frying Scars right now. 5-0 is the round count. Obviously, Scars taking map number 1, but they were a big question mark in this one, and especially for this to be the number 3 team coming out of LATAM. Big performance for them.
The reason why Scars is such a big question mark is that they had 100% win rate all across the board in their stage 4 run, but obviously the region not being as competitive is definitely going to be a big factor. And now for Kemen, they're definitely rocking things through here in this search and destroy. 1 away to evening things up with the scoreline of Scars. And now we see that's going to be Scars yet again with the bomb going in there for the attack. As we can see, a lot of the players coming in from Influence Kemen, that's going to be really big. That really early rotation, fast rotation is really huge coming in from this team going in there for that retake.
And man, the aggression once again, this time from the Latin American team. Scars absolutely picked apart there on the defense, and that first Peacekeeper that we've seen in play all day. I know that's a gun that the Japanese teams have really favored, but I'm curious to see if maybe they adapt later in the weekend, because it doesn't feel like really a viable option relative to some of the other guns that we're seeing in play. Definitely seems like it's likely played a factor here as well, and he's going to look to beam off the head glitch, but he's forced to retreat. And now the collapse coming through. Influence Kemen 7-0. That is a dominant search and destroy, and I certainly, I wouldn't say I necessarily counted them out, but I didn't expect huge things out of them on the weekend. That is a big momentum changer for them.
The momentum is definitely going to be in their favor, and just trying to figure out giving that 7-0 to Scars is just absolutely massive, because going into this, they had a 22% win rate in S&D. They only won it twice during their stage 4 run, and now it's so impressive to see that they absolutely dominated it against a team like Scars. But now taking a look at what we have over here, kill rounds. It's gonna be kind of equal-ish. Maybe no, I'm trying to be positive here, okay?
Yeah, I mean, Ryo's a player for Scars that completely dominated all of stage 4. He dropped like a 2-point-something KD. He comes away from that search and destroy with 3 kills on the board. Very uncharacteristic performance from him. And consistency across the board for Influence Rage. Man, they've definitely put in the work, and they came to play. The Brazilians looking very strong so far this weekend. We actually, on another matchup, have Skade up 100 points on Almighty. So that's another very surprising score. That's on one of our other broadcasts if you guys want to check it out. But wow, it's been quite a surprising day so far.
I know. 3 straight firing range matchups that we have for today, and really surprising matches and score lines that we saw. So Scars 1, Influence Kemin 1, Tribe Gaming having that upper hand as well in Q9. Still trying to figure things out when it comes to that search and destroy. And this is Group C. There's another group that you can check out if you are on YouTube watching live. That's going to be Skade versus Almighty, where, well, looking like Almighty's having a little bit of trouble here in firing range.
Yep. It's been certainly unpredictable to say the least so far. So off to a great start for Stage 5. These teams have definitely not disappointed. You can tell the amount of work that each and every one of these guys has put in is paying off, and you love to see it, especially with $1.7 million on the line.
Oh, that's a lot of money. A lot of pride in the line, because obviously not only are they playing for that cash money, but also the pride that comes along with winning and representing your country. This is the first LAN that we've ever had, and this sets the tone for the years to come. I'm so excited for it.
Yep, it's 3 years in the making. So a lot of teams, I think, got some adjustments that need to be made, but I think even going down 0-1 off the start, it's designed to be group play for a reason. You can bounce back and show that you're stronger on other maps. I think that the map pick can play a huge role in whether or not you're able to get the wins as well. Taking a look at our map counts, Smart Omega was able to close out that win over Stamina Esports, and as somebody who picked Stamina Esports to win the group, things looking pretty dicey right here. I think Mayhem versus Omega is going to be a very fun matchup to watch.
Definitely. I'm looking forward to this one. Actually, out of every single one of the matches here in Group A, NYSL Mayhem versus Omega, I feel like is going to be so interesting, because both of these teams kind of scrappy, but also gave us a little bit of a surprise, giving 3-0s all across the board for today. And so, again, we've been seeing so many matches. Group B, obviously, INCO Stalwart and Wolves getting that upper hand, where Wolves won it 3-1 up against Strut, and Team Vitality has a donut for today. And now for Group C, no one yet so far having a definite win, but for Group D, look at that. Luminosity and Nova Esports. I did not expect that to end so fast.
That was really, I mean, based on how quickly that ended, I feel like that has got to be a 3-0. Not a surprising outcome. This is a Luminosity team that not a lot of people have been talking about, just because of how good Tribe is, but they are incredibly well-rounded, phenomenal teamwork for them, and that's another team that I think, if they reach their full potential, could potentially be top 3. They could take the whole thing, but it's all going to come down to consistency and the mentality that you have. Strong start for them, though, in a pretty competitive group, especially if Skade's playing that well against Almighty.
Yeah, that's what I keep saying. LATAM is a really competitive region, because going into Stage 4, they had so many Game 5, so many close calls. The points were really close, so I'm not going to count them out just yet. And now for Luminosity, like you keep saying, it's like people always count them out because of the fact that Tribe is just so strong, and they've always been under the shadow of Tribe in these past few years, but looking like they're making their mark here today in day number 1. Is no joke to actually pull off that 3-0 up against Nova Esports. But if you are wondering what is happening right now, Tribe Gaming in Q9, we're going to be having that reset. The scoreline is going to be 6-3 once we do come back in just a tiny bit as we fix things for you guys watching. But yeah, great day so far. I feel like here in this particular group, everything's happening very fast.
Yeah, it's definitely been developing quickly. I'm excited to see all the stat lines once we get everything figured out right here, but it's the rookies have come to play. That's one thing that I have definitely noticed. You look especially at Tribe Gaming, and you've got Veg and Jez, both rookies, both stepping their game up in their first ever World Championships. There's a reason that even coming off of a World Championship, you decide to drop 2 players and pick up these guys instead. Obviously, you got Tectonic, who is very well respected in the North American competitive scene as well. Adding all of that together with 2 real anchor players in Marshy and Bolu, it's just tough to beat. So if we're going back to 6-3, like, if there's connectivity issues, maybe we don't feel quite as good about Q9's ability to close that gap, because if you got Tribe players disconnecting, that changes the equation pretty significantly.
Yeah, that's always the thing in our minds, is that we're finally here in LAN, and let's see how well put together these teams go at the face of adversity. And now, speaking of adversity, before we actually hop into the matchup, I just want to say that Skade and Almighty that game, Skade won that hardpoint matchup, but let's take our attention to our match here, Search and Destroy, where Tribe has the upper hand. One more round for them, and they win this, bringing them into a 2-0.
Yep, the score is 6-3 right now, but Q9 getting aggressive on the defense right here. You got 3 Tribe players trapped on the inside of bathrooms. I don't see any way they pull this off. Obviously, Jez finds a big kill right there, but Tang gets pushed up. It's still a 1v2, but Pegg trying to do the impossible right here. Uling's the only one left to counter, and he's just not in a position to trade at all. He's all the way over in the inside of trailer. He's going to back up and play A. Pegg reads it properly, and he's going to make his way all the way over to the B site. So now an opportunity for him, maybe to get the bomb down. I don't think Uling's going to have time to make that read. And oh my gosh, a cheeky plant spot out of Pegg right here to be unspottable. He's going to go ahead and reposition right here and see if Uling has the IQ to make the read.
I love that plant. It's such an open plant, and now he's going to be so far away. He knows that Uling's going to be a little bit more of a long and passive player, but Uling gets that information. 1v1 as Pegg spots him, but then Uling spots him as well with a deagle. Uling gets that 1 kill, has enough time to go in there for the defuse as well. That was a valiant effort coming in from Pegg. I understood what he was trying to do, right? Because you wouldn't expect the player to be so far away, wrapping around all the way through mid, but I feel like it was the gun. He was trying to go in for the shots. Didn't quite close it out.
Updated score is now 6-4 as Pegg's not going to be able to clutch up. Maybe a little bit overconfident right there. He was just stomping around the map, and Uling makes him pay. The Deagle basically a little mini SKS, so they're going to be able to capitalize. Jez finds the opener onto Dam. Vantage goes to Tribe Gaming once again. They only need 1 round to close this one out. And it looks like the aggressive A push is going to be the move for them once again. Uling on the inside of American. Not going to be able to get any information. Tank gonna find 1, find 2. Can he find the third? Yes, he can! And all of a sudden, Q9 in the driver's seat. The bomb has been taken down. Jez on the backside is not going to be able to connect. Tectonic trying to find a kill right here, but it is the lone man, and Uling finds the kill. Just like that, we move into 6-5 territory, and we might have overtime on our hands.
Oh my goodness. Dropping the spaghetti, please don't do that. Now we're trying to go in there for a question. Q9, having that restart. I feel like that restarted their minds just a tiny bit. They had such an amazing run here so far, but then obviously Tribe still has the advantage. And now again, very aggressive going in their Tribe, but then gonna be going down 1 by 1 as a 3v3 situation ensues. Number 1 coming in from Q9, that's gonna be Dam going in there for 1 player, really good with the flank.
Dam doesn't know how to go anywhere but forward. He is just non-stop running ahead every opportunity that he has. He's going to back up. He knows there's a couple players, but he hits the beam anyway. Marshy going to be there for the trade, but Island knows his location right here. A 2v2 as the Tribe players going to be backed up into their spawn once again. The bomb is down. That is a must retrieve, and looks like Tech's going to be in a position to pick that up. So now the decision, do you want to make the wrap back toward B or just kind of sit here and try to bait an aggressive push? But Tech's going to get spotted. I thought he saw Uling, but apparently not. It's now down to a 1v2 for Marshy. We'll see if he can do Marshy things it's not meant to be, and just like that, we're heading to OT.
3 straight rounds coming in from Q9, and that really reset their minds. That's going to be really impressive for them, and now as Tribe kind of struggles to go in there for the attack. Let's see for Q9, being aggressive, that's what they're good at, and now it seems like they're finally getting their footing. And now, speaking of aggression, going there very aggressively, that's going to be Tribe Gaming, but then stops the push, trade after trade. Tech gets 1, but Dam getting that beautiful double. It's going to be a 4v3 situation where the bomb carrier is going to be right in mid.
It's just a battle of the wall bangs. Who can land the most shots through the wall? It's going to be Q9 coming out on top in that one. The man advantage going to force Tribe back once again, and we see them taking the passive approach. Couple players looks like making the read over toward B. And we see both Tang and Island making their way through. Oh, the whole team They're looking to hit the flank right here. We'll see whether or not Tribe's going to read it. Bolu seems to have an inkling, but they've got a head glitch to work with, and Bolu gets torn to pieces. Veg's going to push up. I don't think he realizes Island's pushed up into this treehouse. And they're forced back once again, but we got a player on the pinch once again. Veg trying to get out of it. It looks like he's going to be able to make his way into trailer. But they got to make a move right now. They have been scrambling for the last 45 seconds.
Well, it's a good thing for them. Time is on their side. 50 seconds on the clock. That is a lot of time to play with. But what a beautiful counter coming from Q9. Amazing read, knowing very well that Tribe is going to be in for that Bravo rotation. And now for them, numbers advantage. But if you're going to be left with the two players, Tectonic and Veg, that is the two people that you can definitely rely on. And now 1v1 is going to ensue here in mid. That's going to be one player. Tectonic wins those. 2v1 though, as Tan finishes through. And may I remind you, it is going to be OT 6-6, but now going to be a 7-6, where Tribe had the upper hand the entire time. And it looks like Q9, they're so close, one round away from shutting down Tribe from this S&D.
Oh, just the look that Uling gave the camera. You can tell there is ice in his veins right now. Trying to pull off the comeback over Tribe Gaming to equalize the series. And that's 4 rounds in a row. Q9 making the right reads everywhere they go. And what do you know, it's D-Chen with the first blood onto Veg once again. Tribe scrambling. They're just trying to find some information somewhere. Have not been able to get a read on this Q9 team ever since the reset. And right now, they're going to make the wrap back toward A, but there's not really been much sniper presence. No snipers in play for them. And you got to think that allows for Q9 to take a huge amount of map control, because you can dominate those long lanes as much as you want to.
3-1-2 split, 2 players from Q9 at both bomb sites and 1 through mid. And that's been an absolutely key place where Q9 keeps shutting people down. And now for Tectonic goes in for the pre-fire off the smoke. Doesn't quite get any information whatsoever. Oling's gonna be right there, especially with the snipe. They're taking their sweet time because obviously number is not in their advantage. And as Oling tries to go in there, that is the information that they need. Tectonic's gonna be in a bit of trouble. Tan gets 1, 2v2, no, 2v4 rather, as the bomb goes down. It's gonna be troublesome for Bo to go in there, especially with 1 down. And there you go, Q9 tries to go in there for the comeback, and Tribe drops the spaghetti and loses this search and destroy, where they could have had a comfortable win. All they needed was a reset.
I mean, that tactical usage was unreal, perfectly calculated by every player on Q9. Seemed to know every angle where a Tribe player was going to be, and that's how you bounce back. You look very, very slow off the start of the S&D, but once they flipped on over to the defensive side, Tribe did not have an answer.
Well, that is definitely one for the books. I mean, a pretty unorthodox way to end the search and destroy, but again, it just took a reset for Q9 to just, you know what, let's breathe a little bit, and that kind of went in their favor. And now for Tribe, what are you going to do in this control? This is a swing round that we keep on saying that they need to go and perform. A 1-1 is the scoreline for today in this matchup in our alpha stream. And if you guys are at home, we're going in for different streams as well. If you're taking a look at our quad feed, we have 4 different streams right for you. So if this one ends, you can definitely go and hop onto a next matchup.
Yeah, right now, Skate and Almighty going at it. They had a reset, and it is currently tied up. So those guys very, very busy right now, but heading into our swing mode, the control, kind of a big question mark in this matchup. Obviously, we didn't expect that to be a super strong mode for the Chinese teams because it wasn't a primary mode that they played throughout the entirety of China Masters, but they definitely showed up in CDFI. They won against some pretty strong teams in control. And I think they've definitely got what it takes. You got to think the momentum carrying with them as well. The one big thing going to be that slaying ability that we've seen in the respawns for Tribe. Hacienda control, though, not one that I would imagine either of these teams has spent a ton of time on, and really could result in a toss-up. Sometimes we give the advantage to the defensive side, but I've seen a lot of scenarios where offense is actually even better on Hacienda.
Yep, absolutely. You're 100% right. It just, when you're trying to go end a matchup, it's just way easier in the defense, but it depends on the map. When you have a huge map like Hacienda being played in control, a lot of these teams actually try to not play Hasi here because of how huge it is, and it's so hard to be on that objective. But hey, this is a map that could favor favor Q9 because of how well they can do all the sniper fights. And now for Tribe, having that loss in Search and Destroy, hopefully their hopes aren't too down and just forget about that, have a memory of a goldfish and move on into winning that control.
Yeah, and Tribe has looked very strong in control throughout all of Stage 4, all of the smaller tournaments that they've played in as well. They've had no issues, so they absolutely have an opportunity to get this control win. I think if they get the win, the odds of Q9 taking another hard point is just very, very low. But we've also seen their ability to flip a switch and all of a sudden dominate a map. So I think all of it is going to come down to confidence for them. They didn't look super confident through those first few rounds, but once they got on a hot streak, there was no stopping them.
Alrighty. Well, as we try to move on into control, well, it just seems like we're gonna have a little bit of a replay situation here where we're finding Tribe and Q9 still vying for that S&D match. Well, 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 that is going to be one little pickle that we have over here, and looks like the Battle of the Giants is not over yet when it comes to firing range. We keep seeing firing range all across the board for today. 6 and 6 is still going to be our scoreboard, so we're not gonna remember that game a while ago from Q9 and Tribe. We're gonna erase that from our memories and do another restart here. Whew, Bobby, I feel like we cast or cursed this our situation. We were like, hey, this game looking like it's going to be really fast, but nope, this is the second restart that we have here.
Yeah, obviously the difference being pretty big is that whenever you're playing regular Search and Destroy, no OT, one side has 6 straight rounds on the offense and the other side then moves to offense, has 6 straight rounds. It's supposed to be varying back and forth, and obviously with how strong both of these teams looked on the defensive side, it makes sense that you would want to have that switching back and forth. So we'll see what happens, but it looks like Almighty and Skade still going at it right now, so I'm excited to see the outcome of that one, but oh, maybe it's already over. I don't know.
Well, taking a look at what we had over there. No, actually, you know what? It's going to be Almighty getting that win up against Skade, where, if you guys didn't know, we also had a rematch for these two teams, and now Almighty actually got the upper hand in that first matchup. But as we wait for our S&D Q9 versus Tribe Gaming, let's take a look at what we've had in the scoreline so far here. So if you missed out when we had Group A versus Group B, that was going to be a really interesting look into how we're going to start off the day, where Godlike Esports went up against NYSL Mayhem, where an unexpected 3-0 actually happened. And now for INCO Stalwart versus Team Vitality, another 3-0. Now this one's a little bit more expected, don't you think?
Yeah, we expected that group was going to be pretty straightforward. It ended up being exactly that. Obviously, STRUT caught us off guard in that map #1, but it takes 3 games to win a series. So we'll see if they can bounce back. I think that lower bracket matchup is actually going to be a very, very entertaining one, because I mean, not only is it an elimination matchup, but I think the two teams are very well matched as well.
Oh, most definitely. And it was just like a matter of who was going to win that Omega fight versus a team, like one more really big team actually that I was really surprised is Stamina, that it was a 3-0. I was kind of expecting that to be in the distance, but again, let's take a look at what we have over here. Here are the brackets that we have for today in the round #2. Group C versus Group D, and this is Group C, where Scar's having that 1 win, Influence Gaming having that 1 as well. And now for Tribe Gaming and Q9, obviously that's going to be a 1-round win coming in from Tribe in that hardpoint matchup. And Q9, that's what we're trying to look now. If Q9 can secure this S&D again, or can Tribe Gaming go from under them and pull the rug?
Yep, it's definitely going to be a spicy overtime, because I feel like both of these teams are like, oh, we should have had it, we should have had it. And this will be the ultimate deciding factor, because there's no momentum, and it all comes down to the Search and Destroy. Looks like Scars and Influence Kemen going back at it as well. That is the other matchup that we'll see here in Group C, and seeming to be pretty unpredictable, as Influence Kemen completely dominating the S&D. Scars looking pretty strong in the hardpoint. And it looks like we are going to be replaying that S&D as well, so potentially a different outcome.
Woohoo! Here we go, restarts all across the board, but hey, another chance of winning this again, so let's take a look at that. Mike gets 2. That's going to be really big for them. 1v2 situation. And now for Influence Kevin, you have one more person left. That's going to be key. Going all the way around. Looking like he doesn't know that there's going to be 2 players waiting for him in that Bravo site. Oh, that's going to be really interesting. And if you are curious as to what you're watching, this is the Charlie stream right now. And as we're waiting for our Alpha stream, and there you go! We get to see one more win. Okay, hey, if you're confused, don't worry. We're going to be catching you and filling you in later on as Scars gets that 1 win. But hey, we're finally going into our matchup. SND Q9 versus Tribe. Hey! How you doing so far, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm so confused, but I'm so excited for the matchups that we have ahead of us. We are going to be hopping into the overtime for Tribe versus Q9. This is the ultimate test because you're back and forth. There's no real type of advantage on that one side as you're constantly flipping. So we'll see if the momentum carries for Q9 or if Tribe truly was the stronger S&D team in the first place, if they can come out on top.
6-6 is going to be our scoreline, and we're going to be going into game just right now. And it's target to 2 because we did go into overtime, and now as Q9 is going to be picking up the bomb right now. Engagement being 1, Tang gets that first opening kill.
Yep, right now it's going to be big for Veg to find the trade right there, and not really much defense over here on the B site, so should be free if they can take down Veg there as well. They do exactly that. And with Island way pushed up on the outside of 10 right now, he's going to be difficult to deal with. Jez is going to have to make a read right here. The bomb goes down, and Jez can't do that. Now down to Bolu and Tectonic. Long-time teammates. Tech's going to find the first one, but the rest of Q9 content to play on the inside of that B site, and it's going to be tough for Tech to sniff out everybody remaining. Bolu going to make the play toward tires. Nobody going to peek that. Likely a sniper in hand for him, and the longer the clock goes, the more pressure mounting for Tribe Gaming. Tech's going to try to find that first, but the CBR just not going to have the range. Bolu going to drop there as well. Tech doing everything that he can. But who else but Uling there with the Deagle. And right now, an opportunity for Q9 to close it out.
Advantage to Q9 and up for Tribe. They tried to slow things down and try to make a pick, but unfortunately for them, the number is too much coming in from Q9, and now we get to see it. Exchanging, Tribe getting that bomb, being on the attack, being a little bit slow, trying to go in for the information first before going in for that bomb site in A. Bomb carrier gonna be Jez. No information whatsoever yet, but Veg gets that first opening pick. Not only that, Marshy as well. Back and forth coming in from Tribe, and looks like they're having an advantage here. A 5v3 situation so early on.
So interesting that in the entirety of this series, the defensive team has dominated the entire time, and now off the start of overtime, both offensive teams winning. Uling waiting back here, you get some information, a nade connects.
Flashbang.
The flashbang gonna go over as well. Not sure if he was able to, but Marshy able to take down Tang. Trades left and right, Uling, sniper in hand, the bomb is down. Trophy's gonna disappear, but he's still got 3 Tribe Gaming players to deal with. Looked like he had the shot lined up, but just didn't take it, and we've got some more free COD Mobile for you.
Yeah, that was actually a really good play coming in from Q9, waiting for that particular stun to go and pop, but then unfortunately the timing was just not it. Tang went in there before it actually went in for the pop, and now we get to see a 1-1. Race to 3 is the scoreline again, OT ensuing. This is the longest search and destroy game that we've actually had so far in this day. And now it looks like they're trying to go in very passively yet again, as Dam goes in there for the wall bang. As they really quite get any information.
Tribe's gonna make the read right here. It is not gonna be easy at all to make your way into this B site. And I mean, right now with the head glitches you gotta go through, you gotta wonder, is it worth it for Q9 to make this push? Obviously, trying to hit the bank shot, but there's Trophy there, wasn't gonna connect anyways. And the longer you wait, the more opportunity you give Tribe to put on a pinch right here. It looks like they're content to sit back and play things passive. You got Bolu still holding down that A site for as long as he can. And potentially a big gunfight over there, as it looks like Q9 gonna go ahead and make the wrap back. If Bolu can find the snipe right here, could be huge, and he does just that. Island's gonna drop. And now on the offensive side, Q9 not looking quite as confident.
Q9 took too long to go in there for the rotate. Player number 1 coming in from Tribe. That's going to be Jez going there for the backhand, the backstab. Going to be met by 2 players. Oling turns around, gets him down. As Bolu tries to go in for another pick. Doesn't really quite get any. And now they're going to be on even playing field right now with Bolu still having a really good sightline going in for the defense for Alpha. And now the bomb is going to be taken down to 30 seconds. We need to see some movement coming in from Tribe. And speaking of movement, Bolu gets 1. Essentially, can finally get that second. He's still alive.
Ooh, Tang with the hop up right there, able to take down Bolu. And now 2 Q9 players left to deal with Tectonic. 15 seconds doesn't look doable. All you got to do is play your life right here. Tang's going to go ahead and back up. And that should be another round going through for Q9. Back and forth, keep in mind, COD Mobile S&D rules, you can go to 20 rounds of overtime. So we may have a lot of gameplay ahead of us.
I mean, if it was the 2 teams that we thought that was going to go to overtime, it was going to be this one right here. But honestly, I thought Q9 might have had an advantage a little bit, but looks like they're struggling just a tiny bit going up against the team like Tribe. And now we're going in there again. We're switching it up where Tribe has a hold of the bomb. And now the story of the game is, if you have the bomb, you're going to be having an easier time on the attack. Kind of like a situation that we saw a while ago, which was the opposite. Defending side was actually easier. And now let's see, very passive from both of these teams.
And once again, Q9 throwing that look where they have no information over on A outside of Tang overlooking the bomb site from the inside of American. Not taking any risks. You don't want any stray nades catching you off guard for a first blood. And right now, Tribe playing the waiting game, starting to look a little bit more confident. Marshy, is he stuck? Oh no. Oh no, that's not good. Marshy trying to get out of that spot right now, and that makes the push a little bit more difficult. He finds himself free from the wood in the top side, and now the push going through for Tribe, but you got to think him getting stuck might force them to second guess themselves a little bit, and now the counter.
Oh my god.
Q9 tears them apart. Tectonic trying to do something to stop the push, but D-Chen gonna be able to push on through, and it looks like the defuse going through for Q9. Nobody there to cover the bomb, and they finally take the win in Search and Destroy.
Q9 woke up in those last few rounds, and yes, we had like restarts, multiple restarts, but even in the second restart that we had, they were still killing it. And now they just proved how well they can defend and also really just handle themselves under pressure, even though they were down so much all throughout this S&D. I was honestly very convinced that we were going to take it to around 20, Bobby.
Oh yeah, I had that feeling as well. A little bit glad that it didn't happen, because we're still only 2 games into this matchup, and we still got a lot more COD Mobile to play today. We're not even to the second round of things here in the group stages, so it's a lot more COD Mobile to cover, and it does look like some of the action has started on the other channels. I believe all 3 of the other channels covering action right now, so Vitality off to a strong start. Maybe an opportunity for one of those Indian teams to make some noise. And the reset seeming to go in favor of Scars as the 7-0 has quickly turned around, and they are now up 5-1.
Yeah, the resets, man. It's just changing the tides of the games of these teams as 5-1. Well, we're going to be changing that storyline, and Scars might actually just be up 2-0 up against Influence Kemin. And now for our first lower round 1 matchup, Strut versus Vitality. Vitality having that upper hand, 142 and 108. If you guys aren't in our other streams, open it up. You're at home. We're going to be seeing a lot of Call of Duty Mobile action. And if you have multiple monitors at your home, just have each and one of them just over there. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, right in front of you. And now speaking of, we are going into one of our streams right now. This is going to be our lower round 1. That's going to be Strut Vitality. If you're at home, this is a Bravo stream in YouTube right now. As you can see, a very comfortable lead coming from Vitality. Not just that, having the Gravity Vortex shutting everyone down, coming in through spawn.
Yeah, right now, Vitality seeming to have bounced back. The one thing to point out over on Strut, Razmo has come to play. He was frying that first matchup for them, and now sitting on 24 as well. We have seen a substitution. Apher back in play for Strut. That was a player that we thought was going to be a major player to watch. His absence could have played a big impact in that series up against Wolves. So we'll see if they can bounce back right here. But Vitality, teamwork on point, and I said, who did I say was the #1 player in India?
Sams.
Sams? Well, he's got 28 kills.
Well,
he is frying right now, single-handedly. Actually, the twins, Sams and Yoko,
yes,
combining for 51 off the start of this one.
Quick maths over here, but obviously we have a similar response on the other side as well. Hisoka and Razmo trying to go in there as well for the take. But obviously with Razmo, you're already going to expect that he's really good with the SKS, but with a map as small as this, not going to be able to utilize it very much. And now you can see it. And now for Sam's getting that 29, almost getting that 30. Annihilator up in hand. The retake finally comes through from Vitality, widening the gap even more. 193 and 111, 26 seconds, no contest whatsoever coming in from the side of STRUT. And now one player though coming in from STRUT. Oh, Sam's getting a beautiful kill. How is he still alive?
Oh my gosh, he's dumpstering everybody right now. Finally gets shut down, but he's got a pocket full of streaks. And that's going to work wonders for Vitality. Is, to be honest, you kind of want to be right here. That gives you the early rotations off the late break, and that probably hurt STRUT more than it helped them. Not a whole lot of time to be gained. Sam's playing a cheeky position. He's going to be able to find another double kill. 35 kills on the board. This dude is an absolute madman.
Well, you can say that he has a pocket full of sunshine. That man is just absolutely insane. And now we actually saw one player from STRUT. Speaking of, my gosh, I can't. It's just yellows all across the board, and STRUT just having a difficult time with the gunfights right now. A different Vitality is actually going to be seen right now compared to their first matchup a while ago. Very impressive stuff. And not just that, the rotation was just absolutely key. Scrap points coming in from STRUT.
Yep, this is a huge break for them. Sam's doing everything he can, but he gets shut down. Still got that streak to work with, but a big feed. I believe that's 5 in a row now for STRUT. They got a lot of gap to close, but they seem to be confident. And I don't really think they're getting outslayed by that much, but they've just not been able to get any of these holds to stick. And Apher is just gonna kind of let the Hunter Killer go to waste right there. Slides on out, finds a big kill to lock in the rest of that scrap time, but Random able to shut it down. And it looks like Vitality with the early rotations here once again. They're gonna hop on down into the point, and only 20 points needed for them to close this one out.
Apher's spread missile does not find anyone at all, and for me, it's actually Vitality, when it comes to the gun skills, kind of equal, but they're winning more on the anchoring. And when it comes to the anchoring, it's so important because you're basically dictating where your teammates are going to be spawning, and Vitality did that to perfection, especially in P3, where they had really good control outside of the spawn, and also when it comes to the rotation going to P4. But now we finally get to see signs of life coming in from STRUT. 30 seconds left, and looks like they're probably going to be having so many points here so far. 168.
And right there, we see the Annihilator go to waste for Vitality. This lead starting to dwindle right now. Only 60 points separating the two. Was previously 100, and it looks pretty sure that they're going to pick up these last 10 seconds as well. That lead should be all the way down to 40 by the rotation back to P2, and it looks like STRUT's got this setup. If you're STRUT, you just can't afford to give up scrap time. Unnecessary right there for them to give up, what, 4 seconds, especially now that Vitality only needs 10 more, and we do see the Annihilator get shut down. The Gravity Vortex comes out, and it looks like Vitality going to be able to close this one out. Yoko's going to be able to find 2. Sam's pulls out the Annihilator, and no comeback today. Sam's goes big, and he's going to drop 44 off the start of this one.
Whew. Beautiful matchup here at Summit. STRUT had a very hard time where I thought they might have a little bit of a comeback. Did not happen, as anchoring was just too good when it comes to Vitality. And the timing of their score streaks and their operator skills was just so good. But taking a look what we have on our screen, Group B. Wolves and STRUT Esports, if you didn't see it a while ago, 3-1, where STRUT just surprised us with that very beautiful hardpoint game. INCO Stalwart 3-0 against Team Vitality. That's the reason why we're seeing him over here into lower round 1. And now for lower round 1, we just saw them a while ago, Team Vitality and STRUT Esports. Vitality just, they had a really good opener here.
Yeah, that was it felt like a must-win for them, and definitely a big win for the Indian region in general. Obviously, Godlike with a little bit of a disappointing start up against NYSL as well. But we got another very high-octane matchup. It's going to be Almighty going up against Skade. pretty tight in that first hard point and looking to be exactly the same. And Incendio, that not been sniping for all that long, but he has had a huge impact for Almighty since he started.
Now he looks so comfortable when it comes to that sniper. The right tech definitely his best friend right now, and it looks like 4 players of Almighty is actually very proficient when it comes to the snipes. But it looks like it doesn't really matter as Skate still has that upper hand. SKS seeming like it's still very much strong when it comes to those engagements as Papzera gets one. And now Leosin tries to go in for the kills as Heaven's going to be really low on that HP. 1v1 situation. Now they're going to be playing Ring Around the Rosie as Heaven doesn't really quite spot that one last player, Papzera. The defuse is going to happen, but then Papzera hears it. That is enough time for him to go and cancel that defuse. Beautiful presence of mind coming from Pep.
That's a huge clutch for him right there. We are actually going to head on back to our main matchup, Tribe versus Q9, getting ready to hop into the control. Right now, the momentum kind of slipping away from Tribe, but we know they've got the gunny, especially whenever it comes to the respawns. And yeah, I think that's going to play a big factor in this map number 3. We talked previously, domination is that 3rd game mode in China Masters. So this is not one that the Q9 roster is going to be nearly as familiar with, but the fact that it's Hacienda control kind of equalizes a little bit.
Yeah, that is the mode that is kind of a big question mark, because if we're going in through Slum, Search, and Destroy, if it does reach map number 5, I feel like Q9 has a little bit of an upper hand, but obviously when it comes to the hard point, it was no question whatsoever the Tribe just absolutely sent them home. And now it's going to be in standoff though, which is going to be a very interesting map to play on. But we do have a guaranteed game number 4 as Q9 just very closely won that S&D in firing range. And now we're finally going in through Hacienda where it's going to be really close because, again, control matchup, we're not quite sure. I feel like Tribe has a little bit of an upper hand, but the fact that the map is going to be Hacienda, that brings it a little bit more of mystery.
Well, you can see the Q9 team strategizing right now, getting ready to hop into the action. We've talked previously, especially for COD mobile control defensive side, typically being stronger, especially with there not being any way to flip for round number 5. So we'll see who has that advantage off the start, but with the experience that we've seen from Tribe when it comes to the respawns, you gotta think, even if they are on the offensive side, which they are not, could go their way, and they're gonna make their way up on the defensive side to start right here. Jez looking to take this top side control, and there is nobody here to counter for Q9, but they're going to be able to find 2 opening kills, and Tectonic, about as straight as they shoot, he's going to be able to take down 1 Bravo.
Now let's see what happens here as we can... Q9 going to be in there for the offense, and now like what we said here is actually going to be really big because when you're on the attack here, it's a little bit easier compared to other maps. And Upper gets that beautiful kill, 26 and 25. With B having almost 2 ticks of progress, finally going through, but the cleanup pushes through coming in from Tribe.
Wow, a cheeky spot for Dam, but Marshy sniffs him out right there. 23 lives apiece. Very patient right now as Uling pulls out that SKS as well. Looks like nobody opting to use it yet for Tribe Gaming. They're able to win a couple of big gunfights. That's going to give them the man advantage. Tectonic does not check all of his corners, but Dam going to be able to, or actually D-Chen going to get traded out right there, and now Tribe starting to get a little bit of an edge. Looking like they're definitely comfortable over here on the defensive side, and right now, no map control for Q9. They have gotten pushed up a little bit on this opposite side, and maybe a chance for them to occupy some time here over on A.
Tang was in a very cheeky corner where he actually could have spawn trapped some players coming in from Tribe, and now the cleanup pushes through. Patience is definitely going to be rewarding them as A finally some progress, but 16 seconds left on the clock. That's definitely going to be very detrimental for them to go and capture. There you go, A and B, all good, but then the players of Tribe, they're going to be split up just for a little bit, and now for Oling gets that 1 essential kill, stopping that A push. Bravo still going to be contested just a tiny bit. No progress whatsoever in that Alpha flag, but just as I said, that Bravo and Alpha going to be taken down. 16 seconds. That's going to be really big for Jez to win a lot of these gunfights.
Every time Tribe finds that life advantage, it seems like the Q9 players are able to find a way to trade. Nobody wants to peek Jez around this corner. You got to pay attention to the objectives, though. 3 straight kills in for Tribe. and they only need one objective tick in order to get the win right here. Damn going to be able to fire back. Marshy backing up right here, and you got to be very aware of the lives right now. 9-9, and especially this top side control could work to the advantage of Q9. Bolu's trying to sniff him out, and I think Dam's wishing he hadn't gotten himself into this spot. Players for Tribe everywhere, but he's still able to win the gunfight. And if you're Tribe, you've got to get him cleared out. They're not able to do it. Now a 2-life advantage. Another trade goes through. Q9, 7 lives, and it looks like they're going to be able to get this final tick of progression. They do just that. They take the offensive round to start.
Dam single-handedly captured that Bravo flag, giving the advantage to Q9. He was so good when it comes to the movement, knowing very well when to engage. And unfortunately for Tribe, there you go. First big opener for Q9. And now we're going to be switching things up when they're going on the defense. Let's see how well Tribe fares on the attack.
Yep. Definitely puts a lot of pressure on them, with most teams feeling more comfortable on the defensive side. You give up that early offensive round win, puts you in a tough spot. Uwing's going to be able to take down Chiezze, and especially on a map like Hacienda, SKS is going to rain absolute terror onto everybody. And it seems like every angle that the Q9 players read, there's a Tribe player right around it, and they're ready to pick up the kills. Damn, maybe not optimal timing for pulling out that claw. He doesn't get a single bullet to land off of that one. Fortunately, his teammate Tang actually has a Pred and a Hunter Killer ready to go. Right now, Tribe with the 1 life advantage, putting the pressure onto Q9. And right now, they finally get somebody hopped on into A, and this is where we see the opportunity for Tribe to turn the tides.
Oh, that was a good stun coming in from the teammate of Oling. That's going to be really big for him. Get that vital information down. But in player number 2, he's going to be spawned off all the way. Spawn trap is going to ensue. 2 players coming in from Q9. Unfortunately for them, both are being shut down. That was a very close call, and Tribe gets away with it.
Q9 trying really hard to spawn trap right there, and that's, you gotta think, gonna leave them questioning where the players are. Damn nearly finds 3. He's finally gonna get traded out, but Q9 now with a life advantage once again. That main issue for Tribe Gaming, you gotta get on these objectives, and the kills continue to come through for Q9. The control play is absolutely there for them right now. We might have been second-guessing them a little bit off the start of this matchup, but their reads are on point right now. Tribe has no counters, shut down left and right. A dominant round for Q9, and now an opportunity for a surprising 3-0 in the control.
They're so good at the defense, so good at the offense, and now for Tribe, they were almost spawn trapped, but it just wasn't enough to try and break free from that. Looks like they need to find their footing here. And now for the offense, they do have a little bit of an advantage. They need to control 2F. It's just like they really need to, because the fact that they kind of lost that a while ago, especially with a player that Tang, that goes in there always at the very back, trying to go in there for that early spawn trap, that is going to be really essential. Now speaking of, we do have 3 players from Tribe going up against there.
The one thing you got to worry about if you're Tribe, Dam has snuck all the way through. And it doesn't seem like they know where he is, but Bolu's going to be able to sniff him out. That's going to be basically a full reset for the Q9 players. A couple trades do come through, and I think that is a full objective tick over on A. So that's put some pressure on. Uling seems that he just has spidey senses right now, knows where everybody's gonna be. Marshy's gonna make his way through right here. He doesn't get anything. Does get 1 kill off that Purifier, but you gotta be able to find more value. And Dam makes the read, Claw comes out. He gets away with his life, maybe a little bit too aggressive though. He's gonna get shut down, and that's a huge kill for Tribe.
That is gonna be probably, if Q9 loses this round, that was the reason why. You had a really solid hold here in Bravo, and then overextends, and you could have had a really solid defense here, and now it seems like Tribe going in there for that defense, really good when it comes to the numbers. 22 and 16 is going to be the life count here. 1 tick of progress coming in from Q9. There's still a lot of work to do. 30 seconds left on the clock. There needs to be some sort of progress on any of these hills.
Big, you gotta finish your food right there. Kill that was waiting for him, but allows the teammate to get into position to trade. And Big on the bottom side, Overchell's there as well, and now top side reigns dominant for Island as his teammates gonna be able to make their way on in. Now the claws coming out once again as Q9 They don't want to play another round. We want to go ahead and end it right here if we can. 2 takes a progression over onto A, which is typically the more difficult one to find. Vegaz gonna find a big kill to clear things off, and Tribe still has the lives advantage. All you really have to do right here is keep A clear, and there shouldn't be much of a chance for Q9 to clutch this one up. Vegaz makes the read, he finds the kill right there. Still a 6 life advantage, and seeming like the ball is now in their court. Oh my
gosh!
0 seconds! Okay, there it is.
Because we've seen that before, Bobby. We've had like more flashbacks when it comes to that. We've seen a very, very insane comeback happen. But there you go, sides of life from Tribe. Now it looks like they have finally found their footing. 30 and 30 life count. 125 on the clock, very early on. Let's see if Tribe can shut down one more win coming in from Q9.
Thing for Tribe is Q9 still got a defensive round on their hands, and that's definitely where they look more comfortable between the two. They're going to come out on top in those gunfights. In the top side, Island and Uling picking apart Tribe, and they're going to be set to completely reset. No type of progression. Down 2 lives right here. Vegaz going to get shredded as well. And now Dam working on some streaks as he's got a hunter killer in his pocket. A couple big trades come through for Tribe, but the main issue, no real map control and no ticks of progression on either side.
Well, they're trying to go and set up for the retake, actually. That's really good because they know they're not going to be winning it if they go up in that spiral staircase. So they're going in through the sides. And so far, so good, especially here in Alpha. Player number 5 is going to be their only problem. That's going to be Island, waiting for reinforcement. But Bolo goes in there, goes in for the trade. That's going to be ticks of progress going in from Alpha. That's going to be really good. I'm really liking this play coming in from Tribe.
They're trying to go for the control reverse sweep. Tang has got to win that gunfight. He gets absolutely dumpstered. And now the progression coming in on both sites for Tribe Gaming. And there's no real counter for Q9. They haven't gotten any kills in the last 2 minutes, it feels like. And we finally find a couple for Dichen and Uling, but they've still got a lot to do in regards to protecting. It looks like they're basically just going to give up B for free. Jez with the pre-fire with the claw, going to be able to shut down another one. It was still a 7 life advantage for Tribe Gaming. Looks like a good chance for them to close this one out and push it to around 5.
Dam goes in there again for the spawn trap, gets a few lives, but not really anything to change the game up. Bolu spams that claw, doesn't really quite get anyone there, but knows very well that Island's going to be right up, but then obviously having the upper hand of the second floor, he does win it. Alpha almost going to be captured. 1 minute, a lot of time to play with, and now so many members coming in from Q9 funneling through, giving Tribe a hard time, but they're going to clean things up. But 1 tick of progress, that's going to be good. So 1 big push coming in from Tribe is going to be essential.
Marshy, big jump shot from the water side right there. A 9 life advantage should afford Tribe the opportunity to just play TDM right here. You don't really need to get that ticket progression, but if you want to apply some pressure, you absolutely can, because you only need that 1 take. Q9's going to get rid of the progress, and Jez has managed to sneak all the way through. He's going to be able to find 2, find a 3rd. Can he make it 4 right here? Finally going to get shut down, but he's got full streaks, which is going to be massive. Heading into that final round, only 1 life right here for Q9. No real hope through the smoke. Vegaz connects, and now Tribe looking for the reverse sweep in the control.
2 rounds in a row. And now when we thought that Q9 had a very huge lead, similar story, don't you think, from S&D? Something that, you know, feel like Q9 just dropped the ball. And now for Tribe, they do have the advantage of being on that defense, but let's see what kind of response Q9 can give us on the attack.
That's one thing about Tribe. They're incredibly resilient and showing that right here. Tang gonna go ahead and back up, but doesn't play it slow enough. Jez gonna find 1. Gets the information with the hunter killer as well. That's 2 kills on the board. Q9 has not gotten a single kill here in round 5. Dam's finally gonna be able to open it up right there, but there's hunter killers up in the sky. They've got to make this push quick, and if they can maybe stack this B point, might be able to get themselves a little bit more time, but it is costing them a lot of lives in the process.
I feel like that B push could have been so good, but unfortunately for them, did not win the gunfight. So far, Uling actually gets 2 really big opening kills, just providing that first tick of progress in B. And that's going to be for 1 player for Island to go and take. And now for Jez, spots 1. That's a really big kill because that gives him the claw. The claw. That's going to be really big for him if he actually saves it later on.
Now Tribe looking to set up the spawn trap right here. Bolu gets pushed all the way up into garage. The Tribe player is going to go ahead and flood through, and they're trying to spawn trap from both sides if they can. Island trying to force his way through. Ulin going to find one, but they can't kill Bolu. He's working on streaks. D-Chen finally going to be able to find the shutdown, but the lives are the bigger issue at hand for Q9. Have not been able to win the bulk of the gunfights. And now an opportunity for Tribe to find 3 rounds in a row. We'll see if they can make it happen as another big gunfight goes down. Q9, they got to get that last tick of objective time over on B, but with a 12 life disadvantage, how much are you willing to afford to Tribe? Dam's gonna hop on, but the Purifier comes out for Marshy. Only 7 seconds remaining. Not a whole lot to work with if you're Q9. They hop on B. How long will it last?
22-2 with 2 seconds left on the clock. Grizz gonna have some kind of progress, but no, it is just not enough. As Tribe goes in there for 3 rounds in a row, secures 1 more round for them. A 2-1 as we get to see Hardpoint in our next matchup. Can I just say how Tribe played that so well in that last matchup for me? It was going to be Tectonic and Marshy having that crossfire and Bravo. That was such good defense.
Yeah, it felt like a confidence swing more than everything. We saw the Q9 players first couple rounds, they're pre-firing everything, they're snapping, they're turning. They seem to have everything on lock, and I don't know if it was a lapse in communication, whatever it is, but last 3 rounds, they get completely fried. And my, oh my, the rookie Chiezze. He was the North American MVP for Stage 4, and he's bringing that same level of talent and gameplay here in Stage 5 as he goes 36-15.
Big scores, really big scores. Bolu as well, 31-22. And on the other side, Dam, he has been absolutely great for his team too, trying to go in there for the spawn traps, but he is going to be the only one that tries to do that most of the time. And so it kind of slows down Tribe just a little bit, kind of gives them just a tiny bit of a delay going into the sides, but obviously it didn't work out too well at the very end, because for Tribe, they flipped the switch. They changed up and they adapted very well when it comes to going in there, because there was one point actually in the matchup, I think it was their second win, where it was they couldn't fight mid. So they were like, okay, we can't fight mid, it was too strong. So they went into the outside lanes anyway and win a lot of those gunfights, and that is just really good plays right there.
That's the thing about Tribe. We saw it in Stage 4. You see them get down at big deficits, whether it's in a round, whether it's in a series, and they are just such a difficult team to close out because of the way that they bounce back. They make adjustments mid-series, mid-game, whatever it is, and they're just tough to kill. That's just the way that they play, and that's one of the reasons why they're one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, and speaking of another really good team, one of the best in the world, Q9, struggling in that control, struggling to close it out. And as we saw, it's very back and forth when it comes to search and destroy and control, but the only lopsided game that we actually saw was Hardpoint. And guess what's next? It's going to be Hardpoint standoff. Now, do or die for Q9. You do not want to be in that situation where you're at the lower round 1.
And standoff Hardpoint is Tribe's home. That's where they want to be. That's where their SMGs are really going to be able to thrive, and they have a lot of SMG-oriented players. Obviously, you got Tech that's going to typically play in the long range, but everybody else has the opportunity to pull out the SMG and just fry on the inside of the Hardpoint. So they're going to be tough to shut down. If you're Q9, you gotta, I'm not necessarily gonna call it a choke, but you gotta put that last game out of your mind. Definitely should have been able to close it out. You gotta give yourself a chance at the search and destroy, because if you do, you know you're able to beat Tribe in search and destroy.
Weapon comp for me is going to be the biggest question mark for Q9, because a while ago, when it was Raid, it was a 4-man AR, 4-man Krig, and 1 CBR for Q9. And now for Tribe, obviously a little bit more, adjustable when it comes to their gun selection. So hopefully we get to see Q9 play it a little bit too much, because obviously it didn't work out for them. That was the most lopsided game in this particular matchup in this series. And so we need to see adaptability coming in from Q9, because so far struggles for that control matchup, and obviously signs of life rather coming in from that search and destroy, where they were able to pull it up. And now this is do or die. If not, Q9 goes into the lower round 1.
Yep, it's a tough spot to be. I think the other big question, we talked earlier about how it seemed like the two teams have agreed on a GA for the SKS, but then Q9 starts losing a little bit. They're like, you know what? Maybe we'll use the SKS. Could potentially be something that we see come out, and actually, for the first time, at least from the games we've seen, the R9 coming into play for Dam. A double shot shotgun, and it definitely has lethal ability in smaller maps like Standoff and Summit, but Marshy!
Oh my God!
Nade right there, he is flying across the map, and what a start for him.
I wish I saw where that nade was at. I was too busy looking at what was happening right in front of me, but oh my goodness, I want to see that in my highlights later on. Going on a 4 spree. Early points coming in from Tribe. Very solid hold a while ago, but now Q9 gets the 25 seconds. But 2 players coming in from Tribe. Now all 4 actually goes in there for the defense, but Tang and Island get essential kills, and they still get the scrap points.
Yeah, pretty even off the start, which is not really what it seemed like for that first hard point, so good signs for Q9. Tang frying off the start once again. He's been huge for them so far. And right now they're rotated pretty early over toward P2 as well, and that is the power of the R9 right there. Crazy, crazy range for a shotgun. And this is a solid early setup for Q9. Dam's gonna be the biggest issue. If you're Tribe, you gotta try to get to that opposite side and shut him down. Marshy just doing Marshy things, but he doesn't have a counter for the R9 on the inside of the hard point.
Oh my God.
Dam with the 4 Ps right there. He's going crazy with it, and he's got full streaks off the start.
If Tribe has Marshy, Q9 has Dam, and now it looks like he's playing his angles really well, knowing that it's going to be close range engagements are what he's going to be winning. But scrap points going in for the side of Tribe. Contestation not really quite pulling through, as the rotation really early coming in from Q9. Again, we've seen this already in their first hard point. They're not actually going in there for the contest. They're just giving away all the free points going to Tribe.
Yeah, they have definitely put a big emphasis on those early rotations. I will say this is a very early rotation. Early rotations are a good thing, but when you're giving up this much time for the enemy to just get free scrap time, you're not contesting at all, and you're also opening a door for them to be able to rotate early as well. You got to question, is it worth it? So Tang on the bottom side, trying to make something happen. He's able to break through. Shots coming, I believe, through the wall right there. He's going to be able to make the one-man break. D-Chen finds one on the bottom side as well. Tang and Dam, not 2 players that have, from what I've seen, been big highlight players for Q9 in the past, but they have absolutely come to play today as they're already combining for 20.
But Tribe is just so good when it comes to the retake, and that's why when you're Q9, it's just like you already know that if you're gonna do an early rotate, it's not gonna work out for you. So now,
Tribe, with 30 seconds?
30 seconds! 23 on the clock right now, and still no contest whatsoever, no anchoring, no spawn control coming in from Q9, and now it looks like slowly but surely Tribe is actually gaining that lead, that momentum that they need. Early rotate coming in from Q9 as 2 players going there for the defense.
I mean, it's one thing if you're getting like rock solid defenses and you're basically untouchable on the inside of the hard point, but Tribe is able to get the majority of their breaks within the first 10 to 20 seconds of each of these hard points, and the fact that Q9 is rotating so early is making it easier and easier for Tribe to do that. Obviously, Q9 still in this, absolutely. It's pretty much a tie game right here as Jez looking to get pushed out and take some control on this side of the map. He's frying with the switchblade in hand. Then once again, 20 seconds in, Tribe already finds the break. If you're Q9, you got to find a way to contest a little bit more.
Patience from Tribe. 3 players actually in boxes and just waiting for that one last player coming in from Hay. That is so good. That's the reason why that they always do so well in the break. Pegg almost gets another one, but information does gather for them. And now finally the contest finally comes through from Q9 as well, but not enough as only 1 player is actually going to be there. They're funneling in there one by one. That is the biggest difference between these 2 teams, is that, taking a look at that, who's going in there for the early respawn as well, the early rotate rather into Grannies. That's going to be Q9. 109 and 86 is the scoreline.
Yeah, if you're Q9, I think early rotations are good. I think the timing that they've had on these rotations need to be adjusted a little bit. We'll see if they can make that adjustment. Tectonic. Oh, the straightest shooter in the West. He's going to be able to drop down. maybe gonna hit the reload first real quick and see what he can do from the top side, but once again, 12 seconds until you get that break for Tribe. And if that's happening, like, why rotate early? You know, there's no need to rotate early. They're gonna give you, what, 20, 30 seconds of free scrap time? You will take that every single time. Q9 finally gonna be able to break back in, but they definitely seems like they need to make some adjustments. And I guess to a certain degree, the rotation's paying off is they're getting outslayed pretty heavily and still at a tie game. Maybe if you're Tribe, think a little bit about not fighting as much for that scrap time and capitalizing more on the gun skill that you know you have.
Now, speaking of timing of the rotation, now this is a better time when it comes to Q9. As 126 and 113, the gap is a little bit close as Q9 gets majority of the points in P1. 3 players from Tribe going into gas station, but then they are going to be losing it. Just one more player out there, tries to go in there for the kill, but unfortunately for him, Tang is going to be right there. Very slick guy. And now points, yet again, the timing is going to be really good for Q9 this round. Purifier is going to absolutely stop every single one, but then where did that person come from? Just that one essential player is actually going to be Chiezze, taking down one essential operator.
Maybe not the best position to pull out that Purifier. Obviously, you want to take gunfights on the inside, but if you're gonna peek, then don't pull out your operator.
Oh my
Tribe
God.
absolutely floods into the hard point right here, and now the big question once again, does Q9 rotate already? One of the players has it, 25, 30 seconds that you're giving away for free, trying to make a 4-man break up against Tribe Gaming. It's just not gonna happen. So you want to get the map control, you want that early rotation, but at some point I feel like you got to make a little bit of an adjustment because it's allowing Tribe to just barely stay in the lead for the entirety of the matchup.
Q9 is just trying to go in for the break one by one, and they spawn so far away from the next hard point. They spawn over the way in Hay. And now there's only, what, 3 players that's going to try to go and defend that, where the rest of Tribe's actually there for the break. Player number 5 and 3, that's going to be Marshy and Tectonic, patiently waiting for the rest of their teammates to go and break, and that absolutely pays off. Again, early rotation from Q9, but they always lose when it comes to the contest.
And this could be the nail in the coffin right here. Island, unfortunate timing on that spawn. That's a free kill for Chiezze, and if we don't see Q9 break back in here, I don't know that they have much of a chance of closing out this one. Could be sent to the lower bracket early on. Right now, Tribe unrelenting in these pushes. They just go ahead and hop out of the hard point. I guess wanted to get some more kills just for the lulz, but they hop back in and should be pretty close to a 50-point lead heading out of this. Once again, you see the free 25 seconds of uncontested scrap time for Tribe. I understand what Q9's trying to do. I'm just not sure about the timing of it.
That timing was really off. I feel like the only really good rotation they had was P2 in this particular restart. But again, Tribe is just too strong when it comes to the retake. As 4-man push coming in from the back end from Blue. And now we get to see, Warehouse rather, where they're still waiting very patiently for the rest of their teammates to go and gather up, as player number 2 from Q9 is going to be outside in Statue, loses that gunfight. But finally, a solid hold coming in from Q9. That's going to be really big for them. Again, another big push coming in from Tribe. Going in there, 3 and 2 split is going to ensue.
And the big question for Q9, can you actually get an early rotation to stick? The answer has been no every single time.
Oh my God.
And even though it's not quite as early as it was previously, still 30 seconds in, Tribe Gaming able to find the break. Oh, big Purifier for D-Gen though. This is an opportunity for close to a full 60. I think probably that minimum 50 points for Q9 if they can get it to stick right here. Tribe just so clean on the gunny. It has been a back and forth hard point right here. Nobody able to tell. And that's the thing, Q9, you've got the gun skill to break back in. You're just not really trusting your ability to do it. They don't rotate early off of this one, but they're in control of the hard point, and now they have an opportunity to close the gap even more.
Let's see if the change of pace of Q9 is going to help them out. Not rotating early enough and just finishing and getting the scrap points finally. And now getting the scrap points is going to be really big, as we already saw before in this second reset. They had majority of the points here in P1. Looks like they still have a very solid hold as well. 2v2 situation happening over here in Granny's. Really big gunfights being won. Tang going in there for the Purifier, not really getting a lot of these kills. Still very heavily contested spot.
It is all Q9 in the feed right now, and that lead is getting smaller and smaller for Tribe. A big feed right there, and just as we get a 5 feed for Q9, all of a sudden there's a 5 feed for Tribe, and they're back in the driver's seat. The Purifier comes on out for Pegg. He's got 3 players he can shut down, but isn't able to get either of them. Fortunately for him, Marcy is there, and they're going to be able to get it all the way down to, if I had to guess, 243 heading into the next one. And now, I think for the first time all game, it's Tribe with the early rotation. They've got the setup right here and should be able to close this one out, assuming they play it correctly.
Yeah, they gave it up because they know they can finish things here in P2, and they're doing such an amazing job at clearing out every single one of the players from Q9 over here in gas station. There is just no way that they can go in here. 250 is the scoreline, and finally, after a grueling 4 rounds, we get to see a Tribe finally comes out on top as Q9 bumps down into lower round 1.
Woo! That was a tight one. That's one that I feel like could be a preview of our grand finals. Both of those teams incredibly talented. For Q9, very, very winnable control. Very close second hard point as well. And over on the Tribe side, the S&D was close too. So I don't feel like coming out of this, either of these teams can feel bad about their performance, but obviously Tribe asserting their dominance early on. That's a great sign for Tribe fans around the world.
Wow, what an amazing matchup that we have, and we're not done yet when it comes to the other teams that are performing here. If you guys are at home, you can definitely check out our Bravo, Charlie, and Delta streams. As you can see over here, our Bravo stream going to be Almighty versus Skade, where surprise, surprise, Skade is going to have that upper hand. And that's going to be really exciting once we see what is going to be that scoreline. But it looks like we had such an amazing round number 1 here in our Alpha stream, where number 1, hardpoint looks like Q9, they're having a little bit of difficulty. But honestly, they improved so much here in standoff.
Yeah, I think a couple tweaks in the way that they played that. I think the early rotations they had were great. But if you look, maybe like 10 seconds different of contest time rather than just giving it to Tribe for free in that hardpoint could be a completely different story, especially given how close they were able to keep it in spite of some of those mistakes. So I'm excited to see how they fare up against some of the other regions. I don't think this is going to be the end of the road for Tribe, but or for Q9, but I think they're going to have a tough matchup in the lower bracket as well.
Yeah, it's a question of who they're going to be going up against. That is the biggest question of all, as we're waiting for a lot of these teams to finish their matchup. So again, we're going into hardpoint because that was the biggest, I feel like, kryptonite coming in from Q9. Control, they could have had it in the bag. They should have had it, and I feel like we would have been casting map number 5 today. But you know what? We're going to save that for grand finals possibly. And so for me, Tribe is just so good with their plays. They're so patient, and not only that, they occupy all of the entrances when it comes to a single hardpoint. That's why they're so good at the retake. For me, probably one of the best teams to actually utilize that.
Yeah, I think their teamwork is the reason that they're able to find those breaks so easily. And that's the thing, when you can find breaks that easily, you don't have to be quite as strategic as long as you're getting the bigger chunk of the time. And you know that they're gonna give you what? 20, 30 seconds for free off of an early rotation? Like, you take that every single time.
That's going to be really exciting. But obviously, we have a lot of matches here so far, but Q9 getting that 1, and obviously Tribe getting that 3. Very close matches that we actually had here so far. But before we actually go into whatever match that we have left, I'm pretty excited to see what Tribe actually has to offer. But I feel like Vegaz, I feel like he's going to be having a little bit of an interview with one of the key players of Tribe Gaming. Pegg, that's going to be up next.
I'm excited to see that one. Pegg always has very interesting things to say.
Hello, all right. Thank you very much, y'all. Great cast. I'm here with Pegg from Tribe. Yo, give it up for Pegg. All right, Pegg, obviously that was a long series. How did you guys work through the fact that it took a little while to get through?
Well, honestly, like, it was a long series, especially after the S&D. It kind of threw us off guard. We had this 6-3 lead, and unfortunately Tech did get disconnected, and it kind of threw us off guard. Going into the S&D, we ended up losing, but Then we went to Hacienda, and being down 0-2, some of us might have lost hope, but I'm guessing we didn't because we ended up coming back, getting that 3-2 victory, going into the hard point, and then we won the entire series, which was a really good thing.
Q9 is one of the top squads in all of COD Mobile. You knew that this was going to be a hype match coming into it. You obviously being like best of the West. What did you think of Q9?
Oh, Q9 are definitely a great team for sure. We did do some VOD review on them, and they do have some good ideas, especially the fact that they are a team-based, I guess, team. Our team was mainly started out as like a gun skill thing. We would ego chow everything, and they were the reason why we started to like get the whole play style working together and stuff. And that was definitely one of the reasons why we did win that game today with this whole series. So I guess shout out to them for giving us that whole idea.
Well, with that victory, now you're on the upper side of the bracket. It feels like you had one of your toughest tests. What are you guys trying to prove here and work on as you continue to move through the tournament?
Well, what we're trying to prove is that we are definitely the best team in NA, and even today we show that with beating the #1 team, which is Q9, obviously. Really great team. And I'm just hoping we can keep the same energy throughout the entire tournament. Because at the end of the day, KD doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who does good or bad. Even if someone does good, if they lose, they won't remember it until the winner of the whole tournament wins. They won't remember who did good. They'll remember who won.
Well, you guys got the victory in your first match. Veg, congratulations, brother. You and Tribe moving on to the upper side of the bracket. Let's send it back to the casters to close out this series.
Thank you so much, Digon and Veg. Congratulations for your team moving into the next matchup. But before we actually move on into our next set of matches, let's take a look at the highlights that we actually had, because there were a ton. This is probably one of the closest matches that we've seen so far. Yeah,
it was super, super tight all the way through. Obviously, the first hard point, not so much. It was a Tribe show through and through. And I do feel like Q9 learned off of a lot of mistakes that they made right here, maybe overly corrected in some situations, but I think overall they put up a good fight. A lot of it is just the pure gun skill of Tribe, and also that team chemistry of playing together that long, having such a team-oriented play style. And like Veg said, it's not about KD for them at the end of the day. They just want to get wins, and whoever has to get kills to do it, they're going to do exactly what they need to do. But across the board, no question, Tribe looking like the hardpoint team to beat in this tournament.
Definitely. We already expected that off the bat, but obviously Search and Destroy is a different story here, where obviously the China teams, both Wolves and Q9, have the upper hand because their region is so heavy when it comes to playing this game mode. But surprisingly, actually Tribe did an amazing job and just really pulling off quite the shocker in this situation and making Q9 and its fans kind of shudder in fear just a tiny bit, because at some point the points were so far away, as you can see over here, but obviously up until our restart where we saw Q9 just wake up.
Yeah, and the thing about it is we talk about how the control was very, very winnable for Q9. You could say the same about the Search and Destroy for Tribe. Like, I think a couple things changing the momentum in this one definitely had a huge impact on the overall outcome. And I think if Tribe's able to play that first map all the way through, maybe just a straight up 3-0. Obviously, there's a lot of different things that you got to take into account. But Tribe looking very, very strong, and definitely not a weak Search and Destroy team by any stretch of the imagination.
And now, speaking of the highlights for our control game, where Q9 had the upper hand of those 2 points, defense and offense. But you know what, Tribe shows, yep, we're going to be doing the same thing to you. And that just seals the deal for them. And now for Q9, I feel like they were just being predictable at the very end, where they just had to close it out just once. Like what you said, the same thing happening for Search and Destroy and Tribe. They could have just closed it out, but no. Same case over here for Q9, where they were just so predictable, and Tribe did so well at trying to be more adaptable to the play style of Q9, just not going in there for that mid push, knowing very well they're gonna lose it every single time. And so they went to the outside lanes and just free B and Alpha going in there.
That's the thing about always being an aggressive team. Like, yes, it can definitely work to your advantage, but in some situations it also makes you predictable because the opposing team knows that you're always going to be aggressive. So I think reevaluating in some of those situations could work to the advantage of the Q9. I'm excited to see how they match up against some of the other teams in the future of our tournament.
Yes, we have so much to say, but we do know 3 people that have a lot to say. Digon, Shift, and Proper, take it away.
Well, thank you very much. y'all did a great job for groups C and D. A lot of stuff to cover here as we hop back on into that Tribe Q9 match. There was a lot of things that happened there. Veg had a lot to say about it too, but like just he slid it in there. He was like, you know, we were a gun skill team, but our utility usages. Am I allowed to curse on the interview? I was like, don't curse on the interview, but we'll get to that if you want to. So things to optimize there for Tribe, but they still get the victory over Q9.
And I love that Vegaz getting us a little headpiece of like what they're thinking through, because this is just one step. Yes, it's a major matchup when it comes down to you have a tough opponent in front of you.
Right.
But this is just winners round one. It's a long tournament. So you do need to be kind of picking apart the things that are technically not going perfect, because you're going to need to win here this weekend.
Yeah, and that's definitely something that we want to do with Q9 as well, as their S&D was something that was worth it, right?
I would say that, you know, we expected their surge to be great, and there were some really great moments defensively. Obviously, they won that huge tear, and that's how they get back into it after the reset.
Yeah, I mean, for Q9 as a whole, as we're watching through some of these replays, you'll see something as a swift decision ends up coming through. Is they didn't want to meet the pace anymore versus Tribe. Defensively, they actually recognized just to give up so much space just outside of 10 and just play for the 5v5 retake, and hey, it worked.
It's great awareness a number of different times, because it's the same setup once again for Tribe. Get on, get the quick plant, but look how Q9 are stacked. They're taking away the mid lane. They have the ability to get players in towards trailer, and then the retake is so darn swift. That's something that Tribe never faced at all during stage 4, and 100% was a catalyst for why Q9 was able to take the surge.
Yeah, and again, showing the power of Q9 and why they're one of the most successful teams in the world and why they win most of the time on S&D. But they are not without their flaws, and we've got a couple of clips here to show that prove it in map number 3.
Yeah, map number 3 was a little bit of a head start here. This is the bad and somewhat of the ugly, right? You know, you do not adjust the screen at all. Yeah, that was a 2-0 lead, in fact, for Q9, and things start going rather awry, and yeah, it has everything to do with that life deficit, plus the resources that Q9 had in their back pocket. They were down at one point like 5-12, and they somehow decided just to pull out operators for some reason.
You're 2-0 up. You don't have to spend anything. You're guaranteed another defense somewhere. Why try to force operator usage when not only is it 2-10, but you have a safety blanket of another defensive round? They threw away 3 different operators, and I think the word we can use is that's a breakdown. Like, you cannot have those mistakes happen coming out of a major region that is looking to possibly win this tournament. That is a massive mistake, and that's 100% what cost them the map.
Yeah, and again, it feels weird because that doesn't feel like necessarily a difference of strategy. That just felt like a brain fart on stage. So
it's like desperation almost is what it felt like. Just sitting there thinking, there's like, okay, well, I have a grab cannon or I have a purifier. Maybe I can get a couple of kills with this, but you're still down horrendously. Like you're down by like 12 lives at that point. Yeah. There's no reason just to throw away resources when you have such a great lead.
Yeah, well, with that victory, Tribe is now top of the group. Q9 will drop to the limb bracket of the group stage and has to work their way through it. So we take a look at our group stages. Brought to you by Republic of Gamers. Group C completed already. Team Almighty and Skate still doing battle, and I think Skate's up 2-1 right now over Team Almighty, who's one of the top teams. Luminosity getting the victory over NYSL Esports, and then it was Scars, the Japanese outfit, taking down Influence Kemen in a series here. Thoughts?
Hey, we asked the question at the top of this whole segment: was Scars going to come out and actually do something, or were they just, you know, the only sleeping giant in Japan? They looked good. I mean, we were watching them on the quad feed, and they were making some great plays. You even mentioned a couple of times, like, they're not getting the most kills, but they're getting the important ones. So their objective focus is really good, and it will provide a little bit of a threat, I think, for Tribe.
Yeah, in their map number 1 against Influence Kemen, Influence Kemen had 2 guys drop 49 and 41 kills, but everyone, like, Scars still won, right? They still were able to hold on to the hard point, get the points needed, all in the 30s in terms of kills, but they held the point. It was fascinating to watch.
It's one of those things, again, in Call of Duty, historically, that you'll see the same thing here across the entirety of Major 1, even with the CDL, is that you don't need to get all the kills all the time, but you need to find the right kills, and every single time that we were looking back up at Scars and Influence, they were always in the right place. They were winning those rotational battles, and they were making sure that that they were locking down 40 points at a time. You could drop 50 kills. It doesn't matter if you're not generating time.
Yeah, shout outs to Chaotic for those, like that 49 kill performance in the loss, but still a loss, and it showed as Scars moves on, and they are 1-0. They will take on Tribe in the winner's side of the bracket. That is very, very exciting stuff. All right, y'all, that is all the matches from Group A, B, C, and D, that first round. But now we've got ourselves the elim brackets. It's the put up or shut up time for all the teams that dropped their first series. We're gonna have that after we take a short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the COD Mobile 2022 World Championship. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Raleigh, North Carolina for the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championship. We've had 7 series wrap on up, and we're waiting for the final series to close on out for our first round of the group stages. Degon here with Beef Mommy and Bobby. Yo, we were going right through it, but we're actually going to hop right into the action with our final first round group stage match. It's Skade versus Almighty. This is one here where Almighty was favored. We weren't sure what to expect out of Skade, and Almighty getting pushed all the way to the brink here at 2-2.
Man, these LATAM teams are just so good, and that's why it's just like so amazing. Fabzera gets that one big kill. And now you're watching the Delta stream. If you were wondering, they're the only ones left here, and that's why we're getting a little bit of a spotlight from both of these teams. Really surprised that the scoreline is actually going to be 2-2, knowing very well that Almighty is the #1 in Garena and Skade is the #2 of LATAM.
Fabzera is a player that we saw hitting some big snipes in Stage 5 last year, and he's looking to bring that this year as well. 4 kills on the board for him. There are only 2 rounds, and they're putting in the work, but Almighty is not a team to be scoffed at. They got 5 players still up here in Slum Search and Destroy. Once again, this is a very unorthodox search and destroy map, very, very compact on those bomb sites, and if you can manage to get a bomb down, it's pretty easy to hold off the retake, but that's a very, very big if.
Winner taking on Luminosity, who defeated Nova. Obviously, that means Nova will then be the opponent for whoever loses here, Beef Mommy.
First game 5 of the day. And it's really exciting to see because this is one of the teams that could be OT yet again. Fabzera gets that information. Doesn't really quite land the shots though, but he will reposition himself into arches and hopefully getting that information, but none goes to him so far.
Right now, it's definitely a waiting game. Skade doesn't want to force anything. Oh my gosh, but he gets caught off guard by Incendio. Only needed a sliver in that line of sight, and he absolutely shuts it down. That likely going to round out the round for Skade right here. The bomb is down in a really tough spot to retrieve. Leo's in trying his best to get pushed up right here, but he's going to get spotted out. Does get the kill onto Jeff Pro, but there's Heaven. Trade at hand, and Mihawk left all alone. Going to be able to find Irfan J, but he's still got 2 Almighty players he's got to deal with. But he drops Incendio right there, and now into a 1v1. Heaven and Mihawk!
Oh
it's a 1v3, but we didn't get to see!
What was it happen? I'm sorry, let's go! But hopefully in the highlights later on, we do get to see that beautiful 1v3. But oh my gosh, what a shift in momentum. And that is definitely needed by Skade. And now for Almighty, you had the upper hand there, and you just lost that 1v3. What can you do? Full rush comes through from Skade here into that alpha site. Bomb goes down very early.
It's just got to be confidence shaking for Almighty right there. That seemed like the most clutchable round. And you've got the bomb sitting right in front of you. They haven't even picked up the bomb. You don't need to challenge, just sit back on a head glitch. Absolutely thrown away round, and Skade's gonna find a couple to open right here as well. Jeff Pro able to find 1 trade, and the pressure's on, but Almighty is executing, but just like that, only 1 player remains. Incendio shut down, and who else? Fabzera coming through with the snipes once again. A 3-1 round lead. This would absolutely be an upset, especially with right now the #1 seed in Garena being Almighty.
Skade doing really well when it comes to that aggressive push, but now it's going to be different. 3-2 split for them, trying to gather that information first, and now there's going to be 1 player going in for that Bravo site for Almighty. That's going to be Heaven. Getting that information down, and they're just going to slow things down just a tiny bit as they go in for the repositioning here through mid. That's a really good split. 3-2 split, and that is going to be able to stop Skade right at its tracks, but then the information finally comes through.
I think a little bit of information for Skade. You can hear the SKS bullets whizzing across. Incendio, that 3 times Rytech, which honestly we haven't seen a whole lot outside of Garena, but he's definitely been able to have a big impact with it so far. Heaven going to be able to find, I believe, deagle shots on the Leo right there. Trade will come through, and now the smokes across. Utility usage is going to be so crucial in this matchup. down to a 2v2. If you're Almighty, you've got to find a way to close it out. Heaven's going to find one. You still got a Pabzera to deal with, and he's got the bomb in hand. It's going to go down over on the B site. The pressure now on is Almighty desperately trying to avoid another big clutch for Skate.
They got all the lanes covered as Heaven gets that beautiful, beautiful timing. That is COD timing at its finest, and unfortunately for Pab, he was at a pretty good spot, but numbers advantage going in from Almighty.
Yeah, and I like this one from Almighty because you stopped the push early by Skate. Skate just rushed A site in the round previously, and it felt like once Almighty gets a little bit more control, you get to see the class that made them the #1 squad in Garena.
Yep, no question about it. We'll see if they can do that again. Obviously, defending over here on the B site, not an easy thing to do, especially if you get that barrage of utility, but Skate gonna play this somewhat passive. One player floods through the midst of the statue area. Leo and Lynn's gonna find the openers right there. That's gonna put Almighty in a bad spot, but Incendio finds a double right there. He gets traded out anyway. Shut Up left all alone, and man, those remaining Almighty players got shut down real quick.
Leozin responded with a 2-piece of their own, and now for Almighty in a very tricky spot as Skade is slowly but surely gaining that momentum for their end, and now it really is going to be very difficult because Almighty getting that bomb carry down. It really looks like they're better when it comes to being passive, and it looks like for Skate, they're so going to be aggressive. Speaking of aggressively pushing in through that alpha, going to Broken, but then they do pay the prices. IrfanJay gets that beautiful 2 as Shut Up goes in there for the backup as well. They push back though for Skate, and now that's going to be really big kills coming in from IrfanJay.
The one thing that's going for Skate, they've got a lot of players in a lot of different spots. Shut Up reads that perfectly. He's able to find the trade onto Limbs, and now all down to Leo and Pabzera. We've seen some big clutches out of them so far. Looking to make the cross right here. Got players on each bomb site. Jeff just kind of waiting, letting his snipers do the majority of the work right now, and Pabzera not getting any angles to work with. Shut Up's going to be able to shut down Leo. And now a 1v4. We've seen the 1v3, 1v4, maybe not as feasible. IrfanJay shuts it down. Now Almighty most certainly still in this one.
3K for IrfanJay, that's going to be huge kills for his team and slowly closing the gap against Skade. And now like what I said, that Skade really does well when it comes to the aggression. They actually pay for that in that particular round. And now we're going in for a full defense going in for Bravo and a very aggressive push coming in from Almighty. It looks like they want to rush going into Bravo, but that's going to be 3 players that they have to worry about. And Leozetta gets 1, but then Almighty gets 2, gets 3, no, gets that 4K. And now all alone, that's going to be you. You have so much time, Leozin, but not the numbers to back yourself up.
The mom's going to go ahead and go down, so Leozin's going to find the opener onto IrfanJay, make it a 2-piece. And if you're Almighty, you're thinking back to that 1v3, you don't want it to happen again. This one would be a 1v4. And you got to think with the bomb down, it just hold hands. You know he's got to make a push through. You know what side of the map he's on, but still very, very split up right now. One's going to get spotted out. And now an opportunity for the 1v4. Leo doesn't have the information on that last player on the inside of Garage.
Hardpoint identified. We tied for the lead. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. We've taken the lead. We lost the lead. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. We've taken the lead. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Hardpoint is ours. We've taken the lead. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint. We lost the lead. Hardpoint locked down. We've taken the lead. We lost the lead. Hardpoint contested. We've taken the lead. Hostile Predator missile inbound. Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. We've taken the lead. This hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed. Watch out. Angle. Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Be advised. Hostile Predator missile inbound. Hardpoint lost. We've taken the lead. Friendly Predator missile inbound. Hardpoint locked down. Hunter-killer drone deployed. Friendly hunter-killer drone destroyed. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint lost. Lost the lead. Hostile hunter-killer drone inbound. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Capture the objective. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost. is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hostile Predator missile inbound. Capture the objective. Predator missile inbound. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint is ours. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Tango down.
Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked. Be advised. Down. Hostile hunter-killer drone inbound. Hostile hunter-killer drone inbound. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. We've taken the lead. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. We lost the lead.
Enemy down.
Capture the objective. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint is ours. Hunter-killer drone hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Taking the lead. Hostiles have captured friendly hunter-killer drone deployed. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint lost. Capture the objective.
Target down.
Hardpoint locked down.
Tango down.
Hardpoint contested. Keep on them. We're winning this one.
Down.
Hardpoint contested. Hunter-killer drone contested. Friendly Predator missile inbound. Hardpoint contested. Predator missile inbound. Lost the lead. Hardpoint contested. It's a draw. Stand down. defend the objectives. They have the bomb.
Flashbang! Watch out!
The bomb has been planted.
Down.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up. Enemy has dropped the bomb. Bomb spotted. Destroy the objective. Bomb acquired.
Smoke out! Flash out! Watch out! Flash!
Lost the enemy has dropped the bomb. You are the last one. Complete the mission. Nice work. Get ready for the next round. Bomb spotted. Destroy the objective. We got the bomb. Last man standing. Finish it. Enemy has dropped the bomb. Nice work. Get ready for the next round. Defend the objective. The enemy has the bomb.
Grenade out! Flash out! Watch out!
Bomb spotted. You were the last one. Complete the mission.
Grenade!
Nice work. Get ready for the next round. Enemy has dropped the bomb. Destroy the objective. Bomb acquired.
Grenade out!
Bomb dropped. Bomb spotted. Last man standing. Finish it.
Go down!
Nice work. Get ready for the next round. Enemy has dropped the bomb. Destroy the objective. We got the bomb.
Smoke out. Watch out.
Lost the bomb acquired.
You're down. Smoke out.
The bomb has been planted. Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up. Bomb spotted. Destroy the objective. We got the bomb.
Watch out! Flash!
Bomb dropped. Bomb acquired. The bomb has been planted. Last one. Complete the mission. Nice work. Get ready for the next round. Destroy the objective. We got the bomb.
Watch out! Flash!
We lost the bomb. Last man standing. Finish it. Bomb acquired. The bomb has been planted. Nice work. Get ready for the next round. Destroy the objective. We got the bomb.
Smoke out! Frag! Flash out! Watch out!
It's all up to you now. Finish the mission. The bomb has been planted. Nice work. Get ready for the next round. stand down.
Smoke out!
Tango down. Enemy taking Bravo. Enemy taking B. Captured Bravo. of lives. We captured A. Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up. Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed.
Target down.
Hunter-killer drone deployed. We're losing this fight. Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed.
Target down.
We're running out of lives. Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up.
Smoke out. Smoke out.
Hunter-killer drone deployed.
Tango down.
We're failing this mission. Hostile hunter-killer drone inbound.
Target down.
Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed.
Enemy down. Enemy down. Down.
Capturing Alpha. Nice work. Get ready for the next round. Lost the lead. Hunter-killer drone deployed. Be advised, hostile hunter-killer drone inbound. Capturing A. Be advised, hostile hunter killer predator missile inbound. Be advised, hostile predator missile inbound. Hostile hunter killer drone inbound. Losing this fight.
Frag out!
Lost the lead. We're capturing Alpha. Friendly hunter killer drone deployed. Captured Alpha. Enemy taking Bravo. Nice work. Get ready for the next round. It's too close. Fight harder.
Frag out! Throwing smoke grenade!
Hostile predator. Be advised. Hostile hunter killer drone inbound. Be advised. Hostile hunter killer drone inbound. Be advised. Hostile predator missile inbound.
Down.
Hunter killer drone deployed. Hunter killer has been destroyed. We're capturing A.
Enemy down.
We captured A.
Target down. Enemy down.
We tied for the lead. We're running out of lives. We've taken the lead. Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up. It's a draw. Stand down.